Chapter 27 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 27, The Witch and Her Servants. A long time ago there lived a king who had 3 sons. The eldest was called Sabo, the second Warza, and the youngest Iwanich. One beautiful spring morning the king was walking through his gardens with these 3 sons, gazing with admiration at the various fruit trees, some of which were a mass of blossom, whilst others were bowed to the ground laden with rich fruit. During their wanderings they came unperceived on a piece of waste land where 3 splendid trees grew. The king looked on them for a moment, and then, shaking his head sadly, he passed on in silence. The sons, who could not understand why he did this, asked him the reason of his dejection, and the king told them as follows. These 3 trees, which I cannot see without sorrow, were planted by me on this spot when I was a youth of 20. A celebrated magician, who had given the seed to my father, promised him that they would grow into the 3 finest trees the world had ever seen. My father did not live to see his words come true, but on his deathbed he bade me transplant them here, and to look after them with the greatest care, which I accordingly did. At last, upon the lapse of 5 long years, I noticed some blossoms on the branches, and a few days later the most exquisite fruit my eyes had ever seen. I gave my head gardener the strictest orders to watch the trees carefully, for the magician had warned my father that if one unripe fruit was plucked from the tree, all the rest would become rotten at once. When it was quite ripe the fruit would become a golden yellow. Every day I gazed on the lovely fruit, which became gradually more and more tempting looking, and it was all I could do not to break the magician's commands. One night I dreamt that the fruit was perfectly ripe. I ate some of it, and it was more delicious than anything I had ever tasted in real life. As soon as I awoke, I sent for the gardener and asked him if the fruit on the 3 trees had not ripened in the night to perfection. But instead of replying, the gardener threw himself at my feet and swore that he was innocent. He said that he had watched by the trees all night, but in spite of it, and as if by magic, the beautiful trees had been robbed of all their fruit. Grieved as I was over the theft, I did not punish the gardener, of whose fidelity I was well assured, but I determined to pluck off all the fruit in the following year before it was ripe, as I had not much belief in the magician's warning. I carried out my intention, and had all the fruit picked off the tree, but when I tasted one of the apples it was bitter and unpleasant, and the next morning the rest of the fruit had all rotted away. After this I had the beautiful fruit of these trees carefully guarded by my most faithful servants, but every year, on this very night, the fruit was plucked and stolen by an invisible hand, and next morning not a single apple remained on the trees. For some time past I have given up even having the trees watched. When the king had finished his story, Sabo, his eldest son, said to him, "Forgive me, father, if I say I think you are mistaken. I am sure there are many men in your kingdom who could protect these trees from the cunning arts of a thieving magician. I myself, who as your eldest son claim the first right to do so, will mount guard over the fruit this very night." The king consented, and as soon as evening drew on, Sabo climbed up onto one of the trees, determined to protect the fruit even if it cost him his life. So he kept watch half the night. But a little after midnight he was overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and fell fast asleep. He did not awake till it was bright daylight, and all the fruit on the trees had vanished. The following year Warza, the second brother, tried his luck, but with the same result. Then it came to the turn of the third and youngest son. Iwanich was not the least discouraged by the failure of his elder brothers, though they were both much older and stronger than he was, and when night came, climbed up the tree as they had done. The moon had risen, and with her soft light lit up the whole neighborhood, so that the observant Prince could distinguish the smallest object distinctly. At midnight a gentle west wind shook the tree, and at the same moment a snow-white, swan-like bird sank down gently on his breast. The Prince hastily seized the bird's wings in his hands, when, lo! to his astonishment, he found he was holding in his arms not a bird but the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. "You need not fear, Militza," said the beautiful girl, looking at the Prince with friendly eyes. "An evil magician has not robbed you of your fruit, but he stole the seed from my mother, and thereby caused her death. When she was dying, she bade me take the fruit, which you have no right to possess, from the trees every year as soon as it was ripe. This I would have done tonight too, if you had not seized me with such force, and so broken the spell I was under." Iwanich, who had been prepared to meet a terrible magician and not a lovely girl, fell desperately in love with her. They spent the rest of the night in pleasant conversation, and when Militza wished to go away he begged her not to leave him. "I would gladly stay with you longer," said Militza, "but a wicked witch once cut off a lock of my hair when I was asleep, which has put me in her power, and if morning were still to find me here, she would do me some harm, and you too, perhaps." Having said these words, she drew a sparkling diamond ring from her finger, which she handed to the Prince, saying, "Keep this ring in memory of Militza, and think of her sometimes if you never see her again. But if your love is really true, come and find me in my own kingdom. I may not show you the way there, but this ring will guide you. If you have love and courage enough to undertake this journey, whenever you come to a crossroad, always look at this diamond before you settle which way you are going to take. If it sparkles as brightly as ever, go straight on, but if its luster is dimmed, choose another path." Then Militza bent over the Prince and kissed him on his forehead, and before he had time to say a word, she vanished through the branches of the tree in a little white cloud. Morning broke, and the Prince, still full of the wonderful apparition, left his perch and returned to the palace like one in a dream, without even knowing if the fruit had been taken or not, for his whole mind was absorbed by thoughts of Militza and how he was to find her. As soon as the head gardener saw the Prince going towards the palace, he ran to the trees, and when he saw them laden with ripe fruit he hastened to tell the king the joyful news. The king was beside himself for joy, and hurried at once to the garden and made the gardener pick him some of the fruit. He tasted it, and found the apple quite as luscious as it had been in his dream. He went at once to his son Iwanich, and after embracing him tenderly and heaping praises on him, he asked him how he had succeeded in protecting the costly fruit from the power of the magician. This question placed Iwanich in a dilemma, but as he did not want the real story to be known, he said that about midnight a huge wasp had flown through the branches and buzzed incessantly round him. He had warded it off with his sword, and at dawn, when he was becoming quite worn out, the wasp had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The king, who never doubted the truth of this tale, bade his son go to rest at once and recover from the fatigues of the night, but he himself went and ordered many feasts to be held in honor of the preservation of the wonderful fruit. The whole capital was in a stir, and everyone shared in the king's joy. The Prince alone took no part in the festivities. While the king was at a banquet, Iwanich took some purses of gold, and mounting the quickest horse in the royal stable, he sped off like the wind, without a single soul being any the wiser. It was only on the next day that they missed him. The king was very distressed at his disappearance, and sent search parties all over the kingdom to look for him, but in vain, and after 6 months they gave him up as dead, and in another 6 months they had forgotten all about him. But in the meantime the Prince, with the help of his ring, had had a most successful journey, and no evil had befallen him. At the end of 3 months he came to the entrance of a huge forest, which looked as if it had never been trodden by human foot before, and which seemed to stretch out indefinitely. The Prince was about to enter the wood by a little path he had discovered, when he heard a voice shouting to him, "Hold, youth! Whither are you going?" Iwanich turned round, and saw a tall, gaunt-looking man, clad in miserable rags, leaning on a crooked staff and seated at the foot of an oak tree, which was so much the same color as himself that it was little wonder the Prince had ridden past the tree without noticing him. "Where else should I be going," he said, "than through the wood?" "Through the wood!" said the old man in amazement. "It's easily seen that you have heard nothing of this forest, that you rush so blindly to meet your doom. Well, listen to me before you ride any further. Let me tell you that this wood hides in its depths a countless number of the fiercest tigers, hyenas, wolves, bears, and snakes, and all sorts of other monsters. If I were to cut you and your horse up into tiny morsels and throw them to the beasts, there wouldn't be one bit for each 100 of them. Take my advice, therefore, and if you wish to save your life, follow some other path." The Prince was rather taken aback by the old man's words, and considered for a minute what he should do. Then looking at his ring, and perceiving that it sparkled as brightly as ever, he called out, "If this wood held even more terrible things than it does, I cannot help myself, for I must go through it." Here he spurred his horse and rode on, but the old beggar screamed so loudly after him that the Prince turned round and rode back to the oak tree. "I am really sorry for you," said the beggar, "but if you are quite determined to brave the dangers of the forest, let me at least give you a piece of advice which will help you against these monsters. Take this bagful of breadcrumbs and this live hare. I will make you a present of them both, as I am anxious to save your life. But you must leave your horse behind you, for it would stumble over the fallen trees, or get entangled in the briars and thorns. When you have gone about 100 yards into the wood, the wild beasts will surround you. Then you must instantly seize your bag and scatter the breadcrumbs among them. They will rush to eat them up greedily, and when you have scattered the last crumb, you must lose no time in throwing the hare to them. As soon as the hare feels itself on the ground, it will run away as quickly as possible, and the wild beasts will turn to pursue it. In this way you will be able to get through the wood unhurt." Iwanich thanked the old man for his counsel, dismounted from his horse, and taking the bag and the hare in his arms, he entered the forest. He had hardly lost sight of his gaunt grey friend when he heard growls and snarls in the thicket close to him, and before he had time to think he found himself surrounded by the most dreadful-looking creatures. On one side he saw the glittering eye of a cruel tiger, on the other the gleaming teeth of a great she-wolf. Here a huge bear growled fiercely, and there a horrible snake coiled itself in the grass at his feet. But Iwanich did not forget the old man's advice, and quickly put his hand into the bag and took out as many breadcrumbs as he could hold in his hand at a time. He threw them to the beasts, and soon the bag grew lighter and lighter, and the Prince began to feel a little frightened. And now the last crumb was gone, and the hungry beasts thronged round him, greedy for fresh prey. Then he seized the hare and threw it to them. No sooner did the little creature feel itself on the ground than it lay back its ears and flew through the wood like an arrow from a bow, closely pursued by the wild beasts, and the Prince was left alone. He looked at his ring, and when he saw that it sparkled as brightly as ever, he went straight on through the forest. He hadn't gone very far when he saw a most extraordinary-looking man coming towards him. He was not more than 3 feet high. His legs were quite crooked, and all his body was covered with prickles like a hedgehog. 2 lions walked with him, fastened to his side by the 2 ends of his long beard. He stopped the Prince, and asked him in a harsh voice, "Are you the man who has just fed my bodyguard?" Iwanich was so startled that he could hardly reply, but the little man continued, "I am most grateful to you for your kindness. What can I give you as a reward?" "All I ask," replied Iwanich, "is that I should be allowed to go through this wood in safety." "Most certainly," answered the little man, "and for greater security I will give you one of my lions as a protector. But when you leave this wood and come near a palace which does not belong to my domain, let the lion go, in order that he may not fall into the hands of an enemy and be killed." With these words he loosened the lion from his beard and bade the beast guard the youth carefully. With this new protector Iwanich wandered on through the forest, and though he came upon a great many more wolves, hyenas, leopards, and other wild beasts, they always kept at a respectful distance when they saw what sort of an escort the Prince had with him. Iwanich hurried through the wood as quickly as his legs would carry him, but nevertheless hour after hour went by and not a trace of a green field or a human habitation met his eyes. At length, towards evening, the mass of trees grew more transparent, and through the interlaced branches a wide plain was visible. At the exit of the wood the lion stood still, and the Prince took leave of him, having first thanked him warmly for his kind protection. It had become quite dark, and Iwanich was forced to wait for daylight before continuing his journey. He made himself a bed of grass and leaves, lit a fire of dry branches, and slept soundly till the next morning. Then he got up and walked towards a beautiful white palace which he saw gleaming in the distance. In about an hour he reached the building, and opening the door he walked in. After wandering through many marble halls he came to a huge staircase made of porphyry, leading down to a lovely garden. The Prince burst into a shout of joy when he suddenly perceived Militza in the center of a group of girls who were weaving wreaths of flowers with which to deck their mistress. As soon as Militza saw the Prince she ran up to him and embraced him tenderly, and after he had told her all his adventures they went into the palace, where a sumptuous meal awaited them. Then the Princess called her court together and introduced Iwanich to them as her future husband. Preparations were at once made for the wedding, which was held soon after with great pomp and magnificence. 3 months of great happiness followed, when Militza received one day an invitation to visit her mother's sister. Although the Princess was very unhappy at leaving her husband, she did not like to refuse the invitation, and, promising to return in 7 days at the latest, she took a tender farewell of the Prince and said, "Before I go, I will hand you over all the keys of the castle. Go everywhere and do anything you like. Only one thing I beg and beseech you. Do not open the little iron door in the north tower, which is closed with 7 locks and 7 bolts, for if you do, we shall both suffer for it." Iwanich promised what she asked, and Militza departed, repeating her promise to return in 7 days. When the Prince found himself alone he began to be tormented by pangs of curiosity as to what the room in the tower contained. For 2 days he resisted the temptation to go and look, but on the 3rd he could stand it no longer, and taking a torch in his hand he hurried to the tower and unfastened one lock after the other of the little iron door, until it burst open. what an unexpected sight met his gaze! The Prince perceived a small room, black with smoke, lit up feebly by a fire from which issued long blue flames. Over the fire hung a huge cauldron full of boiling pitch, and fastened into the cauldron by iron chains stood a wretched man screaming with agony. Iwanich was much horrified at the sight before him, and asked the man what terrible crime he had committed to be punished in this dreadful fashion.
"I will tell you everything," said the man in the cauldron, "but first relieve my torments a little, I implore you."
"And how can I do that?" asked the Prince.
"With a little water," replied the man. "Only sprinkle a few drops over me, and I shall feel better."
The Prince, moved by pity, without thinking what he was doing, ran to the courtyard of the castle and filled a jug with water, which he poured over the man in the cauldron. In a moment a most fearful crash was heard, as if all the pillars of the palace were giving way, and the palace itself, with towers and doors, windows and the cauldron, whirled round the bewildered Prince's head. This continued for a few minutes, and then everything vanished into thin air, and Iwanich found himself suddenly alone upon a desolate heath, covered with rocks and stones. The Prince, who now realized what his heedlessness had done, cursed too late his spirit of curiosity. In his despair he wandered on over the heath, never looking where he put his feet, and full of sorrowful thoughts. At last he saw a light in the distance, which came from a miserable-looking little hut. The owner of it was none other than the kind-hearted gaunt grey beggar who had given the Prince the bag of breadcrumbs and the hare. Without recognizing Iwanich, he opened the door when he knocked, and gave him shelter for the night. On the following morning the Prince asked his host if he could get him any work to do, as he was quite unknown in the neighborhood, and had not enough money to take him home. "My son," replied the old man, "all this country round here is uninhabited. I myself have to wander to distant villages for my living, and even then I do not very often find enough to satisfy my hunger. But if you would like to take service with the old witch Corva, go straight up the little stream which flows below my hut for about 3 hours, and you will come to a sand hill on the left-hand side. That is where she lives." Iwanich thanked the gaunt grey beggar for his information and went on his way. After walking for about 3 hours, the Prince came upon a dreary-looking grey stone wall. This was the back of the building, and did not attract him, but when he came upon the front of the house he found it even less inviting, for the old witch had surrounded her dwelling with a fence of spikes, on every one of which a man's skull was stuck. In this horrible enclosure stood a small black house, which had only 2 grated windows, all covered with cobwebs, and a battered iron door. The Prince knocked, and a rasping woman's voice told him to enter. Iwanich opened the door, and found himself in a smoke-begrimed kitchen, in the presence of a hideous old woman who was warming her skinny hands at a fire. The Prince offered to become her servant, and the old hag told him she was badly in want of one, and he seemed to be just the person to suit her. When Iwanich asked what was his work, and how much his wages would be, the witch bade him follow her and led the way through a narrow damp passage into a vault which served as a stable. Here he perceived 2 pitch-black horses in a stall.
"You see before you," said the old woman, "a mare and her foal. You have nothing to do but to lead them out to the fields every day, and to see that neither of them runs away from you. If you look after them both for a whole year, I will give you anything you like to ask. But if, on the other hand, you let either of the animals escape you, your last hour is come, and your head shall be stuck on the last spike of my fence. The other spikes, as you see, are already adorned, and the skulls are all those of different servants I have had, who have failed to do what I demanded."
Iwanich, who thought he could not be much worse off than he was already, agreed to the witch's proposal. At daybreak next morning he drove his horses to the field, and brought them back in the evening without their ever having attempted to break away from him. The witch stood at her door and received him kindly, and set a good meal before him. So it continued for some time, and all went well with the Prince. Early every morning he led the horses out to the fields, and brought them home safe and sound in the evening. One day, while he was watching the horses, he came to the banks of a river, and saw a big fish, which through some mischance had been cast on the land, struggling hard to get back into the water. Iwanich, who felt sorry for the poor creature, seized it in his arms and flung it into the stream. But no sooner did the fish find itself in the water again than, to the Prince's amazement, it swam up to the bank and said, "My kind benefactor, how can I reward you for your goodness?" "I desire nothing," answered the Prince. "I am quite content to have been able to be of some service to you." "You must do me the favor," replied the fish, "to take a scale from my body and keep it carefully. If you should ever need my help, throw it into the river, and I will come to your aid at once." Iwanich bowed, loosened the scale from the body of the grateful beast, put it carefully away, and returned home. A short time after this, when he was going early one morning to the usual grazing place with his horses, he noticed a flock of birds assembled together, making a great noise and flying wildly backwards and forwards. Full of curiosity, Iwanich hurried up to the spot, and saw that a large number of ravens had attacked an eagle, and although the eagle was big and powerful and was making a brave fight, it was overpowered at last by numbers, and had to give in. But the Prince, who was sorry for the poor bird, seized the branch of a tree and hit out at the ravens with it. Terrified at this unexpected onslaught, they flew away, leaving many of their number dead or wounded on the battlefield. As soon as the eagle saw itself free from its tormentors, it plucked a feather from its wing, and handing it to the Prince, said, "Here, my kind benefactor, take this feather as a proof of my gratitude. Should you ever be in need of my help, blow this feather into the air, and I will help you as much as is in my power." Iwanich thanked the bird, and placing the feather beside the scale, he drove the horses home. Another day he had wandered farther than usual, and came close to a farmyard. The place pleased the Prince, and as there was plenty of good grass for the horses, he determined to spend the day there. Just as he was sitting down under a tree, he heard a cry close to him, and saw a fox which had been caught in a trap placed there by the farmer. In vain did the poor beast try to free itself. Then the good-natured Prince came once more to the rescue, and let the fox out of the trap. The fox thanked him heartily, tore 2 hairs out of his bushy tail, and said, "Should you ever stand in need of my help, throw these 2 hairs into the fire, and in a moment I shall be at your side, ready to obey you." Iwanich put the fox's hairs with the scale and the feather, and as it was getting dark he hastened home with his horses. In the meantime his service was drawing near to an end, and in 3 more days the year was up, and he would be able to get his reward and leave the witch. On the first evening of these 3 last days, when he came home and was eating his supper, he noticed the old woman stealing into the stables. The Prince followed her secretly to see what she was going to do. He crouched down in the doorway, and heard the wicked witch telling the horses to wait next morning till Iwanich was asleep, and then to go and hide themselves in the river, and to stay there till she told them to return. And if they didn't do as she told them, the old woman threatened to beat them till they bled. When Iwanich heard all this, he went back to his room, determined that nothing should induce him to fall asleep next day. On the following morning he led the mare and foal to the fields as usual, but bound a cord round them both which he kept in his hand. But after a few hours, by the magic arts of the old witch, he was overpowered by sleep, and the mare and foal escaped and did as they had been told to do. The Prince did not awake till late in the evening, and when he did, he found to his horror that the horses had disappeared. Filled with despair, he cursed the moment when he had entered the service of the cruel witch, and already he saw his head sticking up on the sharp spike beside the others. Then he suddenly remembered the fish's scale, which, with the eagle's feather and the fox's hairs, he always carried about with him. He drew the scale from his pocket, and hurrying to the river, he threw it in. In a minute the grateful fish swam towards the bank on which Iwanich was standing, and said, "What do you command, my friend and benefactor?" The Prince replied, "I had to look after a mare and foal, and they have run away from me and have hidden themselves in the river. If you wish to save my life, drive them back to the land." "Wait a moment," answered the fish, "and I and my friends will soon drive them out of the water." With these words the creature disappeared into the depths of the stream. Almost immediately a rushing, hissing sound was heard in the waters. The waves dashed against the banks, the foam was tossed into the air, and the two horses leaped suddenly on to the dry land, trembling and shaking with fear. Iwanich sprang at once onto the mare's back, seized the foal by its bridle, and hastened home in the highest spirits. When the witch saw the Prince bringing the horses home, she could hardly conceal her wrath, and as soon as she had placed Iwanich's supper before him, she stole away again to the stables. The Prince followed her, and heard her scolding the beasts harshly for not having hidden themselves better. She bade them wait next morning till Iwanich was asleep, and then to hide themselves in the clouds, and to remain there till she called. If they did not do as she told them, she would beat them till they bled. The next morning, after Iwanich had led his horses to the fields, he fell once more into a magic sleep. The horses at once ran away and hid themselves in the clouds, which hung down from the mountains in soft billowy masses. When the Prince awoke and found that both the mare and the foal had disappeared, he bethought him at once of the eagle, and taking the feather out of his pocket, he blew it into the air. In a moment the bird swooped down beside him and asked, "What do you wish me to do?" "My mare and foal," replied the Prince, "have run away from me, and have hidden themselves in the clouds. If you wish to save my life, restore both animals to me." "Wait a minute," answered the eagle. "With the help of my friends, I will soon drive them back to you." With these words the bird flew into the air and disappeared among the clouds. Almost directly Iwanich saw his two horses being driven towards him by a host of eagles of all sizes. He caught the mare and foal, and having thanked the eagle he drove them cheerfully home again. The old witch was more disgusted than ever when she saw him appearing, and having set his supper before him, she stole into the stables, and Iwanich heard her abusing the horses for not having hidden themselves better in the clouds. Then she bade them hide themselves next morning, as soon as Iwanich was asleep, in the king's hen-house, which stood on a lonely part of the heath, and to remain there till she called. If they failed to do as she told them, she would certainly beat them this time till they bled. On the following morning the Prince drove his horses as usual to the fields. After he had been overpowered by sleep, as on the former days, the mare and foal ran away and hid themselves in the royal hen-house. When the Prince awoke and found the horses gone, he determined to appeal to the fox. So, lighting a fire, he threw the two hares into it, and in a few moments the fox stood beside him and asked, "In what way can I serve you?" "I wish to know,"
replied Iwanich, "where the king's hen house is." "Hardly an hour's walk from here," answered the fox, and offered to show the Prince the way to it. While they were walking along, the fox asked him what he wanted to do at the royal hen house. The Prince told him of the misfortune that had befallen him, and of the necessity of recovering the mare and foal. "That is no easy matter," replied the fox. "But wait a moment, I have an idea. Stand at the door of the hen house and wait there for your horses. In the meantime I will slip in among the hens through a hole in the wall and give them a good chase, so that the noise they make will arouse the royal henwives, and they will come to see what is the matter. When they see the horses they will at once imagine them to be the cause of the disturbance, and will drive them out. Then you must lay hands on the mare and foal and catch them." All turned out exactly as the sly fox had foreseen. The Prince swung himself on the mare, seized the foal by its bridle, and hurried home. While he was riding over the heath in the highest of spirits, the mare suddenly said to her rider, "You are the first person who has ever succeeded in outwitting the old witch Corva, and now you may ask what reward you like for your service. If you promise never to betray me, I will give you a piece of advice which you will do well to follow." The Prince promised never to betray her confidence, and the mare continued, "Ask nothing else as a reward than my foal, for it is not its like in the world, and is not to be bought for love or money, for it can go from one end of the earth to another in a few minutes. Of course, the cunning Corva will do her best to dissuade you from taking the foal, and will tell you that it is both idle and sickly, but do not believe her, and stick to your point." Iwanich longed to possess such an animal, and promised the mare to follow her advice. This time Corva received him in the most friendly manner, and set a sumptuous repast before him. As soon as he had finished, she asked him what reward he demanded for his year's service. "Nothing more nor less," replied the Prince, "than the foal of your mare." The witch pretended to be much astonished at his request, and said that he deserved something much better than the foal, for the beast was lazy and nervous, blind in one eye, and in short was quite worthless. But the Prince knew what he wanted, and when the old witch saw that he had made up his mind to have the foal, she said, "I am obliged to keep my promise and to hand you over the foal, and as I know who you are and what you want, I will tell you in what way the animal will be useful to you. The man in the cauldron of boiling pitch, whom you set free, is a mighty magician. Through your curiosity and thoughtlessness, Militza came into his power, and he has transported her and her castle and belongings into a distant country. You are the only person who can kill him, and in consequence he fears you to such an extent that he has set spies to watch you, and they report your movements to him daily. When you have reached him, beware of speaking a single word to him, or you will fall into the power of his friends. Seize him at once by the beard and dash him to the ground." Iwanich thanked the old witch, mounted his foal, and put spurs to its sides, and they flew like lightning through the air. Already it was growing dark, when Iwanich perceived some figures in the distance. They soon came up to them, and then the Prince saw that it was the magician and his friends who were driving through the air in a carriage drawn by owls. When the magician found himself face to face with Iwanich, without hope of escape, he turned to him with false friendliness and said, "Thrice my kind benefactor." But the Prince, without saying a word, seized him at once by his beard and dashed him to the ground. At the same moment the foal sprang on the top of the magician and kicked and stamped on him with his hoofs till he died. Then Iwanich found himself once more in the palace of his bride, and Militza herself flew into his arms.
From this time forward they lived in undisturbed peace and happiness till the end of their lives. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 28. The Magic Ring. Once upon a time there lived an old couple who had one son called Martin. Now when the old man's time had come, he stretched himself out on his bed and died. Though all his long life he had toiled and moiled, he only left his widow and son 200 florins. The old woman determined to put the money by for a rainy day. But alas, the rainy day was close at hand, for their meal was all consumed, and who is prepared to face starvation with 200 florins at their disposal? So the old woman counted out 100 of her florins, and giving them to Martin, told him to go into the town and lay in a store of meal for a year. So Martin started off for the town. When he reached the meat market, he found the whole place in turmoil, and a great noise of angry voices and barking of dogs. Mixing in the crowd, he noticed a staghound which the butchers had caught and tied to a post, which was being flogged in a merciless manner. Overcome with pity, Martin spoke to the butchers, saying, "Friends, why are you beating this poor dog so cruelly?"
"We have every right to beat him," they replied. "He has just devoured a newly killed pig."
"Leave off beating him," said Martin, "and sell him to me instead."
"If you choose to buy him," answered the butchers derisively, "but for such a treasure we won't take a penny less than 100 florins."
100? exclaimed Martin. "Well, so be it, if you will not take less." And taking the money out of his pocket, he handed it over in exchange for the dog, whose name was Schurka. When Martin got home, his mother met him with the question, "Well, what have you bought?" "Schurka the dog," replied Martin, pointing to his new possession. Whereupon his mother became very angry and abused him roundly. He ought to be ashamed of himself, when there was scarcely a handful of meal in the house, to have spent the money on a useless brute like that. On the following day she sent him back to the town, saying, "Here, take our last 100 florin and buy provisions with them. I have just emptied the last grains of meal out of the chest and baked a bannock, but it won't last over tomorrow." Just as Martin was entering the town, he met a rough-looking peasant who was dragging a cat after him by a string which was fastened around the poor beast's neck. "Stop!" cried Martin. "Where are you dragging that poor cat?" "I mean to drown him," was the answer. "What harm has the poor beast done?" asked Martin. "It has just killed a goose," replied the peasant. "Don't drown him. Sell him to me instead," begged Martin. "Not for 100 florins," was the answer. "Surely for 100 florins you'll sell him?" said Martin. "See, here is the money." And so saying, he handed him the 100 florins, which the peasant pocketed, and Martin took possession of the cat, which was called Waska. When he reached his home, his mother greeted him with the question, "Well, what have you brought back?" "I have brought this cat, Waska," answered Martin. "And what besides?" "I had no money over to buy anything else with," replied Martin. "You useless ne'er-do-well!" exclaimed his mother in a great passion. "Leave the house at once, and go and beg your bread among strangers." And as Martin did not dare to contradict her, he called Schurka and Waska and started off with them to the nearest village in search of work. On the way he met a rich peasant who asked him where he was going. "I want to get work as a day laborer,"
he answered. "Come along with me, then. But I must tell you I engage my labourers without wages. If you serve me faithfully for a year, I promise you it shall be for your advantage."
So Martin consented, and for a year he worked diligently and served his master faithfully, not sparing himself in any way. When the day of reckoning had come, the peasant led him into a barn, and, pointing to 2 full sacks, said,
"Take whichever of these you choose."
Martin examined the contents of the sacks, and seeing that one was full of silver and the other of sand, he said to himself, there must be some trick about this. I had better take the sand. And throwing the sack over his shoulders, he started out into the world in search of fresh work. On and on he walked, and at last he reached a great gloomy wood. In the middle of the wood he came upon a meadow where a fire was burning, and in the midst of the fire, surrounded by flames, was a lovely damsel, more beautiful than anything that Martin had ever seen. And when she saw him, she called to him, "Martin, if you would win happiness, save my life. Extinguish the flames with the sand that you earned in payment of your faithful service." "Truly," thought Martin to himself, "it would be more sensible to save a fellow being's life with the sand than to drag it about on one's back, seeing what a weight it is." And forthwith he lowered the sack from his shoulders and emptied its contents on the flame, and instantly the fire was extinguished. But at the same moment, lo and behold, the lovely damsel turned into a serpent, and, darting upon him, coiled itself around his neck and whispered lovingly in his ear, "Do not be afraid of me, Martin. I love you and will go with you through the world. But first you must follow me boldly into my Father's kingdom, underneath the earth. And when we get there, remember this: he will offer you gold and silver and dazzling gems. But do not touch them. Ask him instead for the ring which he wears on his little finger, for in that ring lies a magic power. You have only to throw it from one hand to the other, and at once 12 young men will appear who will do your bidding, no matter how difficult, in a single night." So they started on their way, and after much wandering they reached a spot where a great rock rose straight up in the middle of the road. Instantly the serpent uncoiled itself from his neck, and, as it touched the damp earth, it resumed the shape of the lovely damsel. Pointing to the rock, she showed him an opening just big enough for a man to wiggle through. Passing into it, they entered a long underground passage, which led out onto a wide field, above which spread a blue sky. In the middle of the field stood a magnificent castle, built out of porphyry, with a roof of gold and with glittering battlements. And his beautiful guide told him that this was the palace in which her father lived and reigned over his kingdom in the underworld. Together they entered the palace, and were received by the king with great kindness. Turning to his daughter, he said, "My child, I had almost given up the hope of ever seeing you again. Where have you been all these years?" "My father," she replied, "I owe my life to this youth who saved me from a terrible death." Upon which the king turned to Martin with a gracious smile, saying, "I will reward your courage by granting you whatever your heart desires. Take as much gold, silver, and precious stones as you choose." "Thank you, mighty king, for your gracious offer," answered Martin, "but I do not covet either gold, silver, or precious stones. Yet if you will grant me a favor, give me, I beg, the ring from off the little finger of your royal hand. Every time my eye falls on it, I shall think of your gracious majesty, and when I marry, I shall present it to my bride." So the king took the ring from his finger and gave it to Martin, saying,
"Take it, good youth, but with it I make one condition. You are never to confide to anyone that this is a magic ring. If you do, you will straight away bring misfortune on yourself."
Martin took the ring, and, having thanked the king, he set out on the same road by which he had come down into the underworld. When he had regained the upper air, he started for his old home, and having found his mother still living in the old house where he had left her, they settled down together very happily. So uneventful was their life that it almost seemed as if it would go on this way always, without let or hindrance. But one day it suddenly came into his mind that he would like to get married, and, moreover, that he would choose a very grand wife. A king's daughter, in short. But as he did not trust himself as a wooer, he determined to send his old mother on the mission. "You must go to the king," he said to her, "and demand the hand of his lovely daughter in marriage for me." "What are you thinking of, my son?" answered the old woman, aghast at the idea. "Why cannot you marry someone in your own rank? That would be far more fitting than to send a poor old woman like me a-wooing to the king's court for the hand of a princess. Why, it is as much as our heads are worth. Neither my life nor yours would be worth anything if I went on such a fool's errand." "Never fear, little mother," answered Martin. "Trust me, all will be well. But see that you do not come back without an answer of some kind." And so, obedient to her son's behest, the old woman hobbled off to the palace, and, without being hindered, reached the courtyard, and began to mount the flight of steps leading to the royal presence chamber. At the head of the landing, rows of courtiers were collected in magnificent attire, who stared at the queer old figure, and called to her, and explained to her, with every kind of sign, that it was strictly forbidden to mount those steps. But their stern words and forbidding gestures made no impression whatsoever on the old woman, and she resolutely continued to climb the stairs, bent on carrying out her son's orders. Upon this, some of the courtiers seized her by the arms and held her back by sheer force, at which she set up such a yell that the king himself heard it, and stepped out on to the balcony to see what was the matter. When he beheld the old woman flinging her arms wildly about, and heard her scream that she would not leave the place till she had laid her case before the king, he ordered that she should be brought into his presence. And forthwith she was conducted into the golden presence chamber, where, leaning back amongst the cushions of royal purple, the king sat, surrounded by his counsellors and courtiers. Curtsying low, the old woman stood silent before him.
"Well, my good old dame, what can I do for you?" asked the king.
"I have come," replied Martin's mother, "and your majesty must not be angry with me. I have come a-wooing."
"Is this woman out of her mind?"
said the king, with an angry frown. But Martin's mother answered boldly, "If the king will only listen patiently to me, and give me a straightforward answer, he will see that I am not out of my mind. You, O king, have a lovely daughter to give in marriage. I have a son, a wooer, as clever a youth and as good a son-in-law as you will find in your whole kingdom. There is nothing that he cannot do. Now tell me, O king, plump and plain, will you give your daughter to my son as wife?" The king listened to the end of the old woman's strange request, but every moment his face grew blacker and his features sterner, till all at once he thought to himself,
"Is it worth while that I, the king, should be angry with this poor old fool?"
And all the courtiers and counsellors were amazed when they saw the hard lines round his mouth and the frown on his brow grow smooth, and heard the mild but mocking tones in which he answered the old woman, saying,
"If your son is as wonderfully clever as you say, and if there is nothing in the world that he cannot do, let him build a magnificent castle just opposite my palace windows in 24 hours. The palace must be joined together by a bridge of pure crystal. On each side of the bridge there must be growing trees, having golden and silver apples, and with birds of paradise among the branches. At the right of the bridge there must be a church, with 5 golden cupolas. In this church your son shall be wedded to my daughter, and we will keep the wedding festivities in the new castle. But if he fails to execute this my royal command, then, as a just but mild monarch, I shall give orders that you and he are taken, and first dipped in tar, and then in feathers, and you shall be executed in the marketplace for the entertainment of my courtiers."
And a smile played around the king's lips as he finished speaking, and his courtiers and councillors shook with laughter when they thought of the old woman's folly, and praised the king's wise device, and said to each other, "What a joke it will be when we see the pair of them tarred and feathered! The son is just as able to grow a beard on the palm of his hand as to execute such a task in 24 hours." Now the poor old woman was mortally afraid, and, in a trembling voice, she asked, "Is that really your royal will, O king? Must I take this order to my poor son?"
"Yes, old dame, such is my command. If your son carries out my order, he shall be rewarded with my daughter. But if he fails, away to the tar barrel and the stake with you both."
On her way home the poor old woman shed bitter tears, and when she saw Martin she told him what the king had said, and sobbed out, "Didn't I tell you, my son, that you should marry someone of your own rank? It would have been better for us this day if you had. As I told you, my going to court has been as much as our lives are worth, and now we will both be tarred and feathered and burnt in the public marketplace. It is terrible." And she moaned and cried. "Never fear, little mother," answered Martin. "Trust me, and you will see all will be well. You may go to sleep with a quiet mind." And, stepping to the front of the hut, Martin threw his ring from the palm of one hand into the other, upon which 12 youths instantly appeared, and demanded what he wanted them to do. Then he told them the king's commands, and they answered that by next morning all should be accomplished exactly as the king had ordered. Next morning, when the king awoke and looked out of his window, to his amazement he beheld a magnificent castle just opposite his own palace, and joined to it a bridge of pure crystal. At each side of the bridge trees were growing, from whose branches hung golden and silver apples, among which birds of paradise perched. At the right, gleaming in the sun, were the 5 golden cupolas of a splendid church, whose bells rang out as if they would summon people from all corners of the earth to come and behold the wonder. Now, though the king would much rather have seen his future son-in-law tarred, feathered, and burnt at the stake, he remembered his royal oath, and had to make the best of a bad business. So he took heart of grace, and made Martin a duke, and gave his daughter a rich dowry, and prepared the grandest wedding feast that had ever been seen, so that to this day the old people in the country still talk of it. After the wedding, Martin and his royal bride went to dwell in the magnificent new palace, and here Martin lived in the greatest comfort and luxury, such luxury as he had never imagined. But though he was as happy as the day was long, and as merry as a grig, the king's daughter fretted all day, thinking of the indignity that had been done her in making her marry Martin, the poor widow's son, instead of a rich young prince from a foreign country. So unhappy was she that she spent all her time wondering how she would get rid of her undesirable husband. And first she determined to learn the secret of his power, and with flattering, caressing words she tried to coax him to tell her how he was so clever that there was nothing in the world that he could not do. At first he would tell her nothing, but once, when he was in a yielding mood, she approached him with a winning smile on her lovely face, and, speaking flattering words to him, she gave him a potion to drink, with a sweet, strong taste. And when he had drunk it, Martin's lips were unsealed, and he told her that all his power lay in the magic ring that he wore on his finger, and he described to her how to use it, and, still speaking, he fell into a deep sleep. And when she saw that the potion had worked, and that he was sound asleep, the Princess took the magic ring from his finger, and, going into the courtyard, she threw it from the palm of one hand into the other. On the instant the 12 youths appeared, and asked her what she commanded them to do. Then she told them that by the next morning they were to do away with the castle, and the bridge, and the church, and put in their stead the humble hut in which Martin used to live with his mother, and that while she slept her husband was to be carried to his old lowly room, and that they were to bear her away to the utmost ends of the earth, where an old king lived who would make her welcome in his palace, and surround her with the state that befitted a royal princess. "You shall be obeyed," answered the 12 youths at the same moment, and lo and behold, the following morning, when the king awoke and looked out of his window, he beheld to his amazement that the palace, bridge, church, and trees had all vanished, and there was nothing in their place but a bare, miserable-looking hut. Immediately the king sent for his son-in-law, and commanded him to explain what had happened. But Martin looked at his royal father-in-law and answered never a word. Then the king was very angry, and, calling a council together, he charged Martin with having been guilty of witchcraft, and of having deceived the king, and having made away with the princess, and he was condemned to imprisonment in a high stone tower, with neither meat nor drink, till he should die of starvation. Then, in the hour of his dire necessity, his old friends Schurka, the dog, and Waska, the cat, remembered how Martin had once saved them from a cruel death, and they took counsel together as to how they should help him. And Schurka growled, and was of the opinion that he would like to tear everyone to pieces, but Waska purred meditatively, and scratched the back of her ear with a velvet paw, and remained lost in thought. At the end of a few minutes she had made up her mind, and, turning to Schurka, said, "Let us go together into the town, and the moment we meet a baker, you must make a rush between his legs and upset the tray from off his head. I will lay hold of the rolls, and will carry them off to our master." No sooner said than done. Together the 2 faithful creatures trotted off into the town, and very soon they met a baker bearing a tray on his head, and looking round on all sides, while he cried out, "Fresh rolls, sweet cake, fancy bread of every kind, come and buy, come and take, sure you'll find it to your mind." At that moment Schurka made a rush between his legs, the baker stumbled, the tray was upset, the rolls fell to the ground, and, while the man angrily pursued Schurka, Waska managed to drag the rolls out of sight behind a bush. And when a moment later Schurka joined her, they set off at full tilt to the stone tower where Martin was a prisoner, taking the rolls with them. Waska, being very agile, climbed up by the outside to the gated window, and called in an anxious voice, "Are you alive, master?" "Scarcely alive. Almost starved to death," answered Martin in a weak voice. "I little thought it would come to this, that I should die of hunger." "Never fear, dear master. Schurka and I will look after you," said Waska, and in another moment she had climbed down and brought him back a roll, and then another, and another, till she had brought him the whole tray-load, upon which she said, "Dear master, Schurka and I are going off to a distant kingdom at the utmost ends of the earth to fetch you back your magic ring. You must be careful that the rolls last till our return." And Waska took leave of her beloved master, and set off with Schurka on their journey. On and on they travelled, looking always to right and left for traces of the princess, following up every track, making inquiries of every cat and dog they met, listening to the talk of every wayfarer they passed, and at last they heard that the kingdom at the utmost ends of the earth, where the 12 youths had borne the princess, was not very far off. And at last one day they reached that distant kingdom, and, going at once to the palace, they began to make friends with all the cats and dogs in the place, and to question them about the princess and the magic ring, but no one could tell them much about either. Now one day it chanced that Waska had gone down to the palace cellar to hunt for mice and rats, and, seeing an especially fat, well-fed mouse, she pounced upon it, buried her claws in its soft fur, and was just going to gobble it up, when she was stopped by the pleading tones of the little creature, saying, "If you will only spare my life, I may be of great service to you. I will do everything in my power for you, for I am the king of the mice, and if I perish the whole race will die out." "So be it," said Waska. "I will spare your life, but in return you must do something for me. In this castle there lives a princess, the wicked wife of my dear master. She has stolen away his magic ring. You must get it away from her at whatever cost. Do you hear? Till you have done this, I will not take my claws out of your fur." "Good," replied the mouse. "I will do what you ask." And so saying, he summoned all the mice in his kingdom together, a countless number of mice, small and big, brown and grey, assembled, and formed a circle around their king, who was a prisoner under Waska's claws. Turning to them, he said, "Dear and faithful subjects, whoever among you will steal the magic ring from the strange princess will release me from a cruel death, and I shall honour him above all the other mice in the kingdom." Instantly a teeny mouse stepped forward and said, "I often creep about the princess's bedroom at night, and I have noticed that she has a ring which she treasures as the apple of her eye. All day she wears it on her finger, and at night she keeps it in her mouth. I will undertake, sire, to steal away the ring for you." And the teeny mouse tripped away into the bedroom of the princess and waited for nightfall. Then, when the princess had fallen asleep, it crept up onto her bed and gnawed a hole in the pillow, through which it dragged one by one little down feathers, and threw them under the princess's nose. And the fluff flew into the princess's nose and into her mouth, and starting up she sneezed and coughed, and the ring fell out of her mouth onto the coverlet. In a flash the teeny mouse had seized it and brought it to Waska as a ransom for the king of the mice. Whereupon Waska and Schurka started off and travelled night and day till they reached the stone tower where Martin was imprisoned, and the cat climbed up the window and called out to him, "Martin, dear master, are you still alive?" "Ah, Waska, my faithful little cat, is that you?" replied a weak voice. "I am dying of hunger. For 3 days I have not tasted food." "Be of good heart, dear master," replied Waska. "From this day forth you will know nothing but happiness and prosperity. If this were a moment to trouble you with riddles, I would make you guess what Schurka and I have brought you back. Only think, we have got your ring." At these words Martin's joy knew no bounds, and he stroked her fondly, and she rubbed up against him and purred happily, while below Schurka bounded in the air and barked joyfully. Then Martin took the ring, threw it from one hand into the other, and instantly the 12 youths appeared and asked what they were to do. "Fetch me first something to eat and drink as quickly as possible, and after that bring musicians hither, and let us have music all day long." Now when the people in the town and palace heard music Coming from the tower, they were filled with amazement, and came to the king with the news that witchcraft must be going on in Martin's tower, for, instead of dying of starvation, he was seemingly making merry to the sound of music, and to the clatter of plates and glass and knives and forks. And the music was so enchantingly sweet that all the passers-by stood still to listen to it. On this the king sent at once a messenger to the Starvation Tower, and he was so astonished with what he saw that he remained rooted to the spot. Then the king sent his chief counselors, and they too were transfixed with wonder. At last the king came himself, and he likewise was spellbound by the beauty of the music. Then Martin summoned the 12 youths, spoke to them, saying, "Bring up my castle again, and join it to the king's palace with a crystal bridge. Do not forget the trees with the golden and silver apples, with the birds of paradise in the branches, and put back the church with the 5 cupolas, and let the bells ring out, summoning the people from the 4 corners of the kingdom. And one more thing, bring back my faithless wife, and lead her into the women's chamber." And it was all done as he commanded, and, leaving the Starvation Tower, he took the king, his father-in-law, by the arm, and led him into the new palace, where the princess sat in fear and trembling, awaiting her death. And Martin spoke to the king, saying, "King and royal father, I have suffered much at the hands of your daughter. What punishment shall be dealt to her?" Then the mild king answered, "Beloved prince and son-in-law, if you love me, let your anger be turned to grace. Forgive my daughter, and restore her to your heart and favor." And Martin's heart was softened, and he forgave his wife, and they lived happily together ever after. And his old mother came and lived with him, and he never parted with Schurka and Waska. And I need hardly tell you that he never again let the ring out of his possession. End of chapter 28. Recording by Jennifer Hilo, Hawaii.
Chapter 29 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 29, The Flower Queen's Daughter. From the Buco Winier von Wiliolaki. A young prince was riding one day through a meadow that stretched for miles in front of him, when he came to a deep open ditch. He was turning aside to avoid it when he heard the sound of someone crying in the ditch. He dismounted from his horse and stepped along in the direction the sound came from. To his astonishment, he found an old woman who begged him to help her out of the ditch. The prince bent down and lifted her out of her living grave, asking her at the same time how she had managed to get there. "My son," answered the old woman, "I am a very poor woman, and soon after midnight I set out for the neighboring town in order to sell my eggs in the market on the following morning. But I lost my way in the dark, and fell into this deep ditch, where I might have remained forever but for your kindness." Then the prince said to her, "You can hardly walk. I will put you on my horse and lead you home. Where do you live?" "Over there, at the edge of the forest, in the little hut you see in the distance," replied the old woman. The prince lifted her onto his horse, and soon they reached the hut, where the old woman got down, and turning to the prince said, "Just wait a moment, and I will give you something." And she disappeared into her hut, but returned very soon and said, "You are a mighty prince, but at the same time you have a kind heart, which deserves to be rewarded. Would you like to have the most beautiful woman in the world for your wife?" "Most certainly I would," replied the prince. So the old woman continued, The most beautiful woman in the world is the daughter of the Queen of the Flowers, who has been captured by a dragon. If you wish to marry her, you must first set her free, and this I will help you to do. I will give you this little bell. If you ring it once, the King of the Eagles will appear. If you ring it twice, the King of the Foxes will come to you. And if you ring it 3 times, you will see the King of the Fishes by your side. These will help you if you are in any difficulty. Now farewell, and heaven prosper your undertaking." She handed him the little bell, and there disappeared hut and all, as though the earth had swallowed her up. Then it dawned on the prince that he had been speaking to a good fairy, and putting the little bell carefully in his pocket, he rode home and told his father that he meant to set the daughter of the Flower Queen free, and intended setting out on the following day into the wide world in search of the maid. So the next morning the prince mounted his fine horse and left his home. He had roamed round the world for a whole year, and his horse had died of exhaustion, while he himself had suffered much from want and misery, but still he had come on no trace of her he was in search of. At last one day he came to a hut, in front of which sat a very old man. The prince asked him, "Do you not know where the dragon lives who keeps the daughter of the Flower Queen prisoner?" "No, I do not," answered the old man. "But if you go straight along this road for a year, you will reach a hut where my father lives, and possibly he may be able to tell you." The prince thanked him for his information, and continued his journey for a whole year along the same road, and at the end of it came to the little hut where he found a very old man. He asked him the same question, and the old man answered, "No, I do not know where the dragon lives, but go straight along this road for another year, and you will come to a hut in which my father lives. I know he can help you." And so the prince wandered on for another year, always on the same road, and at last reached the hut where he found the third old man. He put the same question to him as he had put to his son and grandson, but this time the old man answered, "The dragon lives up there on the mountain, and he has just begun his year of sleep. For 1 whole year he is always awake, and the next he sleeps. But if you wish to see the Flower Queen's daughter, go up the second mountain. The dragon's old mother lives there, and she has a ball every night, to which the Flower Queen's daughter goes regularly." So the prince went up the second mountain, where he found a castle all made of gold, with diamond windows. He opened the big gate leading into the courtyard, and was just going to walk in, when 7 dragons rushed on him and asked him what he wanted. The prince replied, "I have heard so much of the beauty and kindness of the dragon's mother, and would like to enter her service." This flattering speech pleased the dragons, and the eldest of them said, "Well, you may come with me, and I will take you to the mother dragon." They entered the castle and walked through 12 splendid halls, all made of gold and diamonds. In the 12th room they found the mother dragon seated on a diamond throne. She was the ugliest woman under the sun, and, added to it all, she had 3 heads. Her appearance was a great shock to the prince, and so was her voice, which was like the croaking of many ravens. She asked him, "Why have you come here?" The prince answered at once, "I have heard so much of your beauty and kindness that I would very much like to enter your service." "Very well," said the mother dragon, "but if you wish to enter my service, you must first lead my mare out to the meadow and look after her for 3 days. But if you don't bring her home safely every evening, we will eat you up." The Prince undertook the task and led the mare out to the meadow. But no sooner had they reached the grass than she vanished. The Prince sought her in vain, and at last in despair sat down on a big stone and contemplated his sad fate. As he sat thus, lost in thought, he noticed an eagle flying over his head. Then he suddenly bethought him of his little bell, and taking it out of his pocket, he rang it once. In a moment he heard a rustling sound in the air beside him, and the King of the Eagles sank at his feet.
"I know what you want of me," the bird said. "You are looking for the mother dragon's mare who is galloping about among the clouds. I will summon all the eagles of the air together, and order them to catch the mare and bring her to you."
And with these words the King of the Eagles flew away. Towards evening the Prince heard a mighty rushing sound in the air, and when he looked up he saw thousands of eagles driving the mare before them. They sank at his feet on to the ground and gave the mare over to him. Then the Prince rode home to the old mother dragon, who was full of wonder when she saw him, and said,
"You have succeeded today in looking after my mare, and as a reward you shall come to my ball tonight."
She gave him at the same time a cloak made of copper, and led him to a big room where several young he-dragons and she-dragons were dancing together. Here, too, was the Flower Queen's beautiful daughter. Her dress was woven out of the most lovely flowers in the world, and her complexion was like lilies and roses. As the Prince was dancing with her, he managed to whisper in her ear, "I have come to set you free." Then the beautiful girl said to him, "If you succeed in bringing the mare back safely the third day, ask the mother dragon to give you a foal of the mare as a reward." The ball came to an end at midnight, and early next morning the Prince again led the mother dragon's mare out into the meadow, but again she vanished before his eyes. Then he took out his little bell and rang it twice. In a moment the King of the Foxes stood before him and said, "I already know what you want, and I will summon all the foxes of the world together to find the mare who has hidden herself in a hill." With these words the King of the Foxes disappeared, and in the evening many thousand foxes brought the mare to the Prince. Then he rode home to the mother dragon, from whom he received this time a cloak made of silver, and again she led him to the ballroom. The Flower Queen's daughter was delighted to see him safe and sound, and when they were dancing together she whispered in his ear, "If you succeed again tomorrow, wait for me with the foal in the meadow. After the ball we will fly away together." On the third day the Prince led the mare to the meadow again, but once more she vanished before his eyes. Then the Prince took out his little bell and rang it 3 times. In a moment the King of the Fishes appeared, and said to him, "I know quite well what you want me to do, and I will summon all the fishes of the sea together, and tell them to bring you back the mare who is hiding herself in a river." Towards evening the mare was returned to him, and when he led her home to the mother dragon, she said to him,
"You are a brave youth, and I will make you my body servant. But what shall I give you as a reward to begin with?"
The Prince begged for a foal of the mare, which the mother dragon at once gave him, and over and above a cloak made of gold, for she had fallen in love with him because he had praised her beauty. So in the evening he appeared at the ball in his golden cloak, but before the entertainment was over he slipped away and went straight to the stables, where he mounted his foal and rode out into the meadow to wait for the Flower Queen's daughter. Towards midnight the beautiful girl appeared, and placing her in front of him on his horse, the Prince and she flew like the wind till they reached the Flower Queen's dwelling. But the dragons had noticed their flight, and woke their brother out of his year's sleep. He flew into a terrible rage when he heard what had happened, and determined to lay siege to the Flower Queen's palace. But the Queen caused a forest of flowers as high as the sky to grow up round her dwelling, through which no one could force a way. When the Flower Queen heard that her daughter wanted to marry the Prince, she said to him, I will give my consent to your marriage gladly, but my daughter can only stay with you in summer. In winter, when everything is dead and the ground covered with snow, she must come and live with me in my palace underground." The Prince consented to this, and led his beautiful bride home, where the wedding was held with great pomp and magnificence. The young couple lived happily together till winter came, when the Flower Queen's daughter departed and went home to her mother. In summer she returned to her husband, and their life of joy and happiness began again, and lasted till the approach of winter, when the Flower Queen's daughter went back again to her mother. This coming and going continued all her life long, and in spite of it, they always lived happily together. End of chapter 29. Recording by Jennifer Hilo, Hawaii.
Chapter 30 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Stinson. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 30, The Flying Ship. The Flying Ship, from the Russian. Once upon a time there lived an old couple who had 3 sons. The 2 elder were clever, but the third was a regular dunce. The clever sons were very fond of their mother, gave her good clothes, and always spoke pleasantly to her. But the youngest was always getting in her way, and she had no patience with him. Now, one day it was announced in the village that the king had issued a decree offering his daughter, the princess, in marriage to whoever should build a ship that could fly. Immediately the 2 elder brothers determined to try their luck, and asked their parents' blessing. So the old mothers smartened up their clothes, and gave them a store of provisions for their journey, not forgetting to add a bottle of brandy. When they had gone, the poor simpleton began to tease his mother to smarten him up, and let him start off. "What would become of a dolt like you?" she answered. "Why, you would be eaten up by wolves." But the foolish youth kept repeating, "I will go, I will go, I will go." Seeing that she could do nothing with him, the mother gave him a crust of bread and a bottle of water, and took no further heed of him. So the simpleton set off on his way. When he had gone a short distance, he met a little old mannikin. They greeted one another, and the mannikin asked him where he was going. "I am off to the king's court," he answered. "He has promised to give his daughter to whoever can make a flying ship." "And can you make such a ship?" "Not I." "Then why in the world are you going?" "Can't tell," replied the simpleton. "Well, if that is the case," said the mannikin, "sit down beside me. We can rest for a little and have something to eat. Give me what you have got in your satchel." Now the poor simpleton was ashamed to show what was in it. However, he thought it best not to make a fuss, so he opened the satchel, and could scarcely believe his own eyes. For instead of the hard crust, he saw 2 beautiful fresh rolls and some cold meat. He shared them with the mannikin, who licked his lips and said, "Now go into that wood and stop in front of the first tree. Bow 3 times, and then strike the tree with your axe. Fall on your knees on the ground, with your face on the earth, and remain there till you are raised up. You will then find a ship at your side. Step into it and fly to the king's palace. If you meet anyone along the way, take him with you." The simpleton thanked the mannikin very kindly, bade him farewell, and went into the road. When he got to the first tree, he stopped in front of it, did everything just as he had been told, and, kneeling on the ground with his face to the earth, fell asleep. After a little time he was aroused. He awoke, and, rubbing his eyes, saw a ready-made ship at his side, and at once got into it. And the ship rose and rose, and in another minute was flying through the air, when the simpleton, who was on the lookout, cast his eyes down to the earth, and saw a man beneath him on the road, who was kneeling with his ear upon the damp ground. "Hallo!" he cried out. "What are you doing down there?" "I am listening to what is going on in the world," replied the man. "Come with me in my ship," said the simpleton. So the man was only too glad, and got in beside him. And the ship flew and flew and flew through the air, till again from his outlook the simpleton saw a man on the road below, who was hopping on one leg, while his other leg was tied up behind his ear. So he hailed him, calling out, "Hello! What are you doing, hopping on one leg?" "I can't help it," replied the man. "I walk so fast that unless I tied up one leg I should be at the end of the earth in a bound." "Come with us on my ship," he answered, and the man made no objections, but joined them. And the ship flew on and on and on, till suddenly the simpleton, looking down on the road below, beheld a man aiming a gun into the distance. "Hello!" he shouted to him. "What are you aiming at? As far as I can see, there is no bird in sight." "What would be the good of my taking a near shot?" replied the man. "I can hit beast or bird at 100 miles distance. That is the kind of shot I enjoy." "Come into the ship with us," answered the simpleton, and the man was only too glad to join them, and he got in, and the ship flew on farther and farther, till again the simpleton from his outlook saw a man on the road below, carrying on his back a basketful of bread, and he waved to him, calling out, "Hello! Where are you going?" "To fetch bread for my breakfast." "Bread? Why, you have got a whole basket load of it on your back." "That's nothing," answered the man. "I should finish that in one mouthful." "Come along with us in my ship, then." And so the glutton joined the party, and the ship mounted again into the air, and flew up and onward, till the simpleton from his outlook saw a man walking by the shore of a great lake, and evidently looking for something. "Hello!" he cried to him. "What are you seeking?" "I want water to drink. I'm so thirsty," replied the man. "Well, there's a whole lake in front of you. Why don't you drink some of that?" "Do you call that enough?" answered the other. "Why, I should drink it up in one gulp." "Well, come with us in the ship." And so the mighty drinker was added to the company, and the ship flew farther and even farther, till again the simpleton looked out, and this time he saw a man dragging a bundle of wood, walking through the forest beneath them. "Hello!" he shouted to him. "Why are you carrying wood through a forest?" "This is not common wood," answered the other. "What sort of wood is it, then?" said the simpleton. "If you throw it upon the ground," said the man, "it will be changed into an army of soldiers." "Come into the ship with us, then." And so he too joined them, and away the ship flew on and on and on, and once more the simpleton looked out, and this time he saw a man carrying straw upon his back. "Hello! Where are you carrying that straw to?" "To the village," said the man. "Do you mean to say there is no straw in the village?" "Ah, but this is quite a peculiar straw. If you strew it about, even in the hottest summer, the air at once becomes cold, and snow falls, and the people freeze." Then the simpleton asked him also to join them. At last the ship, with its strange crew, arrived at the king's court. The king was having his dinner, but he at once dispatched one of his courtiers to find out what the huge, strange new bird could be that had come flying through the air. The courtier peeped into the ship, and, seeing what it was, instantly went back to the king and told him that it was a flying ship, and that it was manned by a few peasants. Then the king remembered his royal oath, but he made up his mind that he would never consent to let the princess marry a poor peasant. So he thought, and then said to himself, "I will give him some impossible tasks to perform. That will be the best way of getting rid of him." And he there and then decided to dispatch one of his courtiers to the simpleton, with the command that he was to fetch the king the healing water from the world's end before he had finished his dinner. But while the king was still instructing the courtier exactly what he was to say, the first man of the ship's company, the one with the miraculous power of hearing, had overheard the king's words, and hastily reported them to the poor simpleton. "Alas, alas!" he cried. "What am I to do now? It would take me quite a year, possibly my whole life, to find the water." "Never fear," said his fleet-footed comrade. "I will fetch what the king wants." Just then the courtier arrived, bearing the king's command. "Tell his majesty," said the simpleton, "that his orders shall be obeyed." And forthwith the swift runner unbound the foot that was strung up behind his ear, and started off, and in less than no time had reached the world's end, and drawn the healing water from the well. "Dear me," he thought to himself, "that's rather tiring. I'll just rest for a few minutes. It will be some little time yet before the king has got to dessert." So he threw himself down on the grass, and, as the sun was very dazzling, he closed his eyes, and in a few seconds had fallen sound asleep. In the meantime, all the ship's crew were anxiously awaiting him. The king's dinner would soon be finished, and their comrade had not yet returned. So the man with the marvellous quick hearing lay down, and putting his ear to the ground, listened. "That's a nice sort of fellow," he suddenly exclaimed. "He's lying on the ground, snoring hard." At this the marksman seized his gun, took aim, and fired in the direction of the world's end, in order to awaken the sluggard. And a moment later the swift runner reappeared, and stepping on board the ship, handed the healing water to the simpleton. So, while the king was still sitting at table finishing his dinner, news was brought to him that his orders had been obeyed to the letter. What was to be done now? The king determined to think of a still more impossible task. So he told another courtier to go to the simpleton with the command that he and his comrades were instantly to eat up 12 oxen and 12 tons of bread. Once more the sharp-eared comrade overheard the king's words while he was still talking to the courtier, and reported them to the simpleton. "Alas, alas," he sighed, "what in the world shall I do? Why, it would take us a year, possibly our whole lives, to eat up 12 oxen and 12 tons of bread." "Never fear," said the glutton. "It will be scarcely enough for me, I'm so hungry." So, when the courtier arrived with the royal message, he was told to take back word to the king that his orders should be obeyed. Then 12 roasted oxen and 12 tons of bread were brought alongside of the ship, and at one sitting the glutton had devoured it all. "I call that a small meal," he said. "I wish they'd brought me some more." Next, the king ordered that 40 casks of wine, containing 40 gallons each, were to be drunk up on the spot by the simpleton and his party. When these words were overheard by the sharp-eared comrade and repeated to the simpleton, he was in despair. "Alas, alas," he exclaimed, "what is to be done? It would take us a year, possibly our whole lives, to drink so much." "Never fear," said his thirsty comrade. "I'll drink it all up at a gulp. See if I don't." And sure enough, when the 40 casks of wine, containing 40 gallons each, were brought alongside of the ship, they disappeared down the thirsty comrade's throat in no time, and when they were empty he remarked, "Why, I'm still thirsty. I should have been glad of 2 more casks." Then the king took counsel with himself, and sent an order to the simpleton that he was to have a bath in a bathroom at the royal palace, and after that the betrothal should take place. Now the bathroom was built of iron, and the king gave orders that it was to be heated to such a pitch that it would suffocate the simpleton. And so, when the poor silly youth entered the room, he discovered that the iron walls were red hot. But fortunately his comrade with the straw on his back had entered behind him, and when the door was shut upon them he scattered the straw about, and suddenly the red-hot walls cooled down, and it became so very cold that the simpleton could scarcely bear to take a bath, and all the water in the room froze. So the simpleton climbed up upon the stove, and, wrapping himself up in the bath blankets, lay there the whole night. And in the morning, when they opened the door, there he lay, sound and safe, singing cheerfully to himself. Now, when this strange tale was told to the king, he became quite sad, not knowing what he should do to get rid of so undesirable a son-in-law, when suddenly a brilliant idea occurred to him. "Tell the rascal to raise me an army, now, at this instant," he exclaimed to one of his courtiers. "Inform him at once of this, my royal will." And to himself he added, "I think I shall do for him this time." As on former occasions, the quick-eared comrade had overheard the king's command, and repeated it to the simpleton. "Alas, alas," he groaned, "now I am quite done for." "Not at all," replied one of his comrades, the one who had dragged the bundle of wood through the forest. "Have you quite forgotten me?" In the meantime the courtier, who had run all the way from the palace, reached the ship, panting and breathless, and delivered the king's message. "Good," remarked the simpleton. "I will raise an army for the king," and he drew himself up. "But if, after that, the king refuses to accept me as his son-in-law, I will wage war against him, and carry the princess off by force." During the night the simpleton and his comrade went together into a big field, not forgetting to take the bundle of wood with them, which the man spread out in all directions, and in a moment a mighty army stood upon the spot, regiment on regiment of foot and horse soldiers. The bugles sounded and the drums beat, the chargers neighed, and their riders put their lances in rest, and the soldiers presented arms. In the morning, when the king awoke, he was startled by these warlike sounds, the bugles and the drums, and the clatter of the horses, and the shouts of the soldiers. And stepping to the window, he saw the lances gleam in the sunlight, and the armor and weapons glitter. And the proud monarch said to himself, "I am powerless in comparison with this man." So he sent him royal robes and costly jewels, and commanded him to come to the palace to be married to the princess. And his son-in-law put on the royal robes, and he looked so grand and stately that it was impossible to recognize the poor simpleton, so changed was he. And the princess fell in love with him as soon as ever she saw him. Never before had so grand a wedding been seen, and there was so much food and wine that even the glutton and the thirsty comrade had enough to eat and drink. End of chapter 30. Recording by Craig Stinson, Bloomington, Indiana.
Chapter 31 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Cricket. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 31. The Snow Daughter and the Fire Son. From the Bukowina Tales and Legends. Von Vliolocki. There was once upon a time a man and his wife, and they had no children, which was a great grief to them. One winter's day, when the sun was shining brightly, the couple were standing outside their cottage, and the woman was looking at all the little icicles which hung from the roof. She sighed, and turning to her husband said, "I wish I had as many children as there are icicles hanging there." "Nothing would please me more either," replied her husband. Then a tiny icicle detached itself from the roof and dropped into the woman's mouth, who swallowed it with a smile and said, "Perhaps I shall give birth to a snow child now." Her husband laughed at his wife's strange idea, and they went back into the house. But after a short time the woman gave birth to a little girl, who was as white as snow and as cold as ice. If they brought the child anywhere near the fire, it screamed loudly till they put it back into some cool place. The little maid throve wonderfully, and in a few months she could run about and speak. But she was not altogether easy to bring up, and gave her parents much trouble and anxiety, for all summer she insisted on spending in the cellar, and in the winter she would sleep outside in the snow, and the colder it was, the happier she seemed to be. Her father and mother called her simply our Snow Daughter, and this name stuck to her all her life. One day her parents sat by the fire, talking over the extraordinary behaviour of their daughter, who was disporting herself in the snowstorm that raged outside. The woman sighed deeply and said, "I wish I had given birth to a fire son." As she said these words, a spark from the big wood fire flew into the woman's lap, and she said with a laugh, "Now perhaps I shall give birth to a fire son." The man laughed at his wife's words, and thought it was a good joke. But he ceased to think it a joke when his wife shortly afterwards gave birth to a boy, who screamed lustily till he was put quite close to the fire, and who nearly yelled himself into a fit if the Snow Daughter came anywhere near him. The Snow Daughter herself avoided him as much as she could, and always crept into a corner as far away from him as possible. The parents called the boy simply our Fire Son, a name which stuck to him all his life. They had a great deal of trouble and worry with him too, but he throve and grew very quickly, and before he was a year old he could run about and talk. He was as red as fire, and as hot to touch, and he always sat on the hearth quite close to the fire, and complained of the cold. If his sister were in the room he almost crept into the flames, while the girl on her part always complained of the great heat if her brother were anywhere near. In summer the boy always lay out in the sun, while the girl hid herself in the cellar. So it happened that the brother and sister came very little into contact with each other. In fact, they carefully avoided it. Just as the girl grew up into a beautiful woman, her father and mother both died, one after the other. Then the Fire Son, who had grown up in the meantime into a fine, strong young man, said to his sister, "I am going out into the world, for what is the use of remaining on here?" "I shall go with you," she answered, "for except you I have no one in the world, and I have a feeling that if we set out together we shall be lucky." The Fire Son said, "I love you with all my heart, but at the same time I always freeze if you are near me, and you nearly die of heat if I approach you. How shall we travel about together without being odious the one to the other?" "Don't worry about that," replied the girl, "for I've thought it all over, and have settled on a plan which will make us each able to bear with the other. See, I have had a fur cloak made for each of us, and if we put them on, I shall not feel the heat so much, nor you the cold." So they put on the fur cloaks, and set out cheerfully on their way, and for the first time in their lives quite happy in each other's company. For a long time the Fire Son and the Snow Daughter wandered through the world, and when at the beginning of winter they came to a big wood, they determined to stay there till spring. The Fire Son built himself a hut where he always kept up a huge fire, while his sister, with very few clothes on, stayed outside night and day. Now it happened one day that the king of the land held a hunt in this wood, and saw the Snow Daughter wandering about in the open air. He wondered very much who the beautiful girl clad in such garments could be, and he stopped and spoke to her. He soon learned that she could not stand heat, and that her brother could not endure cold. The king was so charmed by the Snow Daughter that he asked her to be his wife. The girl consented, and the wedding was held with much state. The king had a huge house of ice made for his wife underground, so that even in summer it did not melt. But for his brother-in-law he had a house built with huge ovens all round it, that were kept heated all day and night. The Fire Son was delighted, but the perpetual heat in which he lived made his body so hot that it was dangerous to go too close to him. One day the king gave a great feast, and asked his brother-in-law among the other guests. The Fire Son did not appear till every one had assembled, and when he did, every one fled outside to the open air, so intense was the heat he gave forth. Then the king was very angry, and said, "If I had known what a lot of trouble you would have been, I would never have taken you into my house." Then the Fire Son replied with a laugh, "Don't be angry, dear brother. I love heat, and my sister loves cold. Come here and let me embrace you, and then I'll go home at once." And before the king had time to reply, the Fire Son seized him in a tight embrace. The king screamed aloud in agony, and when his wife, the Snow Daughter, who had taken refuge from her brother in the next room, hurried to him, the king lay dead on the ground, burned to a cinder. When the Snow Daughter saw this, she turned on her brother and flew at him. Then a fight began, the like of which had never been seen on earth. When the people, attracted by the noise, hurried to the spot, they saw the Snow Daughter melting into water, and the Fire Son burned to a cinder. And so ended the unhappy brother and sister. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Yellow Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 32. The Story of King Frost. There was once upon a time a peasant woman who had a daughter and a stepdaughter. The daughter had her own way in everything, and whatever she did was right in her mother's eyes. But the poor stepdaughter had a hard time. Let her do what she would, she was always blamed, and got small thanks for all the trouble she took. Nothing was right, everything wrong, and yet, if the truth were known, the girl was worth her weight in gold. She was so unselfish and good-hearted. But her stepmother did not like her, and the poor girl's days were spent in weeping, for it was impossible to live peacefully with a woman. The wicked shrew was determined to get rid of the girl by fair means or foul, and kept saying to her father, "Send her away, old man, send her away. Anywhere, so that my eyes shan't be plagued any longer by the sight of her, or my ears tormented by the sound of her voice. Send her out into the fields, and let the cutting frost do for her." In vain did the poor old father weep and implore her pity. She was firm, and he dared not gainsay her. So he placed his daughter in a sledge, not even daring to give her a horsecloth to keep herself warm with, and drove her out on the bare, open fields, where he kissed her and left her, driving home as fast as he could, that he might not witness her miserable death. Deserted by her father, the poor girl sat down under a fir tree at the edge of the forest, and began to weep silently. Suddenly she heard a faint sound. It was King Frost springing from tree to tree, and cracking his fingers as he went. At length he reached the fir tree beneath which she was sitting, and with a crisp crackling sound he alighted beside her, and looked at her lovely face. "Well, maiden," he snapped out, "do you know who I am? I am King Frost, King of the Red-Noses." "All hail to you, great King," answered the girl in a gentle, trembling voice. "Have you come to take me?" "Are you warm, maiden?" he replied. "Quite warm, King Frost," she answered, though she shivered as she spoke. Then King Frost stooped down and bent over the girl, and the crackling sound grew louder, and the air seemed to be full of knives and darts, and again he asked, "Maiden, are you warm? Are you warm, you beautiful girl?" And though her breath was almost frozen on her lips, she whispered gently, "Quite warm, King Frost." Then King Frost gnashed his teeth and cracked his fingers, and his eyes sparkled, and the crackling crisp sound was louder than ever, and for the last time he asked her, "Maiden, are you still warm? Are you still warm, little love?" And the poor girl was so stiff and numb that she could just gasp, "Still warm, O King." Now her gentle, courteous words and her uncomplaining ways touched King Frost, and he had pity on her, and he wrapped her up in furs and covered her with blankets, and he fetched a great box in which were beautiful jewels and a rich robe embroidered in gold and silver. And she put it on and looked more lovely than ever, and King Frost stepped with her into his sledge with 6 white horses. In the meantime the wicked stepmother was waiting at home for news of the girl's death, and preparing pancakes for the funeral feast. And she said to her husband, "Old man, you had better go out into the fields and find your daughter's body, and bury her." Just as the old man was leaving the house, the little dog under the table began to bark, saying, "Your daughter shall live to be your delight. Her daughter shall die this very night." "Hold your tongue, you foolish beast!" scolded the woman. "There's a pancake for you, but you must say, 'Her daughter shall have much silver and gold. His daughter is frozen quite stiff and cold.'" But the doggie ate up the pancake and barked, saying, "His daughter shall wear a crown on her head. Her daughter shall die unwooed, unwed." Then the old woman tried to coax the doggie with more pancakes and to terrify it with blows, but he barked on, always repeating the same words. And suddenly the door creaked and flew open, and a great heavy chest was pushed in, and behind it came the stepdaughter, radiant and beautiful, in a dress all glittering with silver and gold. For a moment the stepmother's eyes were dazzled. Then she called to her husband, "Old man, yoke the horses at once into the sledge, and take my daughter to the same field, and leave her on the same spot exactly." And so the old man took the girl and left her beneath the same tree where he had parted from his daughter. In a few minutes King Frost came past, and, looking at the girl, he said, "Are you warm, maiden?" "What a blind old fool you must be to ask such a question," she answered angrily. "Can't you see that my hands and feet are nearly frozen?" Then King Frost sprang to and fro in front of her, questioning her and getting only rude, rough words in reply, till at last he got very angry, and cracked his fingers and gnashed his teeth, and froze her to death. But in the hut her mother was waiting for her return, and as she grew impatient she said to her husband, "Get out the horses, old man, to go and fetch her home, but see that you are careful not to upset the sledge and lose the chest." But the doggie beneath the table began to bark, saying, "Your daughter is frozen quite stiff and cold, and shall never have a chest full of gold." "Don't tell such wicked lies," scolded the woman. "There's a cake for you. Now say, 'Her daughter shall marry a mighty king.'" At that moment the door flew open, and she rushed out to meet her daughter, and as she took her frozen body in her arms, she too was chilled to death. End of chapter 32. The Story of King Frost.
Chapter 33 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Cricket. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 33. The Death of the Sun Hero. From the Bukowinaer Tales and Legends. Von Vliolocky. Many, many thousand years ago there lived a mighty king whom heaven had blessed with a clever and beautiful son. When he was only 10 years old, the boy was cleverer than all the king's counsellors put together, and when he was 20, he was the greatest hero in the whole kingdom. His father could not make enough of his son, and always had him clothed in golden garments which shone and sparkled like the sun, and his mother gave him a white horse which never slept and which flew like the wind. All the people in the land loved him dearly, and called him the Sun Hero, for they did not think his like existed under the sun. Now it happened one night that both his parents had the same extraordinary dream. They dreamt that a girl all dressed in red had come to them and said, "If you wish that your son should really become the Sun Hero in deed and not only in name, let him go out into the world and search for the tree of the sun, and when he has found it, let him pluck a golden apple from it and bring it home." When the king and queen had each related their dreams to the other, they were much amazed that they should have both dreamt exactly the same about their son, and the king said to his wife, "This is clearly a sign from heaven that we should send our son out into the world, in order that he may come home the great Sun Hero, as the Red Girl said, not only in name, but in deed." The queen consented with many tears, and the king at once bade his son set forth in search of the tree of the sun, from which he was to pluck a golden apple. The prince was delighted at the prospect, and set out on his travels that very day. For a long time he wandered all through the world, and it was not till the 99th day after he started that he found an old man who was able to tell him where the tree of the sun grew. He followed his directions and rode on his way, and after another 99 days he arrived at a golden castle which stood in the middle of a vast wilderness. He knocked at the door, which was opened noiselessly and by invisible hands. Finding no one about, the prince rode on and came to a great meadow where the sun tree grew. When he reached the tree he put out his hand to pick a golden apple, but all of a sudden the tree grew higher so that he could not reach its fruit. Then he heard someone behind him laughing. Turning round, he saw the girl in red walking towards him, who addressed him in these words: "Do you really imagine, brave son of the earth, that you can pluck an apple so easily from the tree of the sun? Before you can do that, you have a difficult task before you. You must guard the tree for 9 days and 9 nights from the ravages of 2 wild black wolves who will try to harm it. Do you think you can undertake this?" "Yes," answered the Sun Hero, "I will guard the tree of the sun 9 days and 9 nights." Then the girl continued, "Remember though, if you do not succeed, the sun will kill you. Now begin your watch." With these words the Red Girl went back into the golden castle. She had hardly left him when the 2 black wolves appeared. but the Sun Hero beat them off with his sword, and they retired, only, however, to reappear in a very short time. The Sun Hero chased them away once more, but he had hardly sat down to rest when the two black wolves were on the scene again. This went on for 7 days and 7 nights, when the white horse, who had never done such a thing before, turned to the Sun Hero and said in a human voice, "Listen to what I am going to say. A fairy gave me to your mother in order that I might be of service to you. So let me tell you that if you go to sleep and let the wolves harm the tree, the sun will surely kill you." The fairy, foreseeing this, put everyone in the world under a spell which prevents their obeying the sun's command to take your life, but all the same she has forgotten one person, who will certainly kill you if you fall asleep and let the wolves damage the tree. So watch and keep the wolves away. Then the Sun Hero strove with all his might, and kept the black wolves at bay, and conquered his desire to sleep, but on the 8th night his strength failed him, and he fell fast asleep. When he awoke, a woman in black stood beside him, who said, "You have fulfilled your task very badly, for you have let the two black wolves damage the tree of the sun. I am the mother of the sun, and I command you to ride away from here at once, and I pronounce sentence of death upon you, for you proudly let yourself be called the Sun Hero, without having done anything to deserve the name." The youth mounted his horse sadly and rode home. The people all thronged round him on his return, anxious to hear his adventures, but he told them nothing, and only to his mother did he confide what had befallen him. But the old queen laughed, and said to her son, "Don't worry, my child. You see, the fairy has protected you so far, and the sun has found no one to kill you. So cheer up and be happy." After a time the prince forgot all about his adventure, and married a beautiful princess, with whom he lived very happily for some time. But one day when he was out hunting he felt very thirsty, and coming to a stream he stooped down to drink from it, and this caused his death, for a crab came swimming up and with its claws tore out his tongue. He was carried home in a dying condition, and as he lay on his deathbed the black woman appeared and said, "So the sun has after all found someone who is not under the fairy's spell, who has caused your death, and a similar fate will overtake everyone under the sun who wrongfully assumes a title to which he has no right." End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 from The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Eliza Horn. The Yellow Fairy Book. Edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 34. The Witch. Once upon a time there was a peasant whose wife died, leaving him with 2 children, twins, a boy and a girl. For some years the poor man lived on alone with his children, caring for them as best he could, but everything in the house seemed to go wrong without a woman to look after it, and at last he made up his mind to marry again, feeling that a wife would bring peace and order to his household and take care of his motherless children. So he married, and in the following year several children were born to him. But peace and order did not come to the household, for the stepmother was very cruel to the twins, and beat them and half starved them, and constantly drove them out of the house. For her one idea was to get them out of the way. All day she thought of nothing but how she should get rid of them, and at last an evil idea came to her head. She was determined to send them out into the great gloomy wood where the wicked witch lived. And so one morning she spoke to them, saying, "You have been such good children that I am going to send you to visit my granny, who lives in a dear little hut in the woods. You will have to wait upon her and serve her, but you will be well rewarded, and she will give you the best of everything." So the little children left the house together, and the little sister, who was very wise for her years, said to her brother, We will first go to see our dear grandmother, and tell her where our stepmother is sending us."
And when the grandmother heard where they were going, she cried and said,
"You poor motherless children! How I pity you, and yet I can do nothing to help you. Your stepmother is not sending you to her granny, but to a wicked witch who lives in the great gloomy wood. Now listen to me, children. You must be civil and kind to everyone, and never say a cross word to anyone, and never touch a crumb belonging to anyone else. Who knows if, after all, help may not be sent to you?" And she gave her grandchildren a bottle of milk, and a piece of ham and a loaf of bread, and they set out for the great gloomy wood. When they reached it they saw in front of them, in the thickest of the trees, a queer little hut, and when they looked into it, there lay the witch, with her head on the threshold of the door, with one foot in one corner, and the other in the other corner, and her knees cocked up, almost touching the ceiling. "Who's there?" she snarled in an awful voice when she saw the children. And they answered civilly, though they were so terrified they hid behind one another, and said, "Good morning, Granny. Our stepmother has sent us to wait upon you and serve you." "See that you do it well, then," growled the witch. "If I am pleased with you, I'll reward you, but if I am not, I'll put you in a pan and fry you in the oven. That's what I'll do to you, my pretty dears. You have been gently reared, but you'll find my work hard enough. See if you don't."
And so saying, she set the girl down to spin yarn, and she gave the boy a sieve in which to carry water from the well, and she herself went into the wood. Now, as the girl was sitting at a distaff, weeping bitterly because she could not spin, she heard the sound of hundreds of little feet, and from every hole and corner in the hut mice came pattering along the floor, squeaking and saying,
"Little girl, why are your eyes so red? If you want help, then give us some bread."
And the girl gave them the bread that her grandmother had given her. Then the mice told her that the witch had a cat, and the cat was very fond of ham. If she would give the cat her ham, it would show her the way out of the wood, and in the meantime they would spin the yarn for her. So the girl set out to look for the cat, and as she was hunting about, she met her brother, in great trouble because he could not carry water from the well in a sieve, as it came pouring out as fast as he put it in. And as she was trying to comfort him, they heard a rustling of wings, and a flight of wrens alighted on the ground beside them. And the wrens said,
"Give us some crumbs, and do not grieve, for you'll find that water will stay in your sieve."
Then the twins crumbled their bread on the ground, and the wrens pecked it, and chirped and chirped. And then when they had eaten the last crumb they told the boy to fill up the holes of the sieve with clay, and then to draw water from the well. So he did as they said, and carried the sieve full of water into the hut without spilling a drop. When they entered the hut, the cat was curled up on the floor. So they stroked her and fed her with ham, and said to her, "Pussy, grey pussy, tell us how we might get away from the witch." Then the cat thanked them for the ham, and gave them a pocket handkerchief and a comb, and told them that when the witch pursued them, as she certainly would, all they had to do was throw the handkerchief on the ground and run as fast as they could. As soon as the handkerchief touched the ground, a deep broad river would spring up, which would hinder the witch's progress. If she managed to get across it, they must throw the comb behind them and run for their lives, for where the comb fell, a dense forest would start up, which would delay the witch so long that they would be able to get safely away. The cat had scarcely finished speaking when the witch returned to see if the children had finished their tasks.
"Well, you've done well enough for today," she grumbled, "but tomorrow you'll find something more difficult to do. and if you don't do it well, you pampered brats, straight into the oven you go." Half dead with fright, and trembling in every limb, the poor children lay down to sleep on a heap of straw in the corner of the hut. But they dared not close their eyes, and scarcely ventured to breathe. In the morning the witch gave the girl 2 pieces of linen to weave before night, and the boy a pile of wood to cut into chips. Then the witch left them to their tasks, and went into the wood. As soon as she had gone out of sight, the children took the comb and handkerchief, and, taking one another by the hand, they started to run and run and run. And first they met the watchdog, who was going to leap on them and tear them to pieces, but they threw the remains of their bread to him, and he ate them and wagged his tail. Then they were hindered by the birch tree, whose branches almost put their eyes out, but the little sister tied the twigs together with a piece of ribbon, and they got past safely, and, after running through the wood, came out onto the open fields. In the meantime, in the hut, the cat was busy weaving the linen and tangling the threads as it wove. And the witch returned to see how the children were getting on, so she crept up to the window and whispered, "Are you weaving, my little dear?" "Yes, Granny, I am weaving," answered the cat. When the witch saw that the children had escaped her, she was furious, and hitting the cat with the porringer, she said, "Why did you let the children leave the hut? Why did you not scratch their eyes out?" But the cat curled up its tail and put its back up, and answered, "I have served you all these years, and you never even threw me a bone, but the dear children gave me their own piece of ham." Then the witch was furious with the watchdog and with the birch tree, because they had let the children pass. But the dog answered, "I have served you all these years, and you never gave me so much as a hard crust. But the dear children gave me their own loaf of bread." And the birch tree rustled its leaves and said, "I have served you longer than I can say, and you never tied a bit of twine ever round my branches, and the dear children bound them up with their brightest ribbons." So the witch saw that there was no help to be got from her old servants, and that the best thing she could do was to mount on her broom and set off in pursuit of the children. And as the children ran, they heard the sound of the broom sweeping the ground close behind them. So instantly they threw the handkerchief down over their shoulder, and in a moment a deep broad river flowed behind them. When the witch came up to it, it took her a long time before she found a place which she could ford over on her broomstick. But at last she got across, and continued the chase faster than before. And as the children ran they heard a sound, and the little sister put her ear to the ground, and heard the broom sweeping the earth close behind them. So quick as thought she threw the comb down on the ground, and in an instant, as the cat had said, a dense forest sprung up, in which the roots and branches were so closely intertwined that it was impossible to force a way through it. So when the witch came upon it on her broom, she found that there was nothing for it but to turn around and go back to her hut. But the twins ran straight on till they reached their own house. Then they told their father all that they had suffered, and he was so angry with their stepmother that he drove her out of the house, and never let her return. But he and the children lived happily together, and he took care of them himself, and never let a stranger come near them. The end of chapter 34. Recorded by Eliza Horn.
Chapter 35 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Nowak. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 35. The Hazel-nut Child. From the Book of Naya, von Vlioloki. There was once upon a time a couple who had no children, and they prayed heaven every day to send them a child, though it were no bigger than a hazelnut. At last, heaven heard their prayer and sent them a child exactly the size of a hazelnut, and it never grew an inch. The parents were very devoted to the little creature, and nursed and tended it carefully. Their tiny son, too, was as clever as he could be, and so sharp and sensible that all the neighbors marveled over the wise things he said and did. When the hazelnut child was 15 years old, and was sitting one day in an eggshell on the table beside his mother, she turned to him and said, "You are now 15 years old, and nothing can be done with you. What do you intend to be?" "A messenger," answered the hazelnut child. Then his mother burst out laughing and said, "What an idea! You a messenger? Why, your little feet would take an hour to go the distance an ordinary person could do in a minute." But the hazelnut child replied, "Nevertheless, I mean to be a messenger. Just send me a message, and you'll see that I shall be back in next to no time." So his mother said, "Very well, go to your aunt in a neighboring village and fetch me a comb." The hazelnut child jumped quickly out of the eggshell and ran out into the street. Here he found a man on horseback who was just setting out for the neighboring village. He crept up the horse's leg, sat down under the saddle, and then began to pinch the horse and prick it with a pin. The horse plunged and reared, and then set off at a hard gallop, which it continued in spite of its rider's efforts to stop it. When they reached the village, the hazelnut child left off pricking the horse, and the poor tired creature pursued its way at a snail's pace. The hazelnut child took advantage of this, and crept down the horse's leg. Then he ran to his aunt and asked her for a comb. On the way home he met another rider, and did the return journey in exactly the same way. When he handed his mother the comb that his aunt had given him, she was much amazed, and asked him, "But how did you manage to get back so quickly?" "Ah, mother," he replied, "you see I was quite right when I said I knew a messenger was the profession for me." His father, too, possessed a horse, which he often used to take out into the fields to graze. One day he took the hazelnut child with him. At midday the father turned to his small son and said, "Stay here and look after the horse. I must go home and give your mother a message, but I shall be back soon." When his father had gone, a robber passed by and saw the horse grazing without anyone watching it, for of course he could not see the hazelnut child hidden in the grass. So he mounted the horse and rode away. But the hazelnut child, who was the most active little creature, climbed up the horse's tail and began to bite it on the back, enraging the creature to such an extent that it paid no attention to the direction the robber tried to make it go in, but galloped straight home. The father was much astonished when he saw a stranger riding his horse, but the hazelnut child climbed down quickly and told him all that had happened, and his father had the robber arrested at once and put into prison. One autumn, when the hazelnut child was 20 years old, he said to his parents, "Farewell, my dear father and mother. I am going to set out into the world, and as soon as I have become rich, I will return home to you." The parents laughed at the little man's words, but did not believe him for a moment. In the evening the hazelnut child crept onto the roof where some storks had built their nest. The storks were fast asleep, and he climbed onto the back of the father stork and bound a silk cord around the joint of one of its wings. Then he crept among its soft, downy feathers and fell asleep. The next morning the storks flew towards the south, for winter was approaching. The hazelnut child flew through the air on the stork's back, and when he wanted to rest, he bound his silk cord onto the joint of the bird's other wing so that it could not fly any farther. In this way he reached the country of the black people, where the storks took up their abode close to the capital. When the people saw the hazelnut child, they were much astonished, and took him with the stork to the king of the country. The king was delighted with the little creature, and kept him always beside him, and he soon grew so fond of the little man that he gave him a diamond 4 times as big as himself. The hazelnut child fastened the diamond firmly under the stork's neck with a ribbon, and when he saw that the other storks were getting ready for their northern flight, he untied the silk cord from his stork's wings, and away they went, getting nearer home every minute. At length the hazelnut child came to his native village. Then he undid the ribbon from the stork's neck, and the diamond fell to the ground, He covered it first with sand and stones, and then ran to get his parents, so that they might carry the treasure home, for he himself was not able to lift the great diamond. So the Hazel-nut Child and his parents lived in happiness and prosperity after this till they died. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kat Scherf. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 36, The Story of Big Klaus and Little Klaus. In a certain village there lived two people who had both the same name. Both were called Klaus, but one owned 4 horses and the other only 1. In order to distinguish the one from the one who had 4 horses was called Big Klaus, and the one who had only 1 horse, Little Klaus. Now you shall hear what befell them both, for this is a true story. The whole week through, Little Klaus had to plow for Big Klaus, and lend him his 1 horse. Then Big Klaus lent him his 4 horses, but only once a week, and that was on Sunday. Hurrah! How loudly Little Klaus cracked his whip over all the 5 horses, for they were indeed as good as his on this one day. The sun shone brightly, and all the bells in the church towers were pealing. The people were dressed in their best clothes and were going to church, with their hymn books under their arms, to hear the minister preach. They saw Little Klaus plowing with the 5 horses, but he was so happy that he kept on cracking his whip and calling out, "Gee up, my 5 horses!" "You mustn't say that," said Big Klaus. "Only 1 horse is yours." But as soon as someone else was going by, Little Klaus forgot that he must not say it, and called out, "Gee up, my 5 horses!" "Now you had better stop that," said Big Klaus, "for if you say it once more, I will give your horse such a crack on the head that it will drop down dead on the spot." "I really won't say it again," said Little Klaus. But as soon as more people passed by and nodded him good morning, he became so happy, and thinking how well it looked for him to have 5 horses plowing his field, cracking his whip, he called out, "Gee up, my 5 horses!" "I'll see to your horses," said Big Klaus, and seizing an iron bar he struck Little Klaus's 1 horse such a blow on the head that it fell down and died on the spot. "Alas, now I have no horse," said Klaus, beginning to cry. Then he flayed the skin off his horse, dried it, and put it in a sack which he threw over his shoulder, and went into the town to sell it. He had a long way to go, and had to pass through a great dark forest. A dreadful storm came on, in which he lost his way, and before he could get on to the right road, night came on, and it was impossible to reach the town that evening. Right in front of him was a large farmhouse. The wind shutters were closed, but the light came through the chinks. "I should very much like to be allowed to spend the night there," thought Little Klaus, and he went and knocked at the door. The farmer's wife opened it, but she heard what he wanted, and she told him to go away. Her husband was not at home, and she took in no strangers. "Well, I must lie down outside," said Little Klaus, and the farmer's wife shut the door in his face. Close by stood a large haystack, and between it and the house a little outhouse covered with a flat thatched roof. "I can lie down there," thought Little Klaus, looking at the roof. "It will make a splendid bed, if only the stork won't fly down and bite my legs." For a live stork was standing on the outhouse where he lay down, and made himself comfortable for the night. The wooden shutters over the windows were not shut at the top, and he could just see into the room. There stood a large table, spread with wine and roast meat, and a beautiful fish. The farmer's wife and the sexton sat at the table, but there was no one else. She was filling up his glass while he stuck his fork into the fish, which was his favorite dish. If one could only get some of that, thought little Klaus, stretching his head toward the window. Ah, what delicious cakes he saw standing there! It was a feast. Then he heard someone riding along the road toward the house. It was the farmer coming home. He was a very worthy man, but he had one great peculiarity, namely, that he could not bear to see a sexton. If he saw one, he was made quite mad. That was why the sexton had gone to say good day to the farmer's wife, when he knew that her husband was not at home, and the good woman therefore put in front of him the best food she had. But when they heard the farmer coming, they were frightened, and the farmer's wife begged the sexton to creep into an empty chest. He did so, as he knew the poor man could not bear to see a sexton. The wife hastily hid all the beautiful food and the wine in her oven, for if her husband had seen it, he would have been sure to ask what it all meant. Oh dear, groaned little Klaus up in the shed, when he saw the good food disappearing. Is anybody up there? Asked the farmer, catching sight of little Klaus. Why are you lying there? Come with me into the house. Then little Klaus told him how he had lost his way, and begged to be allowed to spend the night there. Yes, certainly, said the farmer, but we must first have something to eat. The wife received them both very kindly, spread a long table, and gave them a large plate of porridge. The farmer was hungry, and ate with a good appetite, but little Klaus could not help but thinking of the delicious dishes of fish and roast meats and cakes which he knew were in the oven. Under the table at his feet he had laid the sack with the horse-skin in it, for, as we know, he was going to town to sell it. The porridge did not taste good to him, so he trod upon his sack, and the dry skin in the sack squeaked loudly. Hush! said little Klaus to his sack at the time, treading on it again so that it squeaked even louder than before. Hello, what have you got in your sack? Asked the farmer. Oh, it's a wizard, said Klaus. He says we should not eat porridge, for he has conjured the whole oven full of roast meats and fish and cakes. Goodness me, said the farmer. Opening the oven, he saw all the delicious, tempting dishes his wife had hidden there, but which he now believed the wizard in the sack had conjured up for them. The wife could say nothing, but she put the food at once on the table, and they ate the fish, the roast meat, and the cakes. Little Klaus now trod again on his sack, so that the skin squeaked. What does he say now? Says the farmer. He says, replied little Klaus, that he also conjured up for us 3 bottles of wine. They are standing in the corner by the oven. The wife had to fetch the wine which she had hidden, and the farmer drank and grew very merry. He would very much like to have such a wizard as little Klaus had in the sack. Can he conjure up the devil? Asked the farmer. I should like to see him very much, for I feel just now in a very good spirits. Yes, said little Klaus, my wizard can do everything that I ask. Isn't that true? He asked, treading on the sack, so that it squeaked. Do you hear? He says yes, but that the devil looks so ugly that we should not like to see him. Oh, I am not at all afraid. What does he look like? He will show himself in the shape of a sexton. I say, said the farmer, he must be ugly. You must know that I can't bear to look at a sexton. But it doesn't matter. I know that it is the devil, and I shan't mind. I feel up to it now, but he must not come too near me. I must ask my wizard, said little Klaus, treading on the sack and putting his ear to it. What does he say? He says you can open the chest in the corner there, and you will see the devil squatting inside of it. But you must hold the lid so that he shall not escape. Will you help me to hold him? Begged the farmer, going towards the chest where his wife had hidden the real sexton, who was inside in a terrible fright. The farmer opened the lid a little way, and then he saw him inside. Ugh! He screeched, springing back. Yes, now I have seen him. He looks just like our sexton. Oh, it was horrid! So he had to drink again, and they drank till far into the night. You must sell me the wizard, said the farmer. Ask anything you like. I will pay you down a bushelful of money on the spot. No, I really can't, said little Klaus. Just think how many things I can get from this wizard. "Ah, I should like to have him so much," said the farmer, begging very hard. "Well," said Little Klaus at last, "as you have been so good as to give me shelter tonight, I will sell him. You shall have the wizard for a bushel of money, but I must have full measure." "That you shall," said the farmer, "but you must take the chest with you. I won't keep it for another hour in this house. Who knows that he isn't in there still?" Little Klaus gave the farmer his sack with the dry skin, and got instead a good bushelful of money. The farmer also gave him a wheelbarrow to carry away his money and the chest. "Farewell," said Little Klaus, and away he went with his money and the big chest, wherein sat the sexton. On the other side of the wood was a large, deep river. The water flowed so rapidly that you could scarcely swim against the stream. A great new bridge had been built over it, on the middle of which Little Klaus stopped and said aloud so that the sexton might hear, "Now what am I going to do with this stupid chest? It is as heavy as if it were filled with stones. I shall only be tired dragging it along. I will throw it into the river. If it swims home to me, well and good, and if it doesn't, it's no matter." Then he took the chest with one hand and lifted it up a little, as if he were going to throw it into the water. "No, don't do that!" called out the sexton in the chest. "Let me out first." Oh, said Little Klaus, pretending that he was afraid. "He is still in there. I must throw him in quickly into the water to drown him." "Oh, no, no!" cried the sexton. "I will give you a whole bushelful of money if you will let me go." "Ah, that's quite another thing," said Klaus, opening the chest. The sexton crept out very quickly, pushed the empty chest into the water, and went to his house, where he gave Little Klaus a bushel of money. One he had already from the farmer, and now he had his wheelbarrow full of money. "Well, I have got a good price for the horse," said he to himself, when he shook all his money out in a heap in his room. "This will put Big Klaus in a rage when he hears how rich I have become through my one horse, but I won't tell him just yet." So he sent a boy to Big Klaus to borrow a bushel measure from him. "Now what can he want with it?" thought Big Klaus, as he smeared some tar at the bottom, so that of whatever his measure a little should remain in it. And this is just what happened, for when he got his measure back, 3 new silver 5-shilling pieces were sticking to it. "What does this mean?" said Big Klaus, and he ran off at once to Little Klaus. "Where did you get so much money from?" "Oh, that was for my horse skin. I sold it yesterday evening." "That's certainly a good price," said Big Klaus, and running home in a great haste, he took an axe, knocked all his 4 horses on the head, skinned them, and went into town. "Skins, skins! Who will buy skins?" he cried through the streets. All the shoemakers and tanners came running out to ask him what he wanted for them. "A bushel of money for each," said Big Klaus. "Are you mad?" they all exclaimed. "Do you think we have money by the bushel?" "Skins, skins! Who will buy my skins?" he cried again, and to all who asked him what they cost, he answered, "A bushel of money." "He is making a game of us," they said, and the shoemakers seized their yard measures and the tanners their leather aprons, and they gave Big Klaus a good beating. "Skins, skins!" they cried mockingly. "Yes, we will tan your skin for you. Out of the town with him!" they shouted, and Big Klaus had to hurry off as quickly as he could, if he wanted to save his life. "Aha!" said he when he came home. "Little Klaus shall pay dearly for this. I will kill him." Little Klaus's grandmother had just died. Though she had been very unkind to him, he was very much distressed, and he took the dead woman and laid her in his warm bed to try if he could not bring her back to life. There she lay the whole night, while he sat in the corner and slept on a chair, which he had often done before, and in the night, as he sat there, the door opened, and Big Klaus came in with his axe. He knew quite well where Little Klaus's bed stood, and going up to it, he struck the grandmother on the head, just where he thought Little Klaus would be. "There," said he, "now you won't get the best of me again," and he went home. "What a very wicked man!" thought little Klaus. He was going to kill me. It was a good thing for my grandmother that she was dead already, or else he would have killed her. Then he dressed his grandmother in her Sunday clothes, borrowed a horse from his neighbor, harnessed the cart to it, sat his grandmother on the back seat so that she could not fall out when he drove, and away they went. When the sun rose, they were in front of the large inn. Little Klaus got down and went to get something to drink. The host was very rich. He was a very worthy but hot-tempered man. "Good morning," said he to little Klaus. "You are early on the road." "Yes," said little Klaus. "I am going to the town with my grandmother. She is sitting outside in the cart. I cannot bring her in. Will you not give her a glass of mead? But you'll have to speak loud, for she is very hard of hearing." "Oh, yes, certainly I will," said the host, and pouring out a large glass of mead, he took it out to the dead grandmother, who was sitting upright in the cart. "Here's a glass of mead from your son," said the host, but the dead woman did not answer a word and sat still. "Don't you hear?" cried the host as loud as he could. "Here's a glass of mead from your son." Then he shouted the same thing again, and yet again, but she never moved in her place, and at last he grew angry and threw the glass in her face, so that she fell back in the cart, for she was not tight in her place. "Hullo!" cried little Klaus, running out of the door and seizing the host by the throat. "You've killed my grandmother! Look! There's a great hole in her forehead!" "Oh, what a misfortune!" cried the host, wringing his hands. "It all comes from my hot temper. Dear little Klaus, I will give you a bushel of money, and will bury your grandmother as if she were my own. Only don't tell anyone about it, or I shall have my head cut off, and that would be very uncomfortable." So little Klaus got a bushel of money, and the host buried his grandmother as if she'd been his very own. Now when little Klaus again reached home with so much money, he sent his boy to Big Klaus to borrow his bushel measure. "What is this?" said Big Klaus. "I must see to this myself." So he went himself to little Klaus with the measure. "Well now, where did you get all this money?" asked he, opening his eyes at the heap. "You killed my grandmother, not me," said little Klaus. "I sold her and got a bushel of money for her." "That is indeed a good price," said Big Klaus, and hurrying home he took an axe and killed his grandmother, laid her in the cart and drove off to the apothecary's, and asked whether he wanted to buy a dead body. "Who is it, and how'd you get it?" asked the apothecary. "It is my grandmother," said Big Klaus. "I killed her in order to get a bushel of money." "You are mad," said the apothecary. "Don't mention such things, or you will lose your head." And he began to tell him what a dreadful thing he had done, and what a wicked man he was, and that he ought to be punished, till Big Klaus was so frightened that he jumped into the cart and drove home as hard as he could. The apothecary and all the people thought he must be mad, so they let him go. "You shall pay for this," said Big Klaus as he drove home. "You shall pay for this dearly, little Klaus." As soon as he got home, he took the largest sack he could find, and went to little Klaus and said, "You have fooled me again. First I killed my horses, then my grandmother. It is all your fault, but you shan't do it again." And he seized little Klaus, pushed him in the sack, threw it over his shoulder, crying out, "Now I'm going to drown you." He had to go a long way before he came to the river, and little Klaus was not very light. The road passed by the church, the organ was sounding, and the people were singing most beautifully. Big Klaus put down the sack with little Klaus in it, by the church door, thought that he might as well go in and hear a psalm before going on farther. Little Klaus could not get out, and everybody was in church, so he went in. "Oh dear," groaned little Klaus in the sack, twisting and turning himself, but he could not undo the string. There came by an old shepherd, with snow-white hair and a long staff in his hand. He was driving a herd of cows and oxen. These pushed against the sack so that it was overturned. "Alas!" moaned little Klaus, "I am young, and yet I must die." "And I, poor man," said the cattle driver, "I am so old, and yet I cannot die." "Open the sack," called out Little Klaus. "Creep in here instead of me, and you will die in a moment." "I will gladly do that," said the cattle driver, and he opened the sack, and Little Klaus struggled out at once. "You will take care of the cattle, won't you?" asked the old man, creeping into the sack with Little Klaus fastened up, and then went on with the cows and the oxen. Soon after, Big Klaus came out of the church, and taking up the sack on his shoulders, it seemed to him as if it had become lighter, for the old cattle driver was not half as heavy as Little Klaus. "How easy he is to carry now! That must be because I heard part of the service." So he went to the river, which was deep and broad, threw in the sack with the old driver, and called after it, for he thought Little Klaus was inside. "Down you go! You won't mock me any more now." Then he went home, but when he came to the crossroads, there he met Little Klaus, who was driving his cattle. "What is this?" said Big Klaus. "Haven't I drowned you?" "Yes," replied Little Klaus. "You threw me into the river a good half-hour ago." "But how did you get those splendid cattle?" asked Big Klaus. "They are sea cattle," said Little Klaus. "I will tell you the whole story, and I thank you for having drowned me, because now I'm on dry land, and really rich. How frightened I was when I was in the sack! How the wind whistled in my ears as you threw me from the bridge into the cold water! I sank at once to the bottom, but I did not hurt myself, for underneath was growing the most beautiful soft grass. I fell on this, and immediately the sack opened. The loveliest maiden in snow-white garments, with a green garland around her wet hair, took me by the hand and said, 'Are you Little Klaus? Here are some cattle for you to begin with, and a mile farther down the road there is another herd, which I will give you as a present.' Now I saw that the river was a great high road for the sea people. Along it they traveled, underneath from the sea to the land till the river ends. It was so beautiful, full of flowers and fresh grass. The fish which were swimming in the water shot past my ears as the birds do here in the air. What lovely people they were! What fine cattle were grazing in the ditches and the dikes!" "But why did you come up to us again?" asked Big Klaus. "I should not have done so if it was so beautiful down below." "Oh," said Little Klaus, "that was just so politic of me. You heard what I told you, that the sea maiden said to me a mile farther along the road, and by the road she meant the river, for she can go by no other way, there was another herd of cattle waiting for me. But I know what windings the river makes, now here, now there, so that it was a long way round. Therefore it makes it much shorter if one comes on the land and drives across the field to the river. Thus I have spared myself quite a mile, and have come quicker to my sea cattle." "Oh, you're a lucky fellow," said Big Klaus. "Do you think I should also get some cattle if I went to the bottom of the river?" "Oh, yes, I think so," said Little Klaus. "But I can't carry you in a sack to the river. You are too heavy for me. If you like to go there yourself and creep into the sack, I'll throw you in with the greatest of pleasure." "Thank you," said Big Klaus. "But if I don't get any sea cattle when I come there, you will have a good hiding mind." "Oh, no, don't be so hard on me." Then they went to the river. When the cattle, which were thirsty, caught sight of the river, they ran as quickly as they could to drink. "Look how they are running," said Little Klaus. "They want to go to the bottom again." "Yes, but help me first," said Big Klaus, "or else you shall have a beating." And so he crept into the large sack, which was lying on the back of one of the oxen. "Put a stone in, for I am afraid I may not reach the bottom," said Big Klaus. "It goes all right," said Little Klaus, but still he laid a big stone in the sack, fastened it up tight, and then pushed it in. Plump! There was Big Klaus in the water, and he sank like lead to the bottom. I doubt if you will find any cattle, said little Klaus, as he drove his own home. End of chapter 36. Recording by Kat Scherf of Pennsylvania.
Chapter 37 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Black. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 37. Prince Ring. From the Icelandic. Once upon a time there was a king and a queen in their kingdom. They had one daughter who was called Ingeborg, and one son whose name was Ring. He was less fond of adventures than men of rank usually were in those days, and was not famous for strength or feats of arms. When he was 12 years old, one fine winter day, he rode into the forest along with his men to enjoy himself. They went on a long way until they caught sight of a hind with a gold ring on its horns. The prince was eager to catch it, if possible, so they gave chase and rode on without stopping until all the horses began to founder beneath them. At last the prince's horse gave way too, and then there came over them a darkness so black that they could no longer see the hind. By this time they were far away from any house, and thought it was high time to be making their way home again, but they found they had got lost now. At first they all kept together, but soon each began to think that he knew the right way best. So they separated, and all went in different directions. The prince, too, had got lost like the rest, and wandered on for a time until he came to a little clearing in the forest, not far from the sea, where he saw a woman sitting on a chair, and a big barrel standing beside her. The prince went up to her and saluted her politely, and she received him very graciously. He looked down into the barrel then, and saw, lying at the bottom, an unusually beautiful gold ring, which pleased him so much that he could not take his eyes off it. The woman saw this, and said that he might have it if he would take the trouble to get it, for which the prince thanked her, and said it was at least worth trying. So he leaned over into the barrel, which did not seem very deep, and thought he would easily reach the ring. But the more he stretched down after it, the deeper grew the barrel. As he was thus bending down into it, the woman suddenly rose up and pushed him in head first, saying that now he could take up his quarters there. Then she fixed the top of the barrel and threw it out into the sea. The prince thought himself in a bad plight now, as he felt the barrel floating out from the land and tossing about on the waves. How many days he spent thus he could not tell, but at last he felt that the barrel was knocking against rocks, at which he was a little cheered, thinking it was probably land and not merely a reef in the sea. Being something of a swimmer, he at last made up his mind to keep the bottom out of the barrel, and having done so, he was able to get on the shore, for the rocks by the sea were smooth and level, but overhead there were high cliffs. It seemed difficult to get up these, but he went along the foot of them for a little, till at last he tried to climb up, which at last he did. Having got to the top, he looked around about him, and saw that he was on an island, which was covered with forest, with apples growing, and altogether pleasant as far as the land was concerned. After he had been there several days, he one day heard a great noise in the forest, which made him terribly afraid, so that he ran to hide himself among the trees. Then he saw a giant approaching, dragging a sledge loaded with wood, and making a straight for him, so that he could see nothing for it but to lie down just where he was. When the giant came across him, he stood still and looked at the Prince for a little. Then he took him up in his arms and carried him home to his house, and was exceedingly kind to him. He gave him to his wife, saying he had found this child in the wood, and she could have it to help her in the house. The old woman was greatly pleased, and began to fondle the Prince with the utmost delight. He stayed there with them, and was very willing and obedient to them in everything, while they grew kinder to him every day. One day the giant took him around, and showed him all his room, except the parlour. This made the Prince curious to have a look into it, thinking there must be some very rare treasure there. So one day, when the giant had gone into the forest, he tried to get into the parlour, and managed to get the door open half-way. Then he saw that some living creature moved inside, and ran along the floor towards him, and said something, which made him so frightened that he sprang back from the door and shut it again. As soon as the fright began to pass off, he tried it again, for he thought it would be interesting to hear what it said, but things went just as before with him. He then got angry with itself, and summoning up all his courage, tried it a third time, and opened the door of the room, and stood firm. Then he saw that it was a big dog, which spoke to him and said, "Choose me, Prince Ring." The Prince went away rather afraid, thinking with himself that it was no great treasure after all, but all the same what it had said to him stuck in his mind. It was not said how long the Prince stayed with the giant, but one day the latter came to him and said he would now take him over to the mainland out of the island, for he himself had no long time to live. He also thanked him for his good service, and told him to choose some one of his possessions, for he would get whatever he wanted. Ring thanked him heartily, and said there was no need to pay him for his services, they were so little worth, but if he did wish to give him anything, he would choose what was in the parlour. The giant was taken by surprise, and said, "There, you choose my old woman's right hand, but I must not break my word." Upon this he went to get the dog, which came running with signs of great delight, but the Prince was so much afraid of it that it was all he could do to keep from showing his alarm. After this the giant accompanied him down to the sea, where he saw a stone boat which was just big enough to hold the two of them and the dog. On reaching the mainland, the giant took a friendly farewell of Ring, and told him he might take possession of all that was in the island after he and his wife died, which would happen within 2 weeks from that time. The Prince thanked him for this and for all his other kindnesses, and the giant returned home, while Ring went up some distance from the sea. But he did not know what land he had come to, and was afraid to speak to the dog. After he had walked on in a silence for a time, the dog spoke to him and said, "You don't seem to have much curiosity, seeing you never asked my name." The Prince then forced himself to ask, "What is your name?" "You had best call me Snatty Snatty," said the dog. "Now we are coming to a king's seat, and you must ask the king to keep us all winter, and to give you a little room for both of us." The Prince now began to be less afraid of the dog. They came to the king and asked him to keep them all the winter, to which he agreed. When the king's men saw the dog, they began to laugh at it, and make as if they would tease it. But when the Prince saw this, he advised them not to do it, or they might have the worst of it. They replied that they didn't care a bit what he thought. After Ring had been with the king for some days, the latter began to think there was a great deal in him, and esteemed him more than the others. The king, however, had a counsellor called Red, who became very jealous when he saw how much the king esteemed Ring. And one day he told to him, and said he could not understand why he had so good an opinion of this stranger, who had not yet shown himself superior to the other men in anything. The king replied that it was only a short time since he had come there. Red then asked him to send them both to cut down wood next morning, and see which of them could do most work. Snati heard this, and told it to Ring, advising him to ask the king for 2 axes, so that he might have one in reserve if the first one got broken. Next morning the king asked Ring and Red to go and cut down trees for him, and both agreed. Ring got the 2 axes, and each went his own way. But when the prince had got out into the wood, Snati took one of the axes, and began to hew along with him. In the evening the king came to look over the day's work, as Red had proposed, and found that the Ring's wood heap was more than twice as big. "I suspected," said the king, "that Ring was not quite useless. Never have I seen such a day's work." Ring was now in far greater esteem with the king than before, and Red was all the more discontented. One day he came to the king and said, "If Ring is such a mighty man, I think you might ask him to kill the wild oxen in the wood here, and flay them the same day, and bring you the horns and the hides in the evening." "Don't you think that a desperate errand?" said the king, "seeing they are so dangerous, and no one has ever yet ventured to go against them?" Red answered that he had only one life to lose, and it would be interesting to see how brave he was. Besides, the king would have good reason to ennoble him if he overcame them. The king at last allowed himself, though rather unwillingly, to be won over by Red's persistency, and one day asked Ring to go and kill the oxen that were in the wood for him, and bring their horns and hides to him in the evening. Not knowing how dangerous the oxen were, Ring was quite ready, and went off at once, to the great delight of Red, who was now sure of his death. As soon as Ring came in sight of the oxen, they came bellowing to meet him. One of them was tremendously big, the other rather less. Ring grew terribly afraid. "How do you like them?" asked Snati. "Not well at all," said the prince. "We can do nothing else," said Snati. "Then attack them, if it is to go well. You will go against the little one, and I shall take the other." With this Snati leapt at the big one, and was not long in bringing him down. Meanwhile the prince went against the other with fear and trembling, and by the time Snati came to help him, the ox had nearly got him under, but Snati was not slow in helping his master to kill it. Each of them then began to flay their own ox, but Ring was only half through by the time Snati had finished his. In the evening, after they had finished this task, the prince thought himself unfit to carry all the horns and but the hides, so Snati told him to lay them all on his back until they got to the palace gate. The prince agreed, and laid everything on the dog except the skin of the smaller ox, which he staggered along with himself. At the palace gate he left everything lying, went before the king, and asked him to come that land with him, and there handed over to him the hides and horns of the oxen. The king was greatly surprised at his valour, and said he knew no one like him, and thanked him heartily for what he had done. After this the king set Ring next to himself, and all esteemed him highly, and held him to be a great hero. nor could Red any longer say anything against him, though he grew still more determined to destroy him. One day a good idea came into his head. He came to the king and said he had something to say to him. "What is that?" said the king. Red said that he had just remembered the gold cloak, gold chessboard, and bright gold piece that the king had lost about a year before. "Don't remind me of them," said the king. Red, however, went on to say that since Ring was such a mighty man that he could do everything, it had occurred to him to advise the king to ask him to search for these treasures and come back with them before Christmas. In return, the king should promise him his daughter. The king replied that he thought it altogether unbecoming to propose such a thing to Ring, seeing that he could not tell him where the things were. But Red pretended not to hear the king's excuses, and went on talking about it until the king gave in to him. One day, a month or so before Christmas, the king spoke to Ring, saying that he wished to ask a great favour of him. "What is that?" said Ring. "It is this," said the king, "that you find for me my gold cloak, my gold chessboard, and my bright gold piece that was stolen from me about a year ago. If you can bring them to me before Christmas, I will give you my daughter in marriage." "Where am I to look for them, then?" "That you must find out for yourself," said the king. "I don't know." Ring now left the king, and was very silent, for he saw he was in great difficulty. But, on the other hand, he thought it was excellent to have such a chance of winning the king's daughter. Snati noticed that his master was at a loss, and said to him that he should not disregard what the king had asked him to do, but he would have to act upon his advice, otherwise he would get into great difficulties. The prince assented to this, and began to prepare for the journey. After he had taken leave of the king, and was setting out on the search, Snati said to him, "Now you must first of all go about the neighbourhood and gather as much salt as ever you can." The prince did so, and gathered so much salt that he could hardly carry it. But Snati said, "Throw it on my back," which he accordingly did, and the dog then ran on before the prince until they came to the foot of a steep cliff. "We must go up here," said Snati. "I don't think that will be child's play," said the prince. "Hold fast by my tail," said Snati, and in this way he pulled the ring up on the lowest shelf of the rock. The prince began to get giddy, but up went Snati on to the second shelf. Ring was nearly swooning by this time, but Snati made a third effort and reached the top of the cliff, where the prince fell down in a faint. After a little, however, he recovered again, and they went a short distance along a level plain, until they came to a cave. This was on Christmas Eve. They went up above the cave, and found a window in it, through which they looked, and saw 4 trolls lying asleep beside the fire, over which a large porridge pot was hanging. "Now you must empty all the salt into the porridge pot," said Snati. Ring did so, and soon the trolls wakened up. The old hag, who was the most frightful of them all, went first to taste the porridge. "How comes this?" she said. "The porridge is salt. I got the milk by witchcraft yesterday out of 4 kingdoms, and now it is salt." All the others then came to taste the porridge, and thought it was nice, but after they had finished it, the old hag grew so thirsty that she could stand it no longer, and asked her daughter to go out and bring her some water from the river that ran nearby. "I won't go," said she, "unless you lend me your bright gold piece." "Though I should die, you shan't have it," said the hag. "Die then," said the girl. "Well then, take it, you brat," said the old hag, "and be off with you, and make haste with the water." The girl took the gold and ran out with it. It was so bright that it shone all over the plain. As soon as she came to the river, she lay down to take a drink of the water, but meanwhile the two of them had got down off the roof and threw her head first into the river. The old hag began now to long for the water, and said that the girl would be running about with the gold piece all over the plain. So she asked her son to go and get her a drop of water. "I won't go," said he, "unless I get the gold cloak." "Though I should die, you shan't have it," said the hag. "Die then," said the son. "Well then, take it," said the old hag, "and be off with you, but you must make haste with the water." He put on the cloak, and when he came outside it shone so bright that he could see to go with it. On reaching the river, he went to take a drink like his sister, but at that moment Ring and Snati sprang upon him, took the cloak from him, and threw him into the river. The old hag could stand the thirst no longer, and asked her husband to go for a drink for her. The brats, she said, were of course running about and playing themselves, just as she had expected they would, little wretches that they were. "I won't go," said the old Troll, "unless you lend me the gold chessboard." "Though I should die, you shan't have it," said the hag. "I think you may just as well do that," said he, "since you won't grant me such a little favour." "Take it then, you utter disgrace," said the old hag, "since you are just like these two brats." The old Troll now went out with the gold chessboard and down to the river, and was about to take a drink when Ring and Snati came upon him, took the chessboard from him, and threw him into the river. Before they had got back again, however, and up on the top of the cave, they saw the poor old fellow's ghost came marching up from the river. Snati immediately sprang upon him, and Ring assisted in the attack, and after a hard struggle they mastered him a second time. When they got back again, the window they saw that the old hag was moving towards the door. "Now we must go in at once," said Snati, "and try to master her there, for if she once gets out we shall have no chance with her. She is the worst witch that ever lived, and no iron can cut her. One of us must pour boiling porridge out of the pot on her, and the other punch her with red-hot iron." In they went then, and no sooner did the hag see them than she said, "So you have come, Prince Ring. You must have seen to my husband and children." Snati saw that she was about to attack them, and sprang at her with a red-hot iron from the fire, while Ring kept pouring boiling porridge on her without stopping, and in this way they at last got her killed. Then they burned the old Troll and her to ashes, and explored the cave, where they found plenty of gold and treasures. The most valuable of these they carried with them as far as the cliff, and left them there. Then they hastened home to the king with his 3 treasures, where they arrived late on Christmas night, and Ring handed them over to him. The king was beside himself with joy, and was astonished at how clever a man Ring was in all kinds of feats, so that he esteemed him still more highly than before, and betrothed his daughter to him. And the feast for this was to last all through Christmas-tide. Ring thanked the king courteously for this, and all these other kindnesses, and as soon as he had finished eating and drinking in the hall, went up to sleep in his own room. Snati, however, asked permission to sleep in the prince's bed for the night, while the prince should sleep where the dog usually lay. Ring said he was welcome to do so, and that he deserved more from him than that came to. So Snati went up into the prince's bed, but after a time he came back, and told Ring he could go there himself now, but to take care not to meddle with anything that was in the bed. Now the story comes back to Red, who came into the hall and showed the king his right arm wanting the hand, and said that now he could see what kind of man his intended son-in-law was, for he had done this to him without any cause whatever. The king became very angry, and said he would soon find out the truth about it, and if Ring had cut off his hand without good cause, he should be hanged, but if it was otherwise, then Red should die. So the king sent for Ring, and asked him for what reason he had done this. Snati, however, had just told Ring what had happened during the night, and in reply he asked the king to go with him, and he would show him something. The king went with him to his sleeping room, and saw lying on the bed a man's hand holding a sword. "This hand," said Ring, "came over the partition during the night, and was about to ram me through in my bed, if I had not defended myself." The king answered that in that case he could not blame him for protecting his own life, and that Red was well worthy of death. So Red was hanged, and Ring married the king's daughter. The first night that they went to bed together, Snati asked Ring to allow him to lie at their feet, and this Ring allowed him to do. During the night he heard a howling and outcry beside them, struck a light in a hurry, and saw an ugly dog's skin lying near him, and a beautiful prince in the bed. Ring instantly took the skin and burned it, and then shook the prince, who was lying unconscious, until he woke up. The bridegroom then asked his name. He replied that he was called Ring, and was a king's son. In his youth he had lost his mother, and in her place his father had married a witch, who had laid a spell on him that he should turn into a dog, and never be released from the spell, unless a prince of the same name as himself allowed him to sleep at his feet the first night after his marriage. He added further, "As soon as she knew that you were my namesake, she tried to get you destroyed, so that you might not free me from the spell. She was the hind that you and your companions chased. She was the woman that you found in the clearing with the barrel, and the old egg that we just now killed in the cave." After the feasting was over, the two namesakes, along with other men, went to the cliff and brought all the treasure home to the palace. Then they went to the island and removed all that was valuable from it. Ring gave to his namesake, whom he had freed from the spell, his sister Ingeborg and his father's kingdom to look after, but he himself stayed with his father-in-law, the king, and had half the kingdom while he lived, and the whole of it after his death. End of chapter 37. Recording by Liz Black, Italy.
Chapter 38 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 38. The Swineherd. There was once a poor prince. He possessed a kingdom which, though small, was yet large enough for him to marry on, and married he wished to be. Now it was certainly a little audacious of him to venture to say to the emperor's daughter, "Will you marry me?" But he did venture to say so, for his name was known far and wide. There were hundreds of princesses who would gladly have said yes, but would she say the same? Well, we shall see. On the grave of the prince's father grew a rose tree, a very beautiful rose tree. It only bloomed every 5 years, and then bore but a single rose, but oh, such a rose! Its scent was so sweet that when you smelt it, you forgot all your cares and troubles. And he had also a nightingale, which could sing as if all the beautiful melodies in the world were shut up in its little throat. This rose and this nightingale the princess was to have, and so they were both put into silver caskets and sent to her. The emperor had them brought to him in the great hall, where the princess was playing "Here Comes a Duke a-Riding" with her ladies in waiting, and when she caught sight of the big caskets which contained presents, she clapped her hands for joy. "If only it were a little pussy cat," she said. But the rose tree with the beautiful rose came out. "But how prettily it is made!" said all the ladies in waiting. "It is more than pretty," said the emperor. "It is charming." But the princess felt it, and then she almost began to cry. "Ugh, papa," she said, "it's not artificial. It is real." "Ugh," said all the ladies in waiting, "it is real." "Let us first see what is in the other casket before we begin to get angry," thought the emperor. And there came out the nightingale. It sang so beautifully that one could scarcely utter a cross word against it. "Superbe! Charmante!" said the ladies in waiting, for they all chattered French, each one worse than the other. "How much the bird reminds me of the musical snuff-box of the late empress," said the old courtier. "Oh, yes, it is the same tone, the same execution." "Yes," said the emperor, and then he wept like a little child. "I hope that this at least is not real?" asked the princess. "Yes, it is a real bird," said those who had brought it. "Then let the bird fly away," said the princess, and she would not on any account allow the prince to come. But he was nothing daunted. He painted his face brown and black, drew his cap well over his face, and knocked at the door. "Good day, emperor," he said. "Can I get a place here as a servant in the castle?" "Yes," said the emperor, "but there are so many who ask for a place that I don't know whether there will be one for you, but still I will think of you. Stay, it has just occurred to me that I want someone to look after the swine, for I have so very many of them." And the prince got the situation of imperial swineherd. He had a wretched little room close to the pigsties. Here he had to stay, but the whole day he sat working, and when evening was come he had made a pretty little pot. All around it were little bells, and when the pot boiled they jingled most beautifully and played the old tune, "Where is Augustus dear? Alas, he's not here, here, here." But the most wonderful thing was that when one held one's finger in the steam of the pot, then at once one could smell what dinner was ready in any fireplace in the town. That was indeed something quite different from the rose. Now the princess came walking past with all her ladies in waiting, and when she heard the tune she stood still and her face beamed with joy, for she also could play "Where's Augustus dear?" It was the only tune she knew, but she could play it with one finger. "Why, that is what I play," she said. "He must be a most accomplished swineherd. Listen, go down and ask him what the instrument costs." And one of the ladies in waiting had to go down, but she put on wooden clogs. "What will you take for the pot?" asked the lady in waiting. "I will have 10 kisses from the princess," answered the swineherd. "Heaven forbid!" said the lady in waiting. "Yes, I will sell it for nothing less," replied the swineherd. "Well, what does he say?" asked the princess. "I really hardly like to tell you," answered the lady in waiting. "Oh, then you can whisper it to me." "He is disobliging," said the princess, and went away. But she had only gone a few steps when the bells rang out so prettily, "Where is Augustus dear? Alas, he's not here, here, here." "Listen," said the princess, "ask him whether he will take 10 kisses from my ladies in waiting." "No, thank you," said the swineherd. 10 kisses from the princess, or else I keep my pot." "That is very tiresome," said the princess, "but you must put yourselves in front of me, so that no one can see." And the ladies in waiting placed themselves in front and then spread out their dresses. So the swineherd got his 10 kisses, and she got the pot. What happiness that was! The whole night and the whole day the pot was made to boil. There was not a fireplace in the whole town where they did not know what was being cooked, whether it was at the chancellor's or at the shoemaker's. The ladies in waiting danced and clapped their hands. "We know who is going to have soup and pancakes. We know who is going to have porridge and sausages. Isn't it interesting?" "Yes, very interesting," said the first lady in waiting. "But don't say anything about it, for I am the emperor's daughter." "Oh, no, of course we won't," said everyone. The swineherd, that is to say the prince, though they did not know he was anything but a true swineherd, let no day pass without making something, and one day he made a rattle, which, when it was turned around, played all the waltzes, galops, and polkas that had ever been known since the world began. "But that is superbe," said the princess as she passed by. "I have never heard a more beautiful composition. Listen, go down and ask him what this instrument costs. But I won't kiss him again." "He wants 100 kisses from the princess," said the lady in waiting who had gone down to ask him. "I believe he is mad," said the princess, and then she went on. But she had only gone a few steps when she stopped. "One ought to encourage art," she said. "I am the emperor's daughter. Tell him he shall have, as before, 10 kisses. The rest he can take from my ladies in waiting." "But we don't at all like being kissed by him," said the ladies in waiting. "That's nonsense," said the princess, "and if I can kiss him you can too. Besides, remember, I give you board and lodging." So the ladies in waiting had to go down to him again. 100 kisses from the princess," said he, "or each keeps his own." "Put yourselves in front of us," she said then, and all the ladies in waiting put themselves in front, and he began to kiss the princess. "What can that commotion be by the pigsty?" asked the emperor, who was standing on the balcony. He rubbed his eyes and put on his spectacles. "Why, those are the ladies in waiting playing their games. I must go down to them." So he took off his shoes, which were shoes, though he had trodden them down into slippers. What a hurry he was in, to be sure! As soon as he came into the yard he walked very softly, and the ladies in waiting were so busy counting the kisses and seeing fair play that they never noticed the emperor. He stood on tiptoe. "What is that?" he said, when he saw the kissing, and then he threw one of his slippers at their heads just as the swineherd was taking his 68th kiss. "Be off with you," said the emperor, for he was very angry, and the princess and the swineherd were driven out of the empire. Then she stood still and wept. The swineherd was scolding, and the rain was streaming down. "Alas, what an unhappy creature I am!" sobbed the princess. "If only I had taken the beautiful prince! Alas, how unfortunate I am!" And the swineherd went behind a tree, washed the black and brown off his face, threw away his old clothes, and then stepped forward in his splendid dress, looking so beautiful that the princess was obliged to curtsy. "I now come to this. I despise you," he said. "You would have nothing to do with a noble prince. You did not understand the rose or the nightingale, but you could kiss the swineherd for the sake of a toy. This is what you get for it." And he went into his kingdom and shut the door in her face, and she had to stay outside, singing, "Where is my Augustus dear? Alas, he's not here, here, here." End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 39. How to Tell a True Princess. There was once upon a time a prince who wanted to marry a princess, but she must be a true princess. So he traveled through the whole world to find one, but there was always something against each. There were plenty of princesses, but he could not find out if they were true princesses. In every case there was some little defect which showed the genuine article was not yet found. So he came home again in very low spirits, for he had wanted very much to have a true princess. One night there was a dreadful storm. It thundered and lightened, and the rain streamed down in torrents. It was fearful. There was a knocking heard at the palace gate, and the old king went to open it. There stood a princess outside the gate, but Oh, in what a sad plight she was from the rain and the storm! The water was running down from her hair and her dress into the points of her shoes and out at the heels again, and yet she said she was a true princess. "Well, we shall soon find that," thought the old Queen, but she said nothing, and went into the sleeping room, took off all the bedclothes, and laid a pea on the bottom of the bed. Then she put 20 mattresses on top of the pea, and 20 eider-down quilts on the top of the mattresses, and this was the bed in which the Princess was to sleep. The next morning she asked how she had slept. "Oh, very badly," said the Princess. "I scarcely closed my eyes all night. I am sure I don't know what was in the bed. I laid on something so hard that my whole body is black and blue. It is dreadful." Now they perceived that she was a true princess, because she had felt the pea through the 20 mattresses and the 20 eider-down quilts. No one but a true princess could be so sensitive. So the prince married her, for now he knew that at last he had got hold of a true princess, and the pea was put into the Royal Museum, where it is still to be seen if no one has stolen it. Now this is a true story. End of chapter 39. Recording by Jennifer Hilo, Hawaii.
Chapter 40 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miranda Stinson. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 40, The Blue Mountains. There were once a Scotsman and an Englishman and an Irishman serving in the army together, who took it into their heads to run away on the first opportunity they could get. The chance came, and they took it. They went on traveling for 2 days through a great forest, without food or drink, and without coming across a single house, and every night they had to climb up into the trees through fear of the wild beasts that were in the wood. On the second morning the Scotsman saw from the top of his tree a great castle far away. He said to himself that he would certainly die if he stayed in the forest without anything to eat but the roots of grass, which would not keep him alive very long. As soon, then, as he got down out of the tree, he set off towards the castle, without so much as telling his companions that he had seen it at all. Perhaps the hunger and want they had suffered had changed their nature so much that the one did not care what became of the other if he could save himself. He travelled on most of the day, so that it was quite late when he reached the castle, and, to his great disappointment, found nothing but closed doors and no smoke rising from the chimneys. He thought there was nothing for it but to die after all, and had lain down beside the wall, when he heard a window being opened high above him. At this he looked up, and saw the most beautiful woman he had ever set eyes on. "Oh, it is fortune that has sent you to me," he said. "It is indeed," said she. "What are you in need of, or what has sent you here?" "Necessity," said he. "I am dying for want of food and drink." "Come inside, then," she said. "There is plenty of both here." Accordingly he went in to where she was, and she opened a large room for him, where he saw a number of men lying asleep. She then set food before him, and after that showed him to the room where the others were. He lay down on one of the beds and fell sound asleep. And now we must go back to the 2 that he left behind him in the wood. When nightfall and the time of the wild beasts came upon these, the Englishman happened to climb up into the very same tree on which the Scotsman was when he got a sight of the castle. And as soon as the day began to dawn, the Englishman looked to the 4 quarters of heaven, and what did he see but the castle too? Off he went without saying a word to the Irishman, and everything happened to him just as it had done to the Scotsman. The poor Irishman was now left all alone, and did not know where the others had gone to, so he just stayed where he was, very sad and miserable. When night came, he climbed up into the same tree as the Englishman had been on the night before. As soon as day came, he saw the castle and set out towards it, but when he reached it he could see no signs of fire or living being about it. Before long, however, he heard the window opened above his head, looked up, and beheld the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He asked if she would give him food and drink, and she answered kindly and heartily that she would, if only he would come inside. This he did very willingly, and she set before him food and drink that he had never seen the like of before. In the room there was a bed, with diamond rings hanging at every loop of the curtains, and everything that was in the room besides astonished him so much that he actually forgot that he was hungry. When she saw that he was not eating at all, she asked him what he wanted yet, to which he replied that he would neither eat nor drink till he knew who she was, or where she came from, or who had put her there. "I shall tell you that," said she. "I am an enchanted princess, and my father has promised that the man who releases me from the spell shall have the third of his kingdom while he is alive, and the whole of it after he is dead, and marry me as well. If ever I saw a man who looked likely to do this, you are the one. I have been here for 16 years now, and no one who ever came to the castle has asked me who I was except yourself. Every other man that has come so long as I have been here lies asleep in the big room down there." "Tell me then," said the Irishman, "what is the spell that has been laid upon you, and how you can be freed from it." "There is a little room there," said the Princess, "and if I could get a man to stay in it from 10 o'clock till midnight for 3 nights on end, I should be freed from the spell." "I am the man for you then," said he. "I will take on hand to do it." Thereupon she brought him a pipe and tobacco, and he went into the room, but before long he heard a hammering and a knocking on the outside of the door, and was told to open it. "I won't," he said. The next moment the door came flying in, and those outside along with it. They knocked him down and kicked him and knelt on his body till it came to midnight, but as soon as the cock crew they all disappeared. The Irishman was little more than alive by this time. As soon as daylight appeared the Princess came and found him lying full length on the floor, unable to speak a word. She took a bottle, rubbed him from head to foot with something from it, and thereupon he was as sound as ever. But after what he had got that night, he was very unwilling to try it a second time. The Princess, however, entreated him to stay, saying that the next night would not be so bad, and in the end he gave in and stayed. When it was getting near midnight he heard them ordering him to open the door, and there were 3 of them for every one that there had been the previous evening. He did not make the slightest movement to go out to them or to open the door, but before long they broke it up and were in on top of him. They laid hold of him and kept throwing him between them up to the ceiling or jumping above him, until the cock crew, when they all disappeared. When day came the Princess went to the room to see if he was still alive, and taking the bottle put it to his nostrils, which soon brought him to himself. The first thing he said then was that he was a fool to go on getting himself killed for anyone he ever saw, and was determined to be off and stay there no longer. When the Princess learned his intention she entreated him to stay, reminding him that another night would break her from the spell. "Besides," she said, "if there is a single spark of life in you when the day comes, the stuff that is in this bottle will make you as sound as ever you were." With all this the Irishman decided to stay, but that night there were 3 at him for every one that was there the 2 nights before, and it looked very unlikely that he would be alive in the morning after all that he got. When morning dawned and the Princess came to see if he was still alive, she found him lying on the floor as if dead. She tried to see if there was a breath in him, but she could not quite make it out. Then she put her hand on his pulse and found a faint movement in it. Accordingly she poured what was in the bottle on him, and before long he rose up on his feet, and was as well as he ever was. So that business was finished, and the Princess was freed from the spell. The Princess then told the Irishman that she must go away for the present, but would return for him in a few days in a carriage drawn by 4 grey horses. He told her to "be aisy," and not to speak like that to him. "I have paid dear for you for the last 3 nights," he said, "and if I have to part with you now—" But in the twinkling of an eye she had disappeared. He did not know what to do with himself when he saw that she was gone, but before she went she had given him a little rod, with which he could, when he pleased, waken the men who had been sleeping there, some of them for 16 years. After being thus left alone, he went in and stretched himself on 3 chairs that were in the room, when what does he see coming in at the door but a little fair-haired lad. "Where did you come from, my lad?" said the Irishman. "I came to make ready your food for you," said he. "Who told you to do that?" said the Irishman. "My mistress," answered the lad, "the princess that was under the spell and is now free." By this the Irishman knew that she had sent the lad to wait on him. The lad also told him that his mistress wished him to be ready the next morning at 9 o'clock, when she would come for him with the carriage, as she had promised. He was greatly pleased at this, and next morning, when the time was drawing near, went out into the garden, but the little fair-haired lad took a big pin out of his pocket, and stuck it into the back of the Irishman's coat without his noticing it, whereupon he fell sound asleep. Before long the princess came with the carriage and 4 horses, and asked the lad whether his master was awake. He said that he wasn't. "It is bad for him," said she, "when the night is not long enough for him to sleep. Tell him that if he doesn't meet me at this time tomorrow, it is not likely that he will ever see me again all his life." As soon as she was gone, the lad took the pin out of his master's coat, who instantly awoke. The first word he said to the lad was, "Have you seen her?" "Yes," said he, "and she bade me tell you that if you don't meet her at 9 o'clock tomorrow, you will never see her again." He was very sorry when he heard this, and could not understand why the sleep should have fallen upon him just when she was coming. He decided, however, to go early to bed that night, in order to rise in time next morning, and so he did. When it was getting near 9 o'clock, he went out to the garden to wait till she came, and the fair-haired lad along with him. But as soon as the lad got the chance, he stuck the pin into his master's coat again, and he fell asleep as before. Precisely at 9 o'clock came the princess in the carriage with the 4 horses, and asked the lad if his master had got up yet, but he said, "No, he was asleep just as he was the day before." "Dear, dear," said the princess, "I am sorry for him. Was the sleep he had last night not enough for him? Tell him that he will never see me here again, and here is a sword that you will give him in my name, and my blessing along with it." With this she went off, and as soon as she had gone the lad took the pin out of his master's coat. He awoke instantly, and the first word he said was, "Have you seen her?" The lad said that he had, and there was the sword she had left for him. The Irishman was ready to kill the lad out of sheer vexation, but when he gave a glance over his shoulder not a trace of the fair-haired lad was left. Being thus left all alone, he thought of going into the room where all the men were lying asleep, and there among the rest he found his 2 comrades who had deserted along with him. Then he remembered what the princess had told him, that he had only to touch them with the rod she had given him, and they would all awake, and the first he touched were his own comrades. They started to their feet at once, and he gave them as much silver and gold as they could carry when they went away. There was plenty to do before he got all the others wakened, for the 2 doors of the castle were crowded with them all the day long. The loss of the princess, however, kept rankling in his mind day and night, till finally he thought he would go about the world to see if he could find anyone to give him news of her. So he took the best horse in the stable and set out. 3 years he spent travelling through forests and wilderness, but could find no one able to tell him anything of the princess. At last he fell into so great despair that he thought he would put an end to his own life, and for this purpose laid hold of the sword that she had given him by the hands of the fair-haired lad. But on drawing it from its sheath, he noticed that there was some writing on the side of the blade. He looked at this and read there, "You will find me in the Blue Mountains." This made him take heart again, and he gave up the idea of killing himself, thinking that he would go on in hope of meeting someone who could tell him where the Blue Mountains were. After he had gone a long way without thinking where he was going, he saw at last a light far away, and made straight for it. On reaching it, he found it came from a little house, and as soon as the man inside heard the noise of the horses' feet, he came out to see who was there. Seeing a stranger on horseback, he asked what brought him there, and where he was going. "I have lived here," said he, "for 300 years, and all the time I have not seen a single human being but yourself." "I have been going about for the last 3 years," said the Irishman, "to see if I could find anyone who could tell me where the Blue Mountains are." "Come," said the old man, "and stay with me all night. I have a book which contains the history of the world, which I shall go through tonight, and if there is such a place as the Blue Mountains in it, we shall find it out." The Irishman stayed there all night, and as soon as morning came rose to go. The old man said he had not gone to sleep all night for going through the book, but there was not a word about the Blue Mountains in it. "But I'll tell you what," he said, If there is such a place on earth at all, I have a brother who lives 900 miles from here, and he is sure to know where they are if anyone in this world does." The Irishman answered that he could never go these 900 miles, for his horse was giving in already. "That doesn't matter," said the old man. "I can do better than that. I have only to blow my whistle, and you will be at my brother's house before nightfall." So he blew the whistle, and the Irishman did not know where on earth he was until he found himself at the other old man's door, who also told him that it was 300 years since he had seen anyone, and asked him where he was going. "I am going to see if I can find anyone that can tell me where the Blue Mountains are," he said. "If you will stay with me tonight," said the old man, "I have a book of the history of the world, and I shall know where they are before daylight if there is such a place in it at all." He stayed there all night, but there was not a word in the book about the Blue Mountains. Seeing that he was rather cast down, the old man told him that he had a brother 900 miles away, and that if information could be got about them from anyone it would be from him. "And I will enable you," he said, "to reach the place where he lives before night." So he blew his whistle, and the Irishman landed at the brother's house before nightfall. When the old man saw him, he said he had not seen a single man for 300 years, and was very much surprised to see anyone come to him now. "Where are you going to?" he said. "I am going about asking for the Blue Mountains," said the Irishman. "The Blue Mountains?" said the old man. "Yes," said the Irishman. "I've never heard the name before, but if they do exist I shall find them out. I am the master of all the birds in the world, and have only to blow my whistle and every one will come to me. I shall then ask each of them to tell where it came from, and if there is any way of finding out the Blue Mountains, that is it." So he blew his whistle, and when he blew it then all the birds of the world began to gather. The old man questioned each of them as to where they had come from, but there was not one of them that had come from the Blue Mountains. After he had run over them all, however, he missed a big eagle that was wanting, and wondered that it had not come. Soon afterwards he saw something big coming towards him, darkening the sky. It kept coming nearer and growing bigger, and what was this after all but the eagle? When she arrived the old man scolded her and asked what had kept her so long behind. "I couldn't help it," she said. "I had more than 20 times further to come than any bird has come here today." "Where have you come from, then?" said the old man. "From the Blue Mountains," said she. "Indeed!" said the old man. "And what are they doing there?" "They are making ready this very day," said the eagle, "for the marriage of the daughter of the king of the Blue Mountains. For 3 years now she has refused to marry anyone whatsoever, until she should give up all hope of the coming of the man who released her from the spell. Now she can wait no longer, for 3 years is the time that she agreed with her father to remain without marrying." The Irishman knew that it was for himself she had been waiting so long, but he was unable to make any better of it, for he had no hope of reaching the Blue Mountains all his life. The old man noticed how sad he grew, and asked the eagle what she would take for carrying this man on her back to the Blue Mountains. "I must have 60 cattle killed," said she, "and cut up into quarters, and every time I look over my shoulder he must throw one of them into my mouth." As soon as the Irishman and the old man heard her demand they went out hunting, and before evening they had killed 60 cattle. They made quarters of them, as the eagle told them, and then the old man asked her to lie down, till they would get it all heaped up on her back. First of all, though, they had to get a ladder of 14 steps to enable them to get on to the eagle's back, and there they piled up the meat as well as they could. Then the old man told the Irishman to mount, and to remember to throw a quarter of beef to her every time she looked round. He went up, and the old man gave the eagle the word to be off, which she instantly obeyed, and every time she turned her head the Irishman threw a quarter of beef into her mouth. As they came near the borders of the kingdom of the Blue Mountains, however, the beef was done, and when the eagle looked over her shoulder, what was the Irishman at but throwing a stone between her tail and her neck? At this she turned a complete somersault, and threw the Irishman off into the sea, where he fell into the bay that was right in front of the king's palace. Fortunately the points of his toes just touched the bottom, and he managed to get ashore. When he went up into the town all the streets were gleaming with light, and the wedding of the princess was just about to begin. He went into the first house he came to, and this happened to be the house of the king's hen-wife. he asked the old woman what was causing all the noise and light in the town. "The Princess," said she, "is going to be married tonight against her will, for she has been expecting every day that the man who freed her from the spell would come." "There is a guinea for you," said he. The old woman went, and soon returned along with the Princess. She and the Irishman recognized each other, and were married, and had a great wedding that lasted for a year and a day. End of chapter 40. Recording by Miranda Stinson.
Chapter 41 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Eliza Horn. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 41. The Tinder-box. A soldier came marching along the high road, left, right, a left, right. He had his knapsack on his back and a sword by his side, for he had been to the wars and was now returning home. An old witch met him on the road. She was very ugly to look at. Her upper lip hung down to her breast. "Good evening, soldier," she said. "What a fine sword and knapsack you have! You are something like a soldier. You ought to have as much money as you would like to carry." "Thank you, old witch," said the soldier. "Do you see that great tree there?" said the witch, pointing to a tree beside them. "It is hollow within. You must climb up to the top, and then you will see a hole there through which you will let yourself down into the tree. I will tie a rope around your waist, so that I may be able to pull you up again when you call." "What shall I do down there?" asked the soldier. "Get money," answered the witch. "Listen. When you reach the bottom of the tree, you will find yourself in a large hall. It is light there, for there are more than 300 lamps burning. Then you will see 3 doors which you can open. The keys are in the locks. If you go into the first room, you will see a great chest in the middle of the floor with a dog sitting upon it. It has eyes as large as saucers, but you needn't trouble about him. I will give you my blue checkered apron, which you must spread out on the floor, and then go back quickly and fetch the dog and set him upon it. Open the chest and take as much money as you like. It is copper there. If you would rather have silver, you must go into the next room, where there is a dog with eyes as large as mill wheels. But don't take any notice of him. Just set him upon the apron and help yourself to the money. If you prefer gold, you can get that too. If you go into the third room, and as much as you like to carry, but the dog that guards the chest there has eyes as large as the round tower at Copenhagen. He is a savage dog, I can tell you, but you needn't be afraid of him. Only put him on my apron, and he won't touch you, and you can take out of the chest as much gold as you like."
"Come, this is not bad," said the soldier. "But what am I to give you, old witch? For surely you are not going to do this for nothing."
"Yes, I am," replied the witch. "Not a single farthing will I take. For me you shall bring nothing but an old tinder-box which my grandmother forgot last time she was down there."
"Well, tie the rope around my waist," said the soldier.
"Here it is," said the witch. "And here is my blue check apron." Then the soldier climbed up the tree, let himself down through the hole, and found himself standing, as the witch had said, underground in a large hall, where 300 lamps were burning. Well, he opened the first door. Ugh! There sat the dog, with eyes as big as saucers glaring at him.
"You're a fine fellow,"
said the soldier, and put him on the witch's apron. took as much copper as his pockets could hold. Then he shut the chest, put the dog on it again, and went into the second room, where sure enough there sat a dog with eyes as large as mill wheels.
"You had better not look at me so hard," said the soldier. "Your eyes will come out of their sockets."
And then he set the dog on the apron. When he saw all the silver in the chest, he threw away the copper he had taken, and filled his pockets and knapsack with nothing but silver. Then he went into the third room. Horrors! The dog there had 2 eyes, each as large as the round tower at Copenhagen, spinning around in its head like wheels.
"Good evening,"
said the soldier, and saluted, for he had never seen a dog like this before. But when he had examined him more closely, he thought to himself,
"Now then, I've had enough of this,"
and put him down on the floor and opened the chest. Heavens, what a heap of gold there was! With all that he could buy up the whole tower, and all the sugar pigs, all the tin soldiers, wisps and rocking horses in all the world. Now he threw away all the silver with which he had filled his pockets and knapsack, and filled them with gold instead. Yes, all his pockets, his knapsack, cap, and boots even, so that he could hardly walk. Now he was rich indeed. He put the dog back on the chest, shut the door, and then called up through the tree,
"Now pull me up again, old witch."
"Have you got the tinder-box also?"
asked the witch.
"Botheration,"
said the soldier.
"I clean forgot it."
And he went back and fetched it. The witch pulled him up, and there he stood again on the high road, his pockets, knapsack, cap, and boots filled with gold.
"What do you want to do with the tinder-box?"
asked the soldier.
"That doesn't matter to you,"
replied the witch.
"You have gotten your money. Give me my tinder-box."
"We'll see,"
said the soldier.
"Tell me at once what you want to do with it, or I will draw my sword and cut off your head."
"No!"
screamed the witch. The soldier immediately cut off her head. That was the end of her. But he tied up all his gold in her apron, slung it like a bundle over his shoulder, and put the tinder-box in his pocket, and set out towards the town. It was a splendid town. He turned into the finest inn, ordered the best chamber and his favourite dinner, for now that he had so much money he was really rich. It certainly occurred to the servant who had to clean his boots that they were astonishingly old boots for such a rich lord, but that was because he had not yet bought new ones. Next day he appeared in respectable boots and fine clothes. Now instead of a common soldier he had become a noble lord, and the people told him about all the grand doings of the town and the king, and what a beautiful princess his daughter was.
"How can one get to see her?"
asked the soldier. "She is never seen at all," they told him. "She lives in a great copper castle, surrounded by many walls and towers. No one except the king may go in or out, for it is prophesied that she will marry a common soldier, and the king cannot submit to that."
"I should very much like to see her,"
thought the soldier, but he could not get permission. Now he lived very gaily, went to the theatre, drove in the king's garden, and gave the poor a great deal of money, which was very nice of him. He had experienced in former times how hard it was not to have a farthing in the world. Now he was rich, wore fine clothes, and made many friends, who all said that he was an excellent man, a real nobleman, and a soldier like that. But as he was always spending money, and never made any more, at last the day came that he had nothing left but 2 shillings, and he had to leave the beautiful rooms in which he had been living, and go into a little attic under the roof, and clean his own boots, and mend them with a darning needle. None of his friends came to visit him there, for there were too many stairs to climb. It was a dark evening, and he could not even buy a light. But all at once it flashed across him that there was a little end of tinder in the tinder-box, which he had taken from the hollow tree into which the witch had helped him down. He found the box with the tinder in it, and just as he was kindling a light, and had struck a spark out of the tinder-box, the door burst open, and the dog with eyes as large as saucers, which he had seen down in the tree, stood before him and said,
"What does my master command?" "What's the meaning of this?"
exclaimed the soldier.
"This is a pretty kind of tinder-box, if I can get whatever I want like this. Get me money,"
he cried to the dog, and hey presto, he was off and back again, holding a great purse full of money in his mouth. Now the soldier knew what a capital tinder-box this was. If he rubbed once, the dog that sat on the chest of copper appeared. If he rubbed twice, there came the dog that watched over the silver chest. If he rubbed 3 times, the one that guarded the gold appeared. Now the soldier went down again to his beautiful rooms, and appeared once more in splendid clothes. All his friends immediately recognised him again, and paid him great court. One day he thought to himself,
"It is very strange that no one can get to see the princess. They all say she is very pretty, but what's the use of that if she has to live for ever in the great copper castle with all the towers? Can I not manage to see her somehow? What of my tinder-box?"
And so he struck a spark, and presto, there came the dog with the eyes as large as saucers.
"It is the middle of the night, I know," said the soldier, "but I should very much like to see the princess for a moment."
The dog was already out the door, and before the soldier could look round, in he came with the princess. She was lying asleep on the dog's back, and was so beautiful that any one could see she was a real princess. The soldier really could not refrain himself from kissing her. He was a thorough soldier. Then the dog ran back with the princess, but when it was morning, and the king and queen were drinking tea, the princess said that the night before she had had such a strange dream about a dog and a soldier. She had ridden on the dog's back, and the soldier had kissed her.
"That is certainly a fine story,"
said the queen. But the next night one of the ladies in waiting was to watch the princess's bed, to see if it was only a dream, or if it had actually happened. The prince had an overpowering longing to see the princess again, and so the dog came in the middle of the night and fetched her, running as fast as he could. But the lady in waiting slipped on india-rubber shoes and followed them. When she saw them disappear into a large house, she thought to herself, "Now I know where it is," and made a great cross on the door with a piece of chalk. Then she went home and lay down, and the dog came back also with the princess. But when he saw that a cross had been made on the door of the house where the soldier lived, he took a piece of chalk also, and made crosses on all the doors in the town. And that was very clever, for now the lady in waiting could not find the right house, as there were crosses on all the doors. Early the next morning, the king, queen, lady in waiting, and officers came to see where the princess had been.
"There it is,"
said the king, when he saw the first door with the cross on it.
"No, there it is, my dear,"
said the queen, when she likewise saw a door with a cross.
"But there's one here, and there's another one,"
they all exclaimed. Wherever they looked there was a cross on the door. Then they realised that the sign would not help them at all. But the queen was an extremely clever woman, who could do a great deal more than just drive in a coach. She took her great golden scissors and cut up a piece of silk, and made a pretty little bag of it. This she filled with the finest buckwheat grain, and tied it round the Princess's neck. This done, she cut out a little hole in the bag, so that the grains would strew the whole road wherever the Princess went. In the night the dog came again, took the Princess on his back, and ran away with her to the soldier, who was very much in love with her, and would have liked to have been a prince, so that he might have had her for his wife. The dog did not notice how the grains were strewed right from the castle to the soldier's window, where he ran up the wall with the Princess. In the morning the King and Queen saw plainly where their daughter had been, and they took the soldier and put him in prison. There he sat. Oh, how dark and dull it was in there! And they told him, "Tomorrow you will be hanged." Hearing that did not exactly cheer him, and he had left his tinder-box in the inn. Next morning he could see through the iron gate in front of his little window how the people were hurrying out of the town to see his hanging. Next morning he could see through the iron gate in front of his little window how the people were hurrying out of the town to see him hanged. He heard the drums and saw the soldiers marching. All the people were running to and fro. Just below his window was a shoemaker's apprentice, with leather apron and shoes. He was skipping along so merrily that one of his shoes fell off and fell against the wall, just where the soldier was sitting, peering through the iron grating. "Oh, shoemaker boy, you needn't be in such a hurry," said the soldier to him. "There's nothing going on till I arrive, but if you will run back to the house where I live and fetch me my tinder-box, I will give you 4 shillings, but you must put your best foot foremost." The shoemaker's boy was very willing to earn 4 shillings, and fetched the tinder-box, gave it to the soldier, and yes, now you shall hear. Outside the town a great scaffold had been erected, and all around were standing the soldiers and hundreds of thousands of people. The King and Queen were sitting on a magnificent throne opposite the judges and the whole council. The soldier was already standing on the top of the ladder, but when they wanted to put the rope around his neck, he said that the fulfilment of one innocent request was always granted to the poor criminal before he underwent his punishment. He would so much like to smoke a small pipe of tobacco, it would be his last pipe in this world. The King could not refuse him this, so he took out his tinder-box and rubbed it once, twice, 3 times, and lo and behold, there stood all 3 dogs, the one with eyes as large as saucers, the second with eyes as large as mill-wheels, and the third with eyes as large as the round tower of Copenhagen. "Help me now, so I may not be hanged," cried the soldier. And thereupon the dogs fell upon the judges and the whole council, seizing them up by the legs, others by the nose, and threw them so high into the air that they fell and were smashed to pieces. "I won't stand for this," said the King, but the largest dog seized him too, and the Queen as well, and threw them up after the others. They frightened the soldiers, and all the people cried, "Good soldier, you shall be our king, and marry the beautiful princess." Then they put the soldier into the king's coach, and the 3 dogs danced in front, crying, "Hurrah!" And the boys whistled, and the soldiers presented arms. The princess came out of the copper castle, and became queen, and that pleased her very much. The wedding festivities lasted for 8 days, and the dogs sat at table and made eyes at everyone. The end of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Larson in Dawson, Minnesota. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 42. The Witch in the Stone Boat, from the Icelandic. There were once a king and a queen, and they had a son called Sigurd, who was very strong and active and good-looking. When the king came to be bowed down with the weight of his years, he spoke to his son, and said that now it was time for him to look out for a fitting match for himself, for he did not know how long he might last now, and he would like to see him married before he died. Sigurd was not averse to this, and asked his father where he thought it best to look for a wife. The king answered that in a certain country there was a king who had a beautiful daughter, and he thought it would be most desirable if Sigurd could get her. So the two parted, and Sigurd prepared for the journey, and went to where his father had directed him. He came to the king, and asked his daughter's hand, which he readily granted him, but only on the condition that he should remain there as long as he could, for the king himself was not strong, and not very able to govern his kingdom. Sigurd accepted this condition, but added that he would have to get leave to go home again to his own country when he heard news of his father's death. After that, Sigurd married the princess, and helped his father-in-law to govern the kingdom. He and the princess loved each other dearly, and after a year a son came to them, who was 2 years old when word came to Sigurd that his father was dead. Sigurd now prepared to return home with his wife and child, and went on board ship to go by sea. They had sailed for several days when the breeze suddenly fell, and there came a dead calm, at a time when they needed only 1 day's voyage to reach home. Sigurd and his queen were one day on deck, when most of the others on the ship had fallen asleep. There they sat and talked for a while, and had their little son along with them. After a time, Sigurd became so heavy with sleep that he could no longer keep awake, so he went below and lay down, leaving the queen alone on the deck playing with her son. A good while after Sigurd had gone down below, the queen saw something black on the sea, which seemed to be coming nearer. As it approached, she could make out that it was a boat, and could see the figure of someone sitting in it and rowing it. At last the boat came alongside the ship, and now the queen saw that it was a stone boat, out of which there came up on board the ship a fearfully ugly witch. The queen was more frightened than words can describe, and could neither speak a word nor move from the place so as to awaken the king or the sailors. The witch came right up to the queen, took the child from her, and laid it on the deck. Then she took the queen and stripped her of all her fine clothes, which she proceeded to put on herself, and looked then like a human being. Last of all, she took the queen, put her into the boat, and said, "This spell I lay upon you, that you slacken not your course until you come to my brother in the underworld." The queen sat stunned and motionless, but the boat at once shot away from the ship with her, and before long she was out of sight. When the boat could no longer be seen, the child began to cry, and though the witch tried to quiet it, she could not manage it. So she went below to where the king was sleeping with the child on her arm, and awakened him, scolding him for leaving them alone on deck while he and all the crew were asleep. It was great carelessness of him, she said, to leave no one to watch the ship with her. Sigurd was greatly surprised to hear his queen scold him so much, for she had never said an angry word to him before. But he thought it was quite excusable in this case, and tried to quiet the child along with her, but it was no use. Then he went and wakened the sailors, and bade them hoist the sails, for a breeze had sprung up and was blowing straight towards the harbour. They soon reached the land which Sigurd was to rule over, and found all the people sorrowful for the old king's death, but they became glad when they got Sigurd back to court, and made him king over them. The king's son, however, hardly ever stopped crying from the time he had been taken from his mother on the deck of the ship, although he had always been such a good child before, so that at last the king had to get a nurse for him, one of the maids of the court. As soon as the child got into her charge, he stopped crying, and behaved well as before. After the sea voyage, it seemed to the king that the queen had altered very much in many ways, and not for the better. He thought her much more haughty and stubborn and difficult to deal with than she used to be. Before long, others began to notice this as well as the king. In the court there were 2 young fellows, one of 18 years old, the other of 19, who were very fond of playing chess, and often sat long inside playing at it. Their room was next the queen's, and often during the day they heard the queen talking. One day they paid more attention than usual when they heard her talk, and put their ears close to a crack in the wall between the rooms, and heard the queen say quite plainly, "When I yawn a little, then I am a nice little maiden. When I yawn halfway, then I am half a troll. And when I yawn fully, then I am a troll altogether." As she said this, she yawned tremendously, and in a moment had put on the appearance of a fearfully ugly troll. Then there came up through the floor of the room a 3-headed giant with a trough full of meat, who saluted her as his sister, and set down the trough before her. She began to eat out of it, and never stopped till she had finished it. The young fellows saw all this going on, but did not hear the 2 of them say anything to each other. They were astonished, though, at how greedily the queen devoured the meat, and how much she ate of it, and were no longer surprised that she took so little when she sat at table with the king. As soon as she had finished it, the giant disappeared with the trough by the same way as he had come, and the queen returned to her human shape. Now we must go back to the king's son after he had been put in charge of the nurse. One evening, after she had lit a candle and was holding the child, several planks sprang up in the floor of the room, and out at the opening came a beautiful woman dressed in white, with an iron belt round her waist, to which was fastened an iron chain that went down into the ground. The woman came up to the nurse, took the child from her, and pressed it to her breast. Then she gave it back to the nurse, and returned by the same way as she had come, and the floor closed over her again. Although the woman had not spoken a single word to her, the nurse was very much frightened, but told no one about it. Next evening, the same thing happened again, just as before, but as the woman was going away, she said in a sad tone, "Two are gone, and one only is left," and then disappeared as before. The nurse was still more frightened when she heard the woman say this, and thought that perhaps some danger was hanging over the child, though she had no ill opinion of the unknown woman, who indeed had behaved towards the child as if it were her own. The most mysterious thing was the woman saying, "And only one is left." But the nurse guessed that this must mean that only one day was left, since she had come for 2 days already. At last the nurse made up her mind to go to the king, and told him the whole story, and asked him to be present in person next day, about the time when the woman usually came. The king promised to do so, and came to the nurse's room a little before the time, and sat down on a chair with his drawn sword in his hand. Soon after, the planks in the floor sprang up as before, and the woman came up, dressed in white, with the iron belt and chain. The king saw at once that it was his own queen, and immediately hewed asunder the iron chain that was fastened to the belt. This was followed by such noises and crashings down in the earth that all the king's palace shook, so that no one expected anything else than to see every bit of it shaken to pieces. At last, however, the noises and shaking stopped, and they began to come to themselves again. The king and queen embraced each other, and she told him the whole story. How the witch came to the ship when they were all asleep, and sent her off in the boat. After she had gone so far that she could not see the ship, she sailed on through darkness until she landed beside a 3-headed giant. The giant wished her to marry him, but she refused, whereupon he shut her up by herself, and told her she would never get free until she consented. After a time she began to plan how to get her freedom, and at last told him that she would consent if he would allow her to visit her son on earth 3 days on end. This he agreed to, but put on her this iron belt and chain, the other end of which he fastened round his own waist, and the great noises that were heard when the king cut the chain must have been caused by the giant's falling down the underground passage when the chain gave way so suddenly. The giant's dwelling, indeed, was right under the palace, and the terrible shakings must have been caused by him in his death throes. The king now understood how the queen he had had for some time past had been so ill-tempered. He at once had a sack drawn over her head, and made her be stoned to death, and after that torn in pieces by untamed horses. The 2 young fellows also told now what they had heard and seen in the queen's room, for before this they had been afraid to say anything about it, on account of the queen's power. The real queen was now restored to all her dignity, and was beloved by all. The nurse was married to a nobleman, and the king and queen gave her splendid presents. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 43. Thumbelina. There was once a woman who wanted to have quite a tiny little child, but she did not know where to get one from. So one day she went to an old witch and said to her, "I should so much like to have a tiny little child. Can you tell me where I can get one?" "Oh, we have just got one ready," said the witch. "Here is a barleycorn for you, but it's not the kind the farmer sows in his field, or feeds the cocks and hens with, I can tell you. Put it in a flower pot, and then you will see something happen." "Oh, thank you," said the woman, and gave the witch a shilling, for that was what it cost. Then she went home and planted the barleycorn. Immediately there grew out of it a large and beautiful flower, which looked like a tulip, but the petals were tightly closed, as if it were still only a bud. "What a beautiful flower!" exclaimed the woman, and she kissed the red and yellow petals. But as she kissed them, the flower burst open. It was a real tulip, such as one can see any day, but in the middle of the blossom, on the green velvety petals, sat a little girl, quite tiny, trim, and pretty. She was scarcely half a thumb in height, so they called her Thumbelina. An elegant polished walnut shell served Thumbelina as a cradle. The blue petals of a violet were her mattress, and a rose leaf her coverlid. There she lay at night, but in the daytime she used to play about on the table. Here the woman had put a bowl, surrounded by a ring of flowers, with their stalks in water, in the middle of which floated a great tulip petal, and on this Thumbelina sat and sailed from one side of the bowl to the other, rowing herself with 2 white horsehairs for oars. It was such a pretty sight. She could sing, too, with a voice that was more soft and sweet than ever had been heard before. One night, when she was lying in her pretty little bed, an old toad crept in through a broken pane in the window. She was very ugly, clumsy, and clammy. She hopped onto the table where Thumbelina lay asleep under the red rose leaf. "This would make a beautiful wife for my son," said the toad, taking up the walnut shell with Thumbelina inside, and hopping with it through the window into the garden. There flowed a great wide stream, with slippery and marshy banks. Here the toad lived with her son. Oh, how ugly and clammy he was, just like his mother. "Croak, croak, croak," was all he could say when he saw the pretty little girl in the walnut shell. "Don't talk so loud, or you'll wake her," said the old toad. "She might escape us even now, she is as light as a feather. We will put her at once on a broad water-lily leaf in the stream. That will be quite an island for her, she is so small and light. She can't run away from us there, whilst we are preparing the guest-chamber under the marsh, where she will live." Outside in the brook grew many water-lilies, with broad green leaves, which looked as if they were swimming about on the water. The leaf farthest away was the largest, and to this the old toad swam with Thumbelina in her walnut shell. The tiny Thumbelina woke up very early in the morning, and when she saw where she was she began to cry bitterly, for on every side of the great green leaf was water, and she could not get to the land. The old toad was down under the marsh, decorating her room with rushes and yellow marigold leaves, to make it very grand for her new daughter-in-law. Then she swam out with her ugly son to the leaf where Thumbelina lay. She wanted to fetch the pretty cradle to put into her room before Thumbelina herself came there. The old toad bowed low in the water before her, and said, "Here is my son. You shall marry him, and live in great magnificence down under the marsh." "Croak, croak, croak," was all that the son could say. Then they took the neat little cradle and swam away with it, but Thumbelina sat alone on the great green leaf and wept, for she did not want to live with the clammy toad, or marry her ugly son. The little fishes swimming about under the water had seen the toad quite plainly, and heard what she said, so they put up their heads to see the little girl. When they saw her they thought her so pretty that they were very sorry she should go down with the ugly toad to live. No, that must not happen. They assembled in the water round the green stalk which supported the leaf on which she was sitting, and nibbled the stem in two. Away floated the leaf down the stream, bearing Thumbelina far beyond the reach of the toad. On she sailed past several towns. and the little birds sitting in the bushes saw her and sang, "What a pretty little girl!" The leaf floated farther and farther away. Thus Thumbelina left her native land. A beautiful little white butterfly fluttered above her, and at last settled on the leaf. Thumbelina pleased him, and she, too, was delighted, for now the toads could not reach her, and it was so beautiful where she was travelling. The sun shone on the water and made it sparkle like the brightest silver. She took off her sash and tied one end round the butterfly, the other end she fastened to the leaf, so that now it glided along with her faster than ever. A great cockchafer came flying past. He caught sight of Thumbelina, and in a moment had put his arms round her slender waist and had flown off with her to a tree. The green leaf floated away down the stream, and the butterfly with it, for he was fastened to the leaf and could not get loose from it. Oh dear, how terrified poor little Thumbelina was when the cockchafer flew off with her to the tree! But she was especially distressed on the beautiful white butterfly's account, as she had tied him so fast that if he could not get away he must starve to death. But the cockchafer did not trouble himself about that. He sat down with her on a large green leaf, gave her the honey out of the flowers to eat, and told her that she was very pretty, although she wasn't in the least like a cockchafer. Later on, all the cockchafers who lived in the same tree came to pay calls. They examined Thumbelina closely and remarked, "Why, she has only 2 legs! How very miserable!" "She has no feelers!" cried another. "How ugly she is!" said all the lady chafers. And yet Thumbelina was really very pretty. The cockchafer who had stolen her knew this very well, but when he heard all the ladies saying she was ugly, he began to think so too, and would not keep her. She might go wherever she liked. So he flew down from the tree with her and put her on a daisy. There she sat and wept, because she was so ugly that the cockchafer would have nothing to do with her. And yet she was the most beautiful creature imaginable, so soft and delicate, like the loveliest rose leaf. The whole summer poor little Thumbelina lived alone in the great wood. She plaited a bed for herself of blades of grass, and hung it up under a clover leaf, so that she was protected from the rain. She gathered honey from the flowers for food, and drank the dew on the leaves every morning. Thus the summer and autumn passed, but then came winter, the long cold winter. All the birds who had sung so sweetly about her had flown away. The trees shed their leaves, the flowers died. The great clover leaf under which she had lived curled up, and nothing remained of it but the withered stalk. She was terribly cold, for her clothes were ragged, and she herself was so small and thin. Poor little Thumbelina, she would surely be frozen to death. It began to snow, and every snowflake that fell on her was to her as a whole shovelful thrown on one of us, for we are so big, and she was only an inch high. She wrapped herself round in a dead leaf, but it was torn in the middle and gave her no warmth. She was trembling with cold. Just outside the wood where she was now living lay a great cornfield, but the corn had been gone a long time, only the dry bare stubble was left standing in the frozen ground. This made a forest for her to wander about in. All at once she came to the door of a field mouse who had a little hole under a cornstalk. There the mouse lived warm and snug, with a storeroom full of corn, a splendid kitchen and dining room. Poor little Thumbelina went up to the door and begged for a little piece of barley, for she had not had anything to eat for the last 2 days. "Poor little creature," said the field mouse, for she was a kind-hearted old thing at the bottom. "Come into my warm room and have some dinner with me." As Thumbelina pleased her, she said, "As far as I am concerned, you may spend the winter with me, but you must keep my room clean and tidy, and tell me stories, for I like that very much." And Thumbelina did all that the kind old field mouse asked, and did it remarkably well too. "Now I am expecting a visitor," said the field mouse. "My neighbour comes to call on me once a week. He is in better circumstances than I am, and has great big rooms, and wears a fine black velvet coat. If you could only marry him, you would be well provided for. But he is blind. You must tell him all the prettiest stories you know." But Thumbelina did not trouble her head about him, for he was only a mole. He came and paid them a visit in his black velvet coat. "He is so rich and so accomplished," the field mouse told her. "His house is 20 times larger than mine. He possesses great knowledge, but he cannot bear the sun and the beautiful flowers, and speaks slightingly of them, for he has never seen them." Thumbelina had to sing to him, so she sang Ladybird, Ladybird, fly away home, and other songs so prettily that the mole fell in love with her. But he did not say anything. He was a very cautious man. A short time before he had dug a long passage through the ground from his own house to that of his neighbour. In this he gave the field mouse and Thumbelina permission to walk as often as they liked, but he begged them not to be afraid of the dead bird that lay in the passage. It was a real bird with beak and feathers, and must have died a little time ago, and now lay buried just where he had made his tunnel. The mole took a piece of rotten wood in his mouth, for that glows like fire in the dark, and went in front, lighting them through the long dark passage. When they came to the place where the dead bird lay, the mole put his broad nose against the ceiling and pushed a hole through, so that the daylight could shine down. In the middle of the path lay a dead swallow, his pretty wings pressed close to his sides, his claws and head drawn under his feathers. The poor bird had evidently died of cold. Thumbelina was very sorry, for she was very fond of all little birds. They had sung and twittered so beautifully to her all through the summer. But the mole kicked him with his bandy legs, and said, "Now he can't sing any more. It must be very miserable to be a little bird. I'm thankful that none of my little children are. Birds always starve in winter." "Yes, you speak like a sensible man," said the field mouse. "What has a bird, in spite of all his singing, in the winter time? He must starve and freeze, and that must be very pleasant for him, I must say." Thumbelina did not say anything, but when the other two had passed on, she bent down to the bird, brushed aside the feathers from his head, and kissed his closed eyes gently. "Perhaps it was he that sang to me so prettily in the summer," she thought. "Oh, how much pleasure he did give me, dear little bird!" The mole closed up the hole again, which let in the light, and then escorted the ladies home. But Thumbelina could not sleep that night, so she got out of bed and plaited a great big blanket of straw, and carried it off and spread it over the dead bird, and piled upon it thistledown as soft as cotton wool, which she had found in the field mouse's room, so that the poor little thing should lie warmly buried. "Farewell, pretty little bird," she said. "Farewell, and thank you for your beautiful songs in the summer, when the trees were green and the sun shone down warmly on us." Then she laid her head against the bird's heart. But the bird was not dead. He had been frozen, but now that she had warmed him, he was coming to life again. In autumn the swallows fly away to foreign lands, but there are some who are late in starting, and then they get so cold that they drop down as if dead, and the snow comes and covers them over. Thumbelina trembled, she was so frightened, for the bird was very large in comparison with herself, only an inch high. But she took courage, piled up the down more closely over the poor swallow, fetched her own coverlid and laid it over his head. Next night she crept out again to him. There he was alive, but very weak. He could only open his eyes for a moment and look at Thumbelina, who was standing in front of him with a piece of rotten wood in her hand, for she had no other lantern. "Thank you, pretty little child," said the swallow to her. "I am beautifully warm. Soon I shall regain my strength, and then I shall be able to fly out again into the warm sunshine." "Oh," she said, "it is very cold outside. It is snowing and freezing. Stay in your warm bed. I will take care of you." Then she brought him water in a kettle, which he drank, after which he related to her how he had torn one of his wings on a bramble, so that he could not fly as fast as the other swallows, who had flown far away to warmer lands. So at last he had dropped down exhausted, and then he could remember no more. The whole winter he remained down there, and Thumbelina looked after him and nursed him tenderly. Neither the mole nor the field mouse learnt anything of this, for they could not bear the poor swallow. When the spring came and the sun warmed the earth again, the swallow said farewell to Thumbelina, who opened the hole in the roof for him which the mole had made. The sun shone brightly down upon her, and the swallow asked her if she would go with him. She could sit upon his back. Thumbelina wanted very much to fly far away into the green wood, but she knew that the old field mouse would be sad if she ran away. "No, I mustn't come," she said. "Farewell, dear good little girl," said the swallow, and flew off into the sunshine. Thumbelina gazed after him with the tears standing in her eyes, for she was very fond of the swallow. "Tweet, tweet," sang the bird, and flew into the green wood. Thumbelina was very unhappy. She was not allowed to go out into the warm sunshine. The corn which had been sowed in the field over the field mouse's home grew high up into the air, and made a thick forest for the poor little girl, who was only an inch high. "Now you are to be a bride, Thumbelina," said the field mouse, "for our neighbour has proposed for you. What a piece of fortune for a poor child like you! Now you must set to work at your linen for your dowry, for nothing must be lacking if you are to become the wife of our neighbour the mole." Thumbelina had to spin all day long, and every evening the mole visited her, and told her that when the summer was over the sun would not shine so hot. Now it was burning the earth as hard as a stone. Yes, when the summer had passed they would keep the wedding. But she was not at all pleased about it, for she did not like the stupid mole. Every morning when the sun was rising, and every evening when it was setting, she would steal out of the house door, and when the breeze parted the ears of corn so that she could see the blue sky through them, she thought how bright and beautiful it must be outside, and longed to see her dear swallow again. But he never came. No doubt he had flown away far into the great green wood. By the autumn Thumbelina had finished the dowry. "In 4 weeks you will be married," said the field mouse. "Don't be obstinate, or I shall bite you with my sharp white teeth. You will get a fine husband. The king himself has not such a velvet coat. His storeroom and cellar are full, and you should be thankful for that." Well, the wedding day arrived. The mole had come to fetch Thumbelina to live with him deep down under the ground, never to come out into the warm sun again, for that was what he didn't like. The poor little girl was very sad, for now she must say good-bye to the beautiful sun. "Farewell, bright sun," she cried, stretching out her arms toward it, and taking another step outside the house, for now the corn had been reaped, and only the dry stubble was left standing. "Farewell, farewell," she said, and put her arms around a red flower that grew there. "Give my love to the dear swallow when you see him." "Tweet, tweet," sounded in her ear all at once. She looked up. There was the swallow flying past. As soon as he saw Thumbelina he was very glad. She told him how unwilling she was to marry the ugly mole, as then she had to live underground where the sun never shone, and she could not help bursting into tears. "The cold winter is coming now," said the swallow. "I must fly away to warmer lands. Will you come with me? You can sit on my back, and we will fly far away from the ugly mole and his dark house, over the mountains, to the warm countries where the sun shines more brightly than here, where it is always summer, and there are always beautiful flowers. Do come with me, dear little Thumbelina, who saved my life when I lay frozen in the dark tunnel." "Yes, I will go with you," said Thumbelina, and got on the swallow's back, with her feet on one of his outstretched wings. Up he flew into the air, over woods and seas, over the great mountains where the snow is always lying. And if she was cold, she crept under his warm feathers, only keeping her little head out to admire all the beautiful things in the world beneath. At last they came to the warm lands. There the sun was brighter, the sky seemed twice as high, and in the hedges hung the finest green and purple grapes. In the woods grew oranges and lemons. The air was scented with myrtle and mint, and on the roads were pretty little children running about and playing with great gorgeous butterflies. But the swallow flew further on, and it became more and more beautiful. Under the most splendid green trees beside a blue lake stood a glittering white marble castle. Vines hung about the high pillars. There were many swallows' nests, and in one of these lived the swallow who was carrying Thumbelina. "Here is my house," said he, "but it won't do for you to live with me. I am not tidy enough to please you. Find a home for yourself in one of the lovely flowers that grow down there. Now I will set you down, and you can do whatever you like." "That will be splendid," said she, clapping her little hands. There lay a great white marble column which had fallen to the ground and broken into 3 pieces. But between these grew the most beautiful white flowers. The swallow flew down with Thumbelina and set her upon one of the broad leaves. But there, to her astonishment, she found a tiny little man sitting in the middle of the flower, as white and transparent as if he were made of glass. He had the prettiest golden crown on his head, and the most beautiful wings on his shoulders. He himself was no bigger than Thumbelina. He was the spirit of the flower. In each blossom there dwelt a tiny man or woman, but this one was the king over the others. "How handsome he is!" whispered Thumbelina to the swallow. The little prince was very much frightened at the swallow, for in comparison with one so tiny as himself he seemed a giant. but when he saw Thumbelina he was delighted, for she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. So he took his golden crown from off his head and put it on hers, asking her her name, and if she would be his wife, and then she would be queen of all the flowers. Yes, he was a different kind of husband to the son of the toad and the mole with the black velvet coat. She said yes to the noble prince, and out of each flower came a lady and gentleman, each so tiny and pretty that it was a pleasure to see them. Each brought Thumbelina a present, but the best of all was a beautiful pair of wings which were fastened onto her back, and now she too could fly from flower to flower. They all wished her joy, and the swallow sat above in his nest and sang the wedding march, and thought he did as well as he could. But he was sad, because he was very fond of Thumbelina and did not want to be separated from her. "You shall not be called Thumbelina," said the spirit of the flower to her. "That is an ugly name, and you are much too pretty for that. We will call you May Blossom." "Farewell, farewell," said the little swallow with a heavy heart, and flew away to further lands, far, far away, right back to Denmark. There he had a little nest above a window where his wife lived, who can tell fairy stories. "Tweet, tweet," he sang to her, and that is the way we learnt the whole story. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Nowak. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 44. The Nightingale. In China, as I dare say you know, the Emperor is a Chinaman, and all his courtiers are also Chinamen. The story I am going to tell you happened many years ago, but it is worth while for you to listen to it, before it is forgotten. The Emperor's palace was the most splendid in the world, all made of priceless porcelain, but so brittle and delicate that you had to take great care how you touched it. In the garden there were the most beautiful flowers, and on the loveliest of them were tied silver bells which tinkled, so that if you passed you could not help looking at the flowers. Everything in the Emperor's garden was admirably arranged with a view to effect, and the garden was so large that even the gardener himself did not know where it ended. If you ever got beyond it, you came to a stately forest with great trees and deep lakes in it. The forest sloped down to the sea, which was a clear blue. Large ships could sail under the boughs of the trees, and in these trees there lived a nightingale. She sang so beautifully that even the poor fisherman who had so much to do stood and listened when he came at night to cast his nets. "How beautiful it is!" he said, but he had to attend to his work and forgot about the bird. But when she sang the next night and the fisherman came there again, he said the same thing. "How beautiful it is!" From all the countries round came travellers to the Emperor's town, who were astonished at the palace and the garden, but when they heard the nightingale, they all said, "This is the finest thing after all." The travellers told all about it when they went home, and learned scholars wrote many books upon the town, the palace, and the garden, but they did not forget the nightingale, and all the poets composed splendid verses on the nightingale in the forest by the deep sea. The books were circulated throughout the world, and some of them reached the Emperor. He sat in his golden chair and read and read. He nodded his head every moment, for he liked reading the brilliant accounts of the town, the palace, and the garden. "But the nightingale is better than all," he saw written. "What is that?" said the Emperor. "I don't know anything about the nightingale. Is there such a bird in my empire, and so near as in my garden? I have never heard it. Fancy reading for the first time about it in a book!" And he called his first lord to him. He was so proud that if anyone of lower rank than his own ventured to speak to him or ask him anything, he would say nothing but "Pooh!" and that does not mean anything. "Here is a most remarkable bird which is called a nightingale," said the Emperor. "They say it is the most glorious thing in my kingdom. Why has no one ever said anything to me about it?" "I have never before heard it mentioned," said the first lord. "I will look for it and find it." But where was it to be found? The first lord ran up and down stairs, through the halls and corridors, but none of those he met had ever heard of the nightingale, and the first lord ran again to the Emperor and told him that it must be an invention on the part of those who had written those books. Your Imperial Majesty cannot really believe all that is written. There are some inventions called the black art. But the book in which I read this, said the Emperor, is sent me by his great Majesty the Emperor of Japan, so it cannot be untrue, and I will hear the Nightingale. She must be here this evening. She has my gracious permission to appear, and if she does not, the whole court shall be trampled under foot after supper. Tsing Pei, said the First Lord, and he ran down the stairs, through the halls and corridors, and half the court ran with him, for they did not want to be trampled under foot. Everyone was asking after the wonderful Nightingale which all the world knew of, except those at court. At last they met a poor little girl in the kitchen, who said, "Oh, I know the Nightingale well. How she sings! I have permission to carry the scraps over from the court meals to my poor sick mother, and when I am going home at night, tired and weary, and rest for a little in the wood, then I hear the Nightingale singing. It brings tears to my eyes, and I feel as if my mother were kissing me." "Little kitchen maid," said the First Lord, "I will give you a place in the kitchen, and you shall have leave to see the Emperor at dinner, if you can lead us to the Nightingale, for she is invited to come to court this evening." And so they all went into the wood where the Nightingale was wont to sing, and half the court went too. When they were on the way there, they heard a cow mooing. "Oh," said the courtiers, "now we have found her. What a wonderful power for such a small beast to have! I am sure we have heard her before." "No, that is a cow mooing," said the little kitchen maid. "We are still a long way off." Then the frogs began to croak in the marsh. "Splendid," said the Chinese chaplain. "Now we hear her. It sounds like a little church bell." "No, no, those are frogs," said the little kitchen maid. "But I think we shall soon hear her now." Then the Nightingale began to sing. "There she is," cried the little girl. "Listen, she is sitting there." And she pointed to a little dark gray bird up in the branches. "Is it possible?" said the First Lord. "I should never have thought it. How ordinary she looks! She must surely have lost her feathers because she sees so many distinguished men round her." "Little Nightingale," called out the little kitchen maid, "our gracious Emperor wants you to sing before him." "With the greatest of pleasure," said the Nightingale, and she sang so gloriously that it was a pleasure to listen. "It sounds like glass bells," said the First Lord, "and look how her little throat works. It is wonderful that we have never heard her before. She will be a great success at court." "Shall I sing once more for the Emperor?" asked the little Nightingale, thinking that the Emperor was there. "My esteemed little Nightingale," said the First Lord, "I have the great pleasure to invite you to court this evening, where His Gracious Imperial Highness will be enchanted with your charming song." "It sounds best in the green wood," said the Nightingale, but still she came gladly when she heard that the Emperor wished it. At the palace everything was splendidly prepared. The porcelain walls and floors glittered in the light of many thousand gold lamps. The most gorgeous flowers which tinkled out well were placed in the corridors. There was such a hurrying and draught that all the bells jingled so much that one could not hear oneself speak. In the center of the great hall, where the Emperor sat, was a golden perch, on which the Nightingale sat. The whole court was there, and the little kitchen maid was allowed to stand behind the door, now that she was a court cook. Everyone was dressed in his best, and everyone was looking towards the little gray bird to whom the Emperor nodded. The Nightingale sang so gloriously that the tears came into the Emperor's eyes and ran down his cheeks. Then the Nightingale sang even more beautifully. It went straight to all hearts. The Emperor was so delighted that he said she should wear his gold slipper round her neck. But the Nightingale thanked him, and said she had had enough reward already. "I have seen tears in the Emperor's eyes. That is a great reward. An emperor's tears have such power." Then she sang again with her gloriously sweet voice. "That is the most charming coquetry I have ever seen," said all the ladies round, and they all took to holding water in their mouths that they might gurgle whenever anyone spoke to them. Then they thought themselves nightingales. Yes, the lackeys and chambermaids announced that they were pleased, which means a great deal, for they are the most difficult people of all to satisfy. In short, the Nightingale was a real success. She had to stay at court now. She had her own cage, and permission to walk out twice in the day and once at night. She was given 12 servants, who each held a silken string which was fastened around her leg. There was little pleasure in flying about like this. The whole town was talking about the wonderful bird, and when two people met each other, one would say "Nightin" and the other "Gale," and then they would both sigh and understand one another. Yes, and 11 grocers' children were called after her, but not one of them could sing a note. One day the emperor received a large parcel on which was written, "The Nightingale." "Here is another new book about our famous bird," said the emperor. But it was not a book, but a little mechanical toy which lay in a box, an artificial nightingale which was like the real one, only that it was set all over with diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. When it was wound up, it could sing the piece the real bird sang, and moved its tail up and down, and glittered with silver and gold. Round its neck was a little collar on which was written, "The nightingale of the Emperor of Japan is nothing compared to that of the Emperor of China." "This is magnificent," they all said, and the man who had brought the clockwork bird received on the spot the title of Bringer of the Imperial First Nightingale. "Now they must sing together. What a duet we shall have!" And so they sang together. But their voices did not blend, for the real nightingale sang in her way, and the clockwork bird sang waltzes. "It is not its fault," said the bandmaster. "It keeps very good time, and is quite after my style." Then the artificial bird had to sing alone. It gave just as much pleasure as the real one, and then it was so much prettier to look at. It sparkled like bracelets and necklaces. 33 times it sang the same piece without being tired. People would like to have heard it again, but the emperor thought that the living nightingale should sing now. But where was she? No one had noticed that she had flown out of the open window away to her green woods. "What shall we do?" said the emperor, and all the court scolded and said that the nightingale was very ungrateful. "But we have still the best bird," they said, and the artificial bird had to sing again, and that was the 34th time they had heard the same piece. But they did not yet know it by heart. It was much too difficult, and the bandmaster praised the bird tremendously. Yes, he assured them, it was better than a real nightingale, not only because of its beautiful plumage and diamonds, but inside as well. "For see, my lords and ladies, and your imperial majesty, with the real nightingale one can never tell what will come out, but all is known about the artificial bird. You can explain it, you can open it and show people where the waltzes lie, how they go, and how one follows the other." "That's just what we think," said everyone, and the bandmaster received permission to show the bird to the people the next Sunday. They should hear it sing, commanded the emperor. And they heard it, and they were as pleased as if they had been intoxicated with tea, after the Chinese fashion, and they all said, "Oh!" and held up their forefingers and nodded time. But the poor fisherman who had heard the real nightingale said, "This one sings well enough. The tune glides out, but there is something wanting. I don't know what." The real nightingale was banished from the kingdom. The artificial bird was put on silken cushions by the emperor's bed. All the presents which it received, gold and precious stones, lay round it, and it was given the title of Imperial Night Singer, first from the left. For the emperor counted that side as the more distinguished, being the side on which the heart is. The emperor's heart is also on the left. And the bandmaster wrote a work of 25 volumes about the artificial bird. It was so learned, long, and so full of the hardest Chinese words that everyone said they had read it and understood it. For once they had been very stupid about a book, and had been trampled underfoot in consequence. So a whole year passed. The emperor, the court, and all the Chinese knew every note of the artificial bird's song by heart, but they liked it all the better for this. They could even sing with it, and they did. The street boys sang tra-la-la-la-la, and the emperor sang too sometimes. It was indeed delightful. But one evening, when the artificial bird was singing its best, and the emperor lay in bed listening to it, something in the bird went crack. Something snapped. Whirr! All the wheels ran down, and then the music ceased. The emperor sprang up and had his physician summoned, but what could he do? Then the clockmaker came, and after a great deal of talking and examining, he put the bird somewhat in order, but he said that it must be very seldom used, as the works were nearly worn out, and it was impossible to put in new ones. Here was a calamity. Only once a year was the artificial bird allowed to sing, and even that was almost too much for it. But then the bandmaster made a little speech full of hard words, saying that it was just as good as before, and so, of course, it was just as good as before. So 5 years passed, and then a great sorrow came to the nation. The Chinese look upon their emperor as everything, and now he was ill, and not likely to live, it was said. Already a new emperor had been chosen, and the people stood outside in the street and asked the first lord how the old emperor was. "Pooh!" he said, and shook his head. Cold and pale lay the emperor in his splendid great bed. The whole court believed him dead, and one after the other left him to pay their respects to the new emperor. Everywhere in the halls and corridors cloth was laid down so that no footsteps could be heard, and everything was still, very, very still, and nothing came to break the silence. The emperor longed for something to come and relieve the monotony of this death-like stillness. If only someone would speak to him! If only someone would sing to him! Music would carry his thoughts away, and would break the spell lying on him. The moon was streaming in at the open window, but that, too, was silent. Quite silent. "Music! Music!" cried the emperor. "You little bright golden bird, sing! Do sing! I gave you gold and jewels. I have hung my gold slipper around your neck with my own hand. Sing! Do sing!" But the bird was silent. There was no one to wind it up, and so it could not sing. And all was silent, so terribly silent. All at once there came in at the window the most glorious burst of song. It was the little living nightingale, who, sitting outside on a bough, had heard the need of her emperor, and had come to sing to him of comfort and hope. And as she sang, the blood flowed quicker and quicker in the emperor's weak limbs, and life began to return. "Thank you, said the emperor. "You divine little bird! I know you! I chased you from my kingdom, and you have given me life again. How can I reward you?" "You have done that already," said the nightingale. "I brought tears to your eyes the first time I sang. I shall never forget that. They are jewels that rejoice a singer's heart. But now sleep and get strong again. I will sing you a lullaby." And the emperor fell into a deep, calm sleep as she sang. The sun was shining through the window when he awoke, strong and well. None of his servants had come back yet, for they thought he was dead, but the nightingale sat and sang to him. "You must always stay with me," said the emperor. "You shall sing whenever you like, and I will break the artificial bird into 1,000 pieces." "Don't do that," said the nightingale. "He did his work as long as he could. Keep him as you have done. I cannot build my nest in the palace and live here, but let me come whenever I like. I will sit in the evening on the bough outside the window, and I will sing you something that will make you feel happy and grateful. I will sing of joy and of sorrow. I will sing of evil and the good which lies hidden from you." The little singing bird flies all around, to the poor fisherman's hut, to the farmer's cottage, to all those who are far away from you and your court. I love your heart more than your crown, though that has about it a brightness of something holy. Now I will sing to you again, but you must promise me one thing." "Anything," said the emperor, standing up in his imperial robes, which he had himself put on, and fastening on his sword, richly embossed with gold. "One thing I beg of you. Don't tell anyone that you have a little bird who tells you everything. It will be much better not to." Then the nightingale flew away. The servants came in to look at their dead emperor. The emperor said, "Good morning." End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Caliban. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 45, Hermod and Hadvor, from the Icelandic. Once upon a time, there were a king and a queen who had an only daughter called Hadvor, who was fair and beautiful, and being an only child was heir to the kingdom. The king and queen also had a foster son named Hermod, who was just about the same age as Hadvor, and was good-looking as well as clever at most things. Hermod and Hadvor often played together while they were children, and liked each other so much that while they were still young, they secretly plighted their troth to each other. As time went on, the queen fell sick, and, suspecting that it was her last illness, sent for the king to come to her. When he came, she told him that she had no long time to live, and therefore wished to ask one thing of him, which was that if he married another wife, he should promise to take no other than the Queen of Hetland the Good. The king gave the promise, and thereafter the queen died. Time went past, and the king, growing tired of living alone, fitted out a ship and sailed out to sea. As he sailed, there came upon him so thick a mist that he altogether lost his bearings. But after a long trouble he found land. There he laid his ship to, and went on shore all alone. After walking for some time he came to a forest, into which he went a little way and stopped. Then he heard sweet music from a harp, and went in the direction of the sound until he came to a clearing. And there he saw 3 women, one of whom sat on a golden chair and was beautifully and grandly dressed. She held a harp in her hands and was very sorrowful. The second was also finely dressed, but younger in appearance, and also sat on a chair, but it was not so grand as the first ones. The third stood beside them, and was very pretty to look at. She had a green cloak over her other clothes, and it was easy to see that she was a maid to the other 2. After the king had looked at them for a little while, he went forward and saluted them. The one that sat on the golden chair asked him who he was and where he was going. He told her all the story, how he was a king and had lost his queen, and was now on his way to Hetland the Good to ask the queen of that country in marriage. She answered that fortune had contrived this wonderfully, for pirates had plundered Hetland and killed the king, and she had fled from the land in terror, and had come hither after great trouble. And she was the very person he was looking for, and the others were his daughter and maid. The king immediately asked her hand. She gladly received his proposal, and accepted him at once. Thereafter they all set out, and made their way to the ship. And after that nothing is told of their voyage until the king reached his own country. There he made a great feast, and celebrated his marriage with this woman, and after that things are quiet for a time. Hermod and Hadvor took but little notice of the queen and her daughter. But, on the other hand, Hadvor and the queen's maid, whose name was Olaf, were very friendly, and Olaf came often to visit Hadvor in her castle. But before long the king went out to war, and no sooner was he away than the queen came to talk with Hermod, and said that she wanted him to marry her daughter. Hermod told her straight and plain he would not do so, at which the queen grew terribly angry, and said that in that case neither should he have Hadvor, for she would now lay this spell on him, that he should go to a desert island, and there be a lion by day and a man by night. He should also always think of Hadvor, which would cause him all the more sorrow, and from this spell he would never be freed until Hadvor burned the lion's skin, and that would not happen very soon. As soon as the queen had finished her speech, Hermod replied that he also laid a spell on her, and that was that as soon as he was freed from her enchantments, she should become a rat and her daughter a mouse, and fight with each other in the hall until he had killed them with his sword. After this Hermod disappeared, and no one knew what had become of him. The queen caused search to be made for him, but he could nowhere be found. One time when Olaf was in the castle beside Hadvor, she asked the princess if he knew where Hermod had gone to. At this Hadvor became very sad, and said that she did not. "I shall tell you then," said Olaf, "for I know all about it. Hermod has disappeared through the wicked devices of the queen, for she is a witch, and so is her daughter, though they have put on these beautiful forms. Because Hermod would not fall in love with the queen's plans and marry her daughter, she has laid a spell on him to go on an island and be a lion by day and a man by night, and never be freed from this until you burn the lion's skin. Besides," said Olaf, "she has looked out for a match for you, and she has a brother in the underworld, a 3 red-headed giant, whom she means to turn into a beautiful prince and get him married to you. This is no new thing for the queen. She took me away from my parents' house and compelled me to serve her, but she has never done me any harm, for the green cloak I wear protects me against all mischief. Hadvor now became still sadder than before at the thought of the marriage destined for her, and entreated Olaf to think of some plan to save her. "I think," said Olaf, "that your wooer will come up through the floor of the castle to you, and so you must be prepared when you hear the noise of his coming, and the floor begins to open, and have at hand blazing pitch, and pour plenty of it into the opening. That will prove too much for him." About this time the king came home from his expedition, and thought it a great blow that no one knew what had become of Hermod. But the queen consoled him as best she could, and after a time the king thought less about the disappearance. Hadvor remained in her castle, and had made preparations to receive her wooer when he came. One night, not long after, a loud noise and rumbling was heard underneath the castle. Hadvor at once guessed what it was, and told her maids to be ready to help her. The noise and the thundering grew louder and louder until the floor began to open, whereupon Hadvor had them take the cauldron of pitch and pour plenty of it into the opening. With that the noises grew fainter and fainter, till at last they ceased altogether. Next morning the queen rose early and went out to the palace gate, and there she found her brother the giant lying dead. She went up to him and said, "I pronounce this spell, that you become a beautiful prince, and that Hadvor shall be unable to say anything against the charges I shall bring against her." The body of the dead giant now became that of a beautiful prince, and the queen went in again. "I don't think," said she to the king, "that your daughter is as good as she's said to be. My brother came and asked her hand, and she had him put to death. I have found his dead body lying at the palace gate." The king went along with the queen to see the body, and thought it all very strange. So beautiful a youth, he said, would have been a worthy match for Hadvor, and he would readily have agreed to their marriage. The queen asked leave to decide what Hadvor's punishment should be, which the king was very willing to allow, so as to escape from punishing his own daughter. The queen's decision was that the king should make a big grave mound for her brother, and put Hadvor into it beside him. Olaf knew all the plans of the queen, and went to tell the princess what had been done, whereupon Hadvor earnestly entreated her to tell her what to do. "First and foremost," said Olaf, "you must get a wide cloak to wear over your other clothes when you are put into the mound. The giant's ghost will walk after you are both left together in there, and he will have 2 dogs along with him. He will ask you to cut pieces out of his legs to give to the dogs. That you must not promise to do unless he tells you where Hermod has gone to, and tells you how to find him. He will then let you stand on his shoulders so as to get out of the mound, but he means to cheat you all the same, and will catch you by the cloak to pull you back again. But you must take care to have the cloak loose on your shoulders, so that he will only get hold of that." The mound was all ready now, and the giant laid in it, and into it Hadvor had to go without being allowed to make any defense. After they were both left there, everything happened just as Olaf had said. The prince became a giant again, and asked Hadvor to cut the pieces out of his legs for the dogs. This she refused, until he told her that Hermod was in a desert island, which she could not reach unless she took the skin off the soles of his feet and made shoes out of that. With these shoes she could travel both on land and sea. This Hadvor now did, and the giant then let her up on his shoulders to get out of the mound. As she sprang out, he caught hold of her cloak, but she had taken care to let it lie loose on her shoulders, and so escaped. She now made her way down to the sea, to where she knew there was the shortest distance over to the island in which Hermod was. This strait she easily crossed, for the shoes kept her up. On reaching the island she found a sandy beach all along by the sea, and high cliffs above. Nor could she see any way to get up these, and so, being both sad at heart and tired with the long journey, she lay down and fell asleep. As she slept, she dreamed that a tall woman came to her and said, "I know that you are Princess Hadvor. You are searching for Hermod. He is on this island, but it will be hard for you to get to him if you have no one to help you, for you cannot climb the cliffs by your own strength. I have therefore let down a rope by which you will be able to climb up, and as the island is so large that you might not find Hermod's dwelling place so easily, I lay down this clue beside you. You need only hold the end of the thread, and the clue will run on before and show you the way. I also lay this belt beside you, to put on when you awaken. It will keep you from growing faint with hunger." The woman now disappeared, and Hadvor woke, and saw that all her dream had been true. The rope hung down from the cliff, and the clue in the belt lay beside her. The belt she put on, the rope enabled her to climb up the cliff, and the clue led her on till she came to the mouth of a cave, which was not very big. She went into the cave, and saw there a low couch, under which she crept and lay down. When evening came, she heard the noise of footsteps outside, and became aware that the lion had come to the mouth of the cave, and shook itself there, after which she heard a man coming towards the couch. She was sure this was Hermod, because she had heard him speaking to himself about his own condition, and calling to mind Hadvor and other things in the old days. Hadvor made no sign, but waited till he had fallen asleep, and then crept out and burned the lion's skin which he had left outside. She then went back into the cave and wakened Hermod, and they had a most joyful meeting. In the morning they talked over their plans, and were most at a loss as to how to get out of the island. Hadvor told Hermod her dream, and said that she suspected there was someone in the island who would be able to help. Hermod said he knew of a witch there, who was ready to help anyone, and that the only plan was to go to her. So they went to the witch's cave, and found her there with her 15 young sons, and asked her to help them to get to the mainland. "There are other things easier than that," said she, "for the giant that was buried will be waiting for you, and will attack you on the way, as he has turned himself into a big whale. I shall lend you a boat, however, and if you meet the whale and think your lives are in danger, then you can name me by name." They thanked her greatly for her help and advice, and set out from the island, but on the way they saw a huge fish coming towards them, with great splashing and dashing of waves. They were sure of what it was, and they thought they had as good a reason as ever to call upon the witch, and so they did. The next minute they saw coming after them another huge whale, followed by 15 smaller ones. All of them swam past the boat and went on to meet the whale. There was a fierce battle then, and the sea became so stormy that it was not very easy to keep the boat from being filled by the waves. After this fight had gone on for some time, they saw that the sea was dyed with blood. The big whale and the 15 smaller ones disappeared, and they got to land, safe and sound. And now the story goes back to the king's hall, where strange things had happened in the meantime. The queen and her daughter had disappeared, but a rat and a mouse were always fighting with each other there. Ever so many people had tried to drive them away, but no one could manage it. Thus some time went on, while the king was almost beside himself with sorrow and care for the loss of his queen, and because these monsters destroyed all mirth in the hall. One evening, however, when they all sat dull and downhearted, in came Hermod with a sword by his side, and saluted the king, who received him with the greatest joy, as if he had come back from the dead. Before Hermod sat down, however, he went where the rat and mouse were fighting, and cut them in two with his sword. All were astonished then by seeing two witches lying dead on the floor of the hall. Hermod now told the whole story to the king, who was very glad to be rid of such vile creatures. Next he asked for the hand of Hadvor, which the king readily gave him, and now being an old man gave the kingdom to him as well. And so Hermod became king. Olaf married a good-looking nobleman, and that is the end of the story. Oh, and chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 46. The Steadfast Tin-Soldier. There were once upon a time 25 tin soldiers, all brothers, as they were made out of the same old tin spoon. Their uniform was red and blue, and they shouldered their guns and looked straight in front of them. The first words that they heard in this world, when the lid of the box in which they lay was taken off, were, "Hurrah, tin soldiers!" This was exclaimed by a little boy, clapping his hands. They had been given to him because it was his birthday, and now he began setting them out on the table. Each soldier was exactly like the other in shape, except just one, who had been made last when the tin had run short. But there he stood as firmly on his one leg as the others did on two, and he is the one that became famous. There were many other playthings on the table on which they were being set out, but the nicest of all was a pretty little castle made of cardboard, with windows through which you could see into the rooms. In front of the castle stood some little trees surrounding a tiny mirror which looked like a lake. Wax swans were floating about and reflecting themselves in it. That was all very pretty, but the most beautiful thing was a little lady who stood in the open doorway. She was cut out of paper, but she had on a dress of the finest muslin, with a scarf of narrow blue ribbon around her shoulders, fastened in the middle with a glittering rose made of gold paper, which was as large as her head. The little lady was stretching out both her arms, for she was a dancer, and was lifting up one leg so high in the air that the tin soldier couldn't find it anywhere, and thought that she too had only one leg. "That's the wife for me," he thought, "but she is so grand and lives in a castle, whilst I have only a box with 24 others. This is no place for her, but I must make her acquaintance." Then he stretched himself out behind a snuff-box that lay on the table. From thence he could watch the dainty little lady, who continued to stand on one leg without losing her balance. When the night came, all the other tin soldiers went into their box, and the people of the house went to bed. Then the toys began to play at visiting, dancing, and fighting. The tin soldiers rattled in their box, for they wanted to be out too, but they could not raise the lid. The nutcrackers played at leap-frog, and the slate pencil ran about the slate. There was such a noise that the canary woke up and began to talk to them, in poetry too. The only two who did not stir from their places were the tin soldier and the little dancer. She remained on tiptoe, with both arms outstretched. He stood steadfastly on his one leg, never moving his eyes from her face. The clock struck 12, and crack! Off flew the lid of the snuff-box, but there was no snuff inside, only a little black imp. That was the beauty of it. "Hullo, tin soldier," said the imp, "don't look at things that aren't intended for the likes of you." But the tin soldier took no notice, and seemed not to hear. "Very well, wait till tomorrow," said the imp. When it was morning and the children had got up, the tin soldier was put in the window, and whether it was the wind or the black little imp, I don't know, but all at once the window flew open, and out fell the little tin soldier, head over heels, from the 3rd-story window. That was a terrible fall, I can tell you. He landed on his head with his leg in the air, his gun being wedged between 2 paving stones. The nursery maid and the little boy came down at once to look for him, but though they were so near him that they almost trod on him, they did not notice him. If the tin soldier had only cried out, "Here I am," they must have found him, but he did not think it fitting for him to cry out, because he had on his uniform. Soon it began to drizzle, then the drops came faster, and then there was a regular downpour. When it was over, 2 little street boys came along. "Just look," cried one, "here is a tin soldier. He shall sail up and down in a boat." So they made a little boat out of newspaper, put the tin soldier in it, and made him sail up and down the gutter. Both the boys ran along beside him, clapping their hands. What great waves there were in the gutter! What a swift current! The paper boat tossed up and down, and in the middle of the stream it went so quick that the tin soldier trembled, but he remained steadfast, showed no emotion, looked straight in front of him, shouldering his gun. All at once the boat passed under a long tunnel that was as dark as his box had been. "Where can I be coming now?" he wondered. "Oh dear, this is the black imp's fault. Ah, if only the little lady were sitting beside me in the boat, it might be twice as dark for all I should care." Suddenly there came along a great water rat that lived in the tunnel. "Have you a passport?" asked the rat. "Out with your passport." But the tin soldier was silent, and grasped his gun more firmly. The boat sped on, and the rat behind it. Oh, how he showed his teeth, as he cried to the chips of wood and straw, "Hold him! Hold him! He has not paid the toll! He has not shown his passport!" But the current became swifter and stronger. The tin soldier could already see daylight where the tunnel ended, but in his ears there sounded a roaring enough to frighten any brave man. Only think, at the end of the tunnel the gutter discharged itself into a great canal. That would be just as dangerous for him as it would be for us to go down a waterfall. Now he was so near to it that he could not hold on any longer. On went the boat, the poor tin soldier keeping himself as stiff as he could go. No one should say of him afterwards that he had flinched. The boat whirled 3-4 times round, and became filled to the brim with water. It began to sink. The tin soldier was standing up to his neck in water, and deeper sank the boat, and softer grew the paper. Now the water was over his head. He was thinking of the pretty little dancer, whose face he should never see again, and there sounded in his ears over and over again, "Forward, forward, soldier bold! Death's before thee, grim and cold!" The paper came in two, and the soldier fell, but at that moment he was swallowed by a great fish. Oh, how dark it was inside! Even darker than in the tunnel. It was really very close quarters. But there the steadfast little tin soldier lay full length, shouldering his gun. Up and down swam the fish. Then he made the most dreadful contortions, and became suddenly quite still. Then it was as if a flash of lightning had passed through him. The daylight streamed in, and a voice exclaimed, "Why, here is the little tin soldier!" The fish had been caught, taken to market, sold, and brought into the kitchen, where the cook had cut it open with a great knife. She took up the soldier between her finger and thumb, and carried him into the room where everyone wanted to see the hero who had been found inside a fish. But the tin soldier was not at all proud. They put him on the table, and no, but what strange things do happen in this world! The tin soldier was in the same room in which he had been before. He saw the same children and the same toys on the table, and there was the same grand castle with the pretty little dancer. She was still standing on one leg with the other high in the air. She, too, was steadfast. That touched the tin soldier. He was nearly going to shed tin tears, but that would not have been fitting for a soldier. He looked at her, but said nothing. All at once one of the little boys took up the tin soldier and threw him into the stove, giving no reasons, but doubtless the little black imp in the snuff-box was at the bottom of this too. There the tin soldier lay, and felt a heat that was truly terrible, but whether he was suffering from actual fire or from the ardour of his passion, he did not know. All his colour had disappeared. Whether this had happened on his travels, or whether it was the result of trouble, who can say? He looked at the little lady, she looked at him, and he felt that he was melting, but he remained steadfast with his gun at his shoulder. Suddenly a door opened. The draught caught up the little dancer, and off she flew like a sylph to the tin soldier in the stove, burst into flames, and that was the end of her. Then the tin soldier melted down into a little lump, and when the next morning the maid was taking out the ashes, she found him in the shape of a heart. There was nothing left of the little dancer but her gilt rose, burnt as black as a cinder. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of The Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miranda Stinson. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 47, Blockhead Hans. Far away in the country lay an old manor house where lived an old squire who had 2 sons. They thought themselves so clever that if they had known only half of what they did know, it would have been quite enough. They both wanted to marry the king's daughter, for she had proclaimed that she would have for her husband the man who knew best how to choose his words. Both prepared for the wooing a whole week, which was the longest time allowed them. But, after all, it was quite long enough, for they both had preparatory knowledge, and everyone knows how useful that is. One knew the whole Latin dictionary, and also 3 years' issue of the daily paper of the town off by heart, so that he could repeat it all backwards or forwards as you pleased. The other had worked at the laws of corporation, and knew by heart what every member of the corporation ought to know, so that he thought he could quite well speak on state matters and give his opinion. He understood besides this how to embroider braces with roses and other flowers, and scrolls, for he was very ready with his fingers. "I shall win the king's daughter," they both cried. Their old father gave each of them a fine horse. The one who knew the whole dictionary and the daily paper by heart had a black horse, while the other one, who was so clever at corporation law, had a milk-white one. Then they oiled the corners of their mouths, so that they might be able to speak more fluently. All the servants stood in the courtyard and saw them mount their steeds, and here by chance came the 3rd brother, for the squire had 3 sons, but nobody counted him with his brothers, for he was not so learned as they were, and he was generally called Blockhead Hans. "Oh, oh," said Blockhead Hans, "where are you off to? You are in your Sunday best clothes." "We are going to court to woo the princess. Don't you know what is known throughout all the countryside?" And they told him all about it. "Hurrah! I'll go too!" cried Blockhead Hans, and the brothers laughed at him and rode off. "Dear father," cried Blockhead Hans, "I must have a horse too. What a desire for marriage has seized me! If she will have me, she will have me, and if she won't have me, I will have her." "Stop that nonsense," said the old man. "I will not give you a horse. You can't speak. You don't know how to choose your words. Your brothers, they are very different lads." "Well," said Blockhead Hans, "if I can't have a horse, I will take the goat which is mine. He can carry me." And he did so. He sat astride on the goat, struck his heels into its side, and went rattling down the high road like a hurricane. "Hoppity hop, what a ride! Here I come!" shouted Blockhead Hans, singing so that the echoes were roused far and near. But his brothers were riding slowly in front. They were not speaking, but they were thinking over all the good things that they were going to say, for everything had to be thought out. "Hullo!" bawled Blockhead Hans. "Here I am! Just look what I found on the road!" And he showed them a dead crow which he had picked up. "Blockhead," said his brothers, "what are you going to do with it?" "With the crow? I shall give it to the princess." "Do so, certainly," they said, laughing loudly and riding on. Slap! Bang! Here I am again! Look what I have just found! You don't find such things every day on the road." And the brothers turned round to see what in the world he could have found. "Blockhead," said they, "that is an old wooden shoe without the top. Are you going to send that too to the princess?" "Of course I shall," returned Blockhead Hans, and the brothers laughed and rode on a good way. Slap bang, here I am, cried Blockhead Hans. Better and better. It is really famous. What have you found now? asked the brothers. Oh, said Blockhead Hans, it is really too good. How pleased the Princess will be. Why, said the brothers, this is pure mud straight from the ditch. Of course it is, said Blockhead Hans, and it is the best kind. Look how it runs through one's fingers. And so saying, he filled his pocket with the mud. But the brothers rode on so fast that dust and sparks flew all around, and they reached the gate of the town a good hour before Blockhead Hans. Here came the suitors, numbered according to their arrival, and they were ranged in rows, 6 in each row, and they were so tightly packed that they could not move their arms. This was a very good thing, for otherwise they would have torn each other in pieces, merely because the one was in front of the other. All the country people were standing round the king's throne, and were crowded together in thick masses almost out of the windows to see the princess receive the suitors. And as each one came into the room all his fine phrases went out like a candle. It doesn't matter, said the princess. Away, out with him. At last she came to the row in which the brother who knew the dictionary by heart was, but he did not know it any longer. He had quite forgotten it in the rank and file. And the floor creaked, and the ceiling was all made of glass mirrors, so that he saw himself standing on his head, and by each window were standing 3 reporters and an editor, and each of them was writing down what was said, to publish it in the paper that came out and was sold at the street corners for a penny. It was fearful, and they had made up the fire so hot that it was grilling. "It is hot in here, isn't it?" said the suitor. "Of course it is. My father is roasting young chickens today," said the princess. "Ahem!" There he stood, like an idiot. He was not prepared for such a speech. He did not know what to say, although he wanted to say something witty. "Ahem!" "It doesn't matter," said the princess. "Take him out." And out he had to go. Now the other brother entered. "How hot it is!" he said. "Of course. We are roasting young chickens today," remarked the princess. "How do you, he said, and the reporters wrote down. "How do you, It doesn't matter," said the princess. "Take him out." Now Blockhead Hans came in. He rode his goat right into the hall. "I say, how roasting hot it is here!" said he. "Of course. I am roasting young chickens today," said the princess. "That's good," replied Blockhead Hans. "Then can I roast a crow with them?" "With the greatest of pleasure," said the princess. "But have you anything you can roast them in? For I have neither pot nor saucepan." "Oh, rather," said Blockhead Hans. "Here is a cooking implement with 10 rings." And he drew out the old wooden shoe and laid the crow in it. "That is quite a meal," said the princess. "But where shall we get the soup from?" "I've got that in my pocket," said Blockhead Hans. "I have so much that I can quite well throw some away." And he poured some mud out of his pocket. "I like you," said the princess. "You can answer and you can speak, and I will marry you. But do you know that every word which we are saying and have said has been taken down, and will be in the paper tomorrow? By each window, do you see there are standing 3 reporters and an old editor? And this old editor is the worst, for he doesn't understand anything." But she said this to tease Blockhead Hans, and the reporters giggled, and each dropped a blot of ink on the floor. "Ah, are those the great people?" said Blockhead Hans. "Then I will give the editor the best." So saying, he turned his pockets inside out, and threw the mud right in his face. "That was neatly done," said the princess. "I couldn't have done it, but I will soon learn how to." Blockhead Hans became king, got a wife and a crown, and sat on the throne. And this we have still damp from the newspaper of the editor and the reporters, and they are not to be believed for a moment. End of chapter 47. Recording by Miranda Stinson.
Chapter 48 of the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christy Nowak. The Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Chapter 48. A Story About a Darning Needle. There was once a darning needle who thought herself so fine that she believed she was an embroidery needle. "Take great care to hold me tight," said the Darning needle to the fingers who were holding her. "Don't let me fall. If I once fall on the ground, I shall never be found again, I am so fine." "It is all right," said the fingers, seizing her round the waist. "Look, I am coming with my train," said the Darning needle as she drew a long thread after her, but there was no knot at the end of the thread. The fingers were using the needle on the cook's shoe. The upper leather was unstitched and had to be sewn together. "This is common work," said the Darning needle. "I shall never get through it. I am breaking! I am breaking!" And, in fact, she did break. "Didn't I tell you so?" said the Darning needle. "I am too fine." "Now she is good for nothing," said the fingers, but they had to hold her tight while the cook dropped some sealing wax on the needle and stuck it in the front of her dress. "Now I am a breastpin," said the Darning needle. "I always knew I should be promoted. When one is something, one will become something." And she laughed to herself. You can never see when a Darning needle is laughing. Then she sat up as proudly as if she were in a state coach and looked all round her. "May I be allowed to ask if you are gold?" she said to her neighbour, the pin. "You have a very nice appearance, and a peculiar head, but it is so small. You must take pains to make it grow, for it is not everyone who has a head of sealing wax." And so saying, the Darning needle raised herself up so proudly that she fell out of the dress, right into the sink, which the cook was rinsing out. "Now I am off on my travels," said the Darning needle. "I do hope I shan't get lost." She did indeed get lost. "I am too fine for this world," said she as she lay in the gutter, "but I know who I am, and that is always a little satisfaction." And the Darning needle kept her proud bearing and did not lose her good temper. All kinds of things swam over her, shavings, bits of straw, and scraps of old newspapers. "Just look how they sail along," said the Darning needle. "They don't know what is underneath them. Here I am sticking fast. There goes a shaving, thinking of nothing in the world but of itself, a mere chip. There goes a straw. Well, how it does twist and twirl, to be sure! Don't think so much about yourself, or you will be knocked against a stone. There floats a bit of newspaper. What is written on it is long ago forgotten, and yet how proud it is! I am sitting patient and quiet. I know who I am, and that is enough for me." One day something thick lay near her which glittered so brightly that the Darning needle thought it must be a diamond, but it was a bit of bottle glass, and because it sparkled the Darning needle spoke to it and gave herself out as a breastpin. "No doubt you are a diamond?" "Yes, something of that kind." And each believed that the other was something very costly, and they both said how very proud the world must be of them. "I have come from a lady's work-box," said the Darning needle, "and this lady was a cook. She had 5 fingers on each hand. Anything so proud as these fingers I have never seen, and yet they were only there to take me out of the work-box and to put me back again." "Were they of noble birth, then?" asked the bit of bottle glass. "Of noble birth?" said the Darning needle. "No, indeed, but proud. They were 5 brothers, all called Fingers. They held themselves proudly one against the other, although they were of different sizes. The outside one, the thumb, was short and fat. He was outside the rank, and had only one bend in his back, and could only make one bow, that if he were cut off from a man that he was no longer any use as a soldier. Dip into everything. The second finger dipped into sweet things as well as sour things, pointed to the sun and the moon, and guided the pen when they wrote. Longman, the third, looked at the others over his shoulder. Goldband, the fourth, had a gold sash around his waist, and little Playman did nothing at all, and was the more proud. There was too much ostentation, so I came away. "And now we are sitting and shining here," said the bit of bottle glass. At that moment more water came into the gutter. It streamed over the edges and washed the bit of bottle glass away. "Ah, now he has been promoted," said the Darning needle. "I remain here. I am too fine. But that is my pride, which is a sign of respectability." And she sat there very proudly, thinking lofty thoughts. "I really believe I must have been born a sunbeam, I am so fine. It seems to me as if the sunbeams are always looking under the water for me. Ah, I am so fine that my own mother cannot find me. If I had my old eye which broke off, I believe I could weep, but I can't. It is not fine to weep." One day 2 street urchins were playing and wading in the gutter, picking up old nails, pennies, and such things. It was rather dirty work, but it was a great delight to them. "Oh, oh!" cried out one as he pricked himself with the darning needle. "He is a fine fellow, though." "I am not a fellow, I am a young lady," said the darning needle, but no one heard. The sealing wax had gone, and she had become quite black, but black makes one look very slim, and so she thought she was even finer than before. "Here comes an eggshell sailing along," said the boys, and they stuck the darning needle into the eggshell. "The walls white and I black, what a pretty contrast it makes," said the darning needle. "Now I can be seen to advantage. If only I am not seasick, I should give myself up for lost." But she was not seasick, and did not give herself up. It is a good thing to be steeled against seasickness. Here one has indeed an advantage over man. Now my qualms are over. The finer one is the more one can beat. "Crack!" said the eggshell as a wagon wheel went over it. "Oh, how it presses!" said the darning needle. "I shall indeed be seasick now. I am breaking." But she did not break. Although the wagon wheel went over her, she lay there at full length, and there she may lie. End of chapter 48. End of the Yellow Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang.